You're like a circle that floats around me, keeping me safe and sound. And when I fall, you tied a rope to me. You're blessing me every day. I was down with an illusion, like a sparrow with broken wings. But now I shine with your reflection on me. I'm getting back up on my feet. That you showed up was written in my palm. You are a statement, explode like a bomb. I get to push myself to victory. You make me winner. You cut me loose and set me free. You make me win in every way. You showed me how to spread my wings. Yes, I'm the winner of the day. You cut me loose and set me free. You make me win in every way. You showed me how to spread my wings. Yes, I'm the winner of the day. Yes, I'm the winner, yeah. 'Cause I'm the winner, yeah. Am I awake or am I dreaming? So far gone, I won't look back. And when I move, there ain't no stopping me. You're pushing me up to the top. I saw the clouds looking angry, but then the sky reached my mind. And when I space out, I see the possibilities unfolding the way that I want. That you showed up was written in my palm. You are a statement, explode like a bomb. I get to push myself to victory. You make me winner. You cut me loose and set me free. You cut me loose. You make me win in every way. Win in every way. You show me how to spread my wings. Yes, I'm the winner of the day. You cut me loose and set me free. You make me win in every way. You show me how to spread my wings. Yes, I'm the winner of the day. Yes, I'm the winner, yeah. 'Cause I'm the winner, yes. 'Cause I'm the winner, yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, yes, I'm the winner, yeah.
Hello, hello, hello. Hey, sis. Hey, welcome to Stepping Into Sisterhood Virtual. I am so absolutely excited and honored to have the opportunity to share space with you today. If we have never met before, I am Andromeda Raheem. I am the founder of She Wins Society. And once again, welcome to Stepping Into Sisterhood Virtual. We know that you could have been anywhere else in the world today, but you chose to be here with us, and that means so very much. So I want to just give you a brief history about Stepping Into Sisterhood because I want you to know why we're here today. The vision for Stepping Into Sisterhood was birthed 8 years ago out of the deep desire to really create spaces for women to come together, specifically Black women, to come together and support each other, to feel loved, accepted, appreciated, and supported. Our mantra here at She Wins Society is when women support women, we all win. And so we truly believe that we are stronger when we work together. We truly believe that we win bigger when we support each other. And so, especially in the times that we're living in now, I think that more than ever before, it's become so obvious that our unity is important. Our strength is in numbers. And so we can get so much more done and so much more accomplished when we choose to work together. So Stepping N2 Sisterhood started in Orlando, Florida in 2016. And since then, we have hosted this event around the country. We have hosted Stepping N2 Sisterhood in Atlanta, Canton, Ohio, New York, both Manhattan and in Brooklyn. We have hosted it in Los Angeles, and then the pandemic hit. And so that's where Stepping N2 Sisterhood Virtual came in, because we still wanted to make sure that we were creating spaces for our sisters to connect and pour into one another. And so since the pandemic has ended, we have decided to continue Stepping N2 Sisterhood virtually and in person. So last year, we brought it back as an in-person event in Orlando, Florida, and did it as a virtual event. And this year, we are kicking it off as a virtual event, and we plan to host it as an in-person event once again this year, location to be determined. We appreciate you being here so much, because as we are bouncing back from the pandemic, showing up to events like this, those of you who are registered ticket holders, thank you so much for investing in this event. Your investments help us to continue to create these spaces for women to unite, to come together, to pour into each other, and most importantly, for us to have the real and relatable conversations that we are going to have here today, right? What we believe is that the connections become stronger, that when we are vulnerable with one another, that's how we truly can relate to one another and connect. So that's what we're going to have today. Real women having real and relatable conversations that help us to understand that we're not that different, right? That we are all experiencing different challenges and obstacles. I know that when we get out here in these social media streets, sometimes it just seems like you might be the only one who is going through any particular struggle, because you see so many highlight reels. But today, that's not what we're here to do. We're here to celebrate our wins for sure. Okay, you woke up this morning, that is a win. You are here to be present for this event, that is a win. We're here to celebrate our wins for sure, but we are also here to, again, have conversations that help us to see that we're not alone in our struggles, and that we can absolutely be there for one another through the difficult times that we're in. So celebrating each other for our wins, but also being there to support each other in moments of discouragement, right? In moments of struggle, in moments where the road gets tough. And also, what I want you to get out of this event is some inspiration, some encouragement, some education, and some empowerment to help you to overcome your current struggles, or even struggles that you may run into. So we have a diverse group of women who is here today from different backgrounds, women who are in different industries. And what you're going to find is that although each of our journeys is unique, there is an intersection where we come together, where we can say, sis, I see you. Sis, I've been there. Sis, I know what you're talking about. And this is how we grow in sisterhood. Okay. So ultimately, what I want from you to get from this event is a new connection, right? This is why we have our audience. If you have not logged into your YouTube account so that you can comment, be sure that you do that, because I want you to connect with other women. I want you to leave here with a new sister. And I also want you to leave here with encouragement and empowerment to grow and win in whatever season that you are currently in. Okay. So I want to say this too, before we get started, because our first panel is starting in just a few minutes. I want to go ahead and shout out our sponsors. You're going to get to know more about them as the event goes on. I want to shout out our registered ticket holders as well, because you all are going to be eligible to win all of the amazing, fabulous, empowering gifts that our sponsors are providing throughout this event. Also, there's a special gift for you at the very end, specifically for registered ticket holders, to just as a thank you to us, from us rather, for you showing up for this event. And so we're going to kick off this event with a giveaway for one of our registered ticket holders. Okay, so our first giveaway is going to be from Kendra J Solutions, okay? And so let me show you what you are going to be getting. The Walking in Confidence Journal is what you are going to be winning if you win this giveaway. So if you are a registered ticket holder, lean in so that you can hear about this giveaway, all right? So registered ticket holders, all of you are in this handy dandy cup. Your names are here, a good old school raffle, okay? And so let's see who is the winner of our very first giveaway. Jasmine Stokes, you are the winner of the very first giveaway. You win the Walking in Confidence journal. Now, here's the thing. I want to say this to registered ticket holders. If the gift, because some of these giveaways are specific, they are specific to certain people. So like certain gifts are for like moms, aspiring wives. If by chance I call your name for something and you are present to hear it, okay? If by chance that giveaway is something either you already have or you prefer to put your name back into the cup to win something else, that is an option. But you have to be here present, obviously, to tell me that. So Jasmine, I see Jasmine in the comments. Jasmine, would you like the Walking in Confidence journal? If so, say yes. If you want to be put back in the cup to win another prize instead, let me know, okay? Because I know that Coach Jess may already have this journal, because I know that she knows the sister who created it. So if you already got it, sis, or you want something different, let me know. And we will choose another winner. And I love all the congratulations. Welcome, ladies. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I see Chanel. Welcome, Anisha, Chanel, Carolyn, Cherise, Trinette, Janine, Tanya, Chantel, Sheena, Jasmine, Atoya. Hello, hello. Welcome, you ladies. Okay. Jasmine's catching up. She said, well, we congratulate y'all. See a future win from me. All right. So Jasmine, you won the Walking in Confidence journal. We are going to keep this going. I'm trying to see, do we have all of our panelists here for our very first panel? Our very first panel is fighting back against self-doubt, depression, and shame is our very first panel. Also, while we are waiting for all of our panelists to show up, I want to say that those of you who are here, make sure that you share where you're from in the comments. Share anything that you would like the ladies who are also in the comment section to know about you, so that you can start creating connections right here in this space. Also, I want to say that as you are watching this show, as you're watching this event, if you know that there's some woman that needs to be here to hear the messages that are being shared, listen, we do not mind. You can share the link out to other women who need to be here for Stepping Into Sisterhood today, because that's what it's all about. It's sisterhood. No sister left behind today, okay? So, all right. Samika says she's from Florida. Hey, Natalie. Hello, hello, hello. I see you all coming in. Tanya says she's from Hampstead, New York. Cherise said Ohio is in the house. Jasmine said my computer is logging, y'all. So sorry. Whoop, whoop, come. Let's see. Come on and win, Jasmine. Thank you. You're so welcome. And as you all can see, since we're just doing a little quick housekeeping before we start our first panel, that as you are speaking, you may very well see your comment show up on the screen. Okay, so this event is going to be being recorded rather, and will be shared on our YouTube page. So you will be part of Stepping Into Sisterhood 2024 forever and ever and ever. And we thank you for being a part of this experience with us. Okay, I see Atlanta in the building, Alabama in the building, Winder, Georgia. Okay, y'all. Yes, 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 yes. I love it. I love it. I love to see it. All right, guys. So again, congratulations to Jasmine Stokes for winning our very first giveaway, the Walking in Confidence journal. You all should see below here, but down here at the bottom, also pay attention to that throughout the event, because this is where you're going to get to know more about our panelists, our sponsors, and everything. So if there's somebody that's on the screen you want to connect with, you can find their Instagram handle down there on the panel that's scrolling below. So if you would like to learn more about the Walking in Confidence Journal to get your own copy, go to Kendra J Solutions. Also, Kendra gave me instructions. So Jasmine, the way that you will claim your free Walking in Confidence Journal is to go to kendrajsolutions.com, and the code that you're going to use is SN2S24. SN2S24. Okay. Welcome, Latricia. I see you are here. All right. Okay, y'all. So it is now 12:30, and we plan to stay on schedule today. Our very first panel is coming in. It's the Fighting Back Against Self-Doubt, Depression, and Shame panel, you all. So we are going to go ahead and start to bring those ladies in. Please welcome to the stage Stella Ahinacho, Shamar Latanya, Coach Tashawn, and Trey Kearney. We are currently missing Miss Adina Kajoy, but hopefully Adina will be joining us soon. But as we are going to stay on schedule today, we are going to go ahead and get started. Let me move Tashawn up here in the corner as our moderator. And we're going to go ahead and get started. Tashawn, the floor is yours.
Hello, ladies. Good afternoon. Oh my goodness. I'm looking at this panel from this view. Oh my gosh. It is phenomenal. Y'all are beautiful. Like literally give yourselves some, as I used to tell my students, high fives, the stars, all of that. Y'all are beautiful. Welcome. Thank you so much, Adramina, for having me today, this morning. Listen, this topic is so common and so needed. I am ready to dive in, and I want us to have this candid conversation as women and so forth on this journey. So again, thank you all so much. First question.
Tashawn, really quickly before we jump into questions, can we allow our panelists to introduce themselves?
Oh, I am so sorry. I'm jumping ahead of myself. I'm ready to talk. I am so sorry. Could we please start? Let's start with Miss Stella.
Absolutely. How many minutes for the introduction? Okay. Hi, everyone. Super excited to be here. My name is Stella Ihinacho. I am based in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm a mom to 3 queens. I am the founder of Women Doing It Afraid. I say it's very easy to know what that is about because the name says it for itself. It is a community. It is a social enterprise that is dedicated to empowering and mobilizing women to be more. We don't define more for women. We want the women to know, what does more mean to you? And our goal is to take you to where that more is for you. And so we have events, we have accountability sessions, we have collaborations and all of that so that women can really power through fear and step into their God-given purpose and excel. I'm also professionally, I am an agile thought leader. And so I help organizations, I help companies thrive through just ensuring that they have empowered teams. They use something we call the agile mindset and the agile way of working to deliver products to their customer faster, quicker, and all of that, wonderful stuff. So that's a quick overview of who I am. So yeah.
Thank you so much and welcome. Next, we have Miss Shamar Latanja.
You said that perfectly. Okay. And also, I do the same thing. When I do my interviews with Andromeda, I'm ready to go in. So I get it. My name is Shamar Latanya. I am a life coach, a speaker, and just recently my title has changed to human rights advocate. I am a mom of a beautiful, I cannot believe I'm about to say this, 21-year-old who is finishing her junior year of college at University of Maryland Eastern Shore. And my passion really is seeing women reach their best selves, and coming out of the worst parts of their lives and going into their best selves and flying. And my passion is also fighting for, I don't like to say those who are voiceless, because I believe that everyone has a voice, but sometimes the systems that are in place and the people that are in power can limit those voices and try to silence those voices. And if I can amplify those voices and help those people find their voice so they can advocate for themselves, don't get me started. I'm already feeling it. But that has become my passion, especially with current world affairs. So that's a little bit about me. And I am excited to be at another Stepping Into Sisterhood. This is literally my favorite event of the year, and I'm ready to pour.
Thank you. Welcome. Next, we have Miss Trey Kearney.
Yes, you said it perfectly. Yes, my name's Trey Kearney. I am the CEO of Trey Kearney Coaching and Consulting. I'm a certified life and relationship coach. I specialize in helping men, women, and families heal from the devastation of infidelity. I also help people bounce back from betrayal. I am a boy mom of three boys, 14, not boys, 14, 24, and 29. I'm also an advocate for Black men because I am a boy mom and my boys are Black. I also just love to empower, encourage, and motivate and inspire women. So I thank Andromeda for having me here. This is my first time and I am super excited, and your energy is awesome.
Thank you so much. I love it. Next, we have Miss Adina Kajoy.
Greetings, greetings. My name is Adina Kajoy. I am your confidence runway coach, and I empower and educate women and models to tap into their greatness and to learn to walk in authority.
Awesome. Welcome. And we have the founder and creator, Miss Andromeda Rahim. How are you?
I am great. Thank you to Sean. Really briefly, and once again, I'm the founder of She Wins Society, Andromeda Rahim, and I am also a certified master life coach. I am recently a Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award winner. Y'all gonna hear me say that a lot because I'm very proud of that accomplishment. And I am just truly passionate about uniting and empowering women. I have been doing this for the last 10 years. And I'm just grateful to have the opportunity to serve my sisters and to be able to attract such amazing, phenomenal women who see the vision and who support me to fulfill this mission. So thank you all again for your acceptance, for your yes to showing up today. Thank you.
Well, thank you all so much for those beautiful introductions. And I cannot wait to get started and share the information that you have. So we have our first question, and we can pop in however you would like. The first question: when you hear the words self-doubt, depression, and shame, which resonates most for you and why? That's a loaded one. So, again, when you hear the word self doubt, depression, and shame, which resonates most for you and why? Who would like to go first?
I can go first. I would say self-doubt resonates with me more. And I would say because I don't think I can remember a time where I was ever affirmed. So it's like it was never something I grew up with. And so self-doubt was always there, but it was never visible until maybe I came to our awareness and realized, well, am I capable? Can I do this? Right. And it just stuck out. Hence why I do what I do with women doing afraid. But for me, it was just because the way I grew up, I wasn't really poured into. And then when I come into a place where I think I can do something, I begin to doubt myself because nobody really reminded me of who I am and whose I was. And so self-doubt is something that stands out to me. Yeah.
I like that. Next, Miss Shamar.
Yeah, I definitely self-doubt is the first thing that registers. And it's interesting how I say this thing when I'm fighting against depression. I always say that we are all connected some kind of way. And if you just take the time and listen to somebody's story and ask what your backstory is, you'll find those connections. Because in the same way as Stella, I cannot remember a time when I was affirmed growing up. I didn't start getting those affirmations just from the people in my life and the women around me until I was older. And then I learned that they weren't really affirmed growing up either. So it became a generational thing. And it's something that I made sure that my daughter has always been affirmed. I mean, always. From the time she was in my stomach, I got the little microphone on the stomach, like, you're beautiful, you're this, she in the belly, y'all, still growing. But it was always important for me to affirm her for that reason, that self-doubt of, is my voice powerful enough? Is my voice strong enough? Do I know enough of what I'm talking about? And if you're not careful, that self-doubt will always stop you. So it's something that you have to choose to push through daily, right? And so for me, the very first thing was definitely self-doubt as well.
Wow. Miss Adina.
So just like the other women, the first thing that came to my mind was self-doubt as well. Um, and so I can see where I have always been very talented throughout my entire life, and I was always able to live out my talents, but at the end of the day I still doubted myself, right? But because they spoke about it, I'm actually going to go a little bit more into shame, because more recently I really started kind of digging into shame and realized that there's so many parts of us that we are shameful of because of the disconnect from when we were children, right? There were parts and pieces of us that we disconnected with because it wasn't accepted in our family. So I can see how, although I do not show up shameful, right? You can't just look at me and say, okay, she's operating out of shame, or there's a lot of shame that she wears on her. It is very, very, I'm just able to see where at a very young age, I decided that I wasn't going to be a certain way because I saw how my siblings were treated because they were outspoken or because of them being their authentic self. So I chose to be exactly how my family was going to accept me, which ultimately it allowed me to turn my back on who I authentically was, which made sense where as I got older and when I went home and when I was alone, there were so many parts of me that was like, I don't want to show this part. I don't want to be this. Like, I don't want to, you know what I mean? So shame is a piece that I'm really digging into right now, because I see that ultimately the shame that we have is not even ours.
I like that. I can resonate with that. Trey, Miss Trey.
Shame stood out for me first because I come from a very dysfunctional background, and my mom was a drug addict and alcoholic. So there was a lot of shame there, not because people knew, but because I knew and it could be found out. And I think that shame stems from caring about what people think. And there was a lot of that in my life. And then as I got older, and I got married very young, and I made some terrible mistakes, right? I committed adultery, so there was shame there. I got the diagnosis with my youngest son of autism, which a lot of people don't know. People think shame from relationships and stuff, but there's a lot of shame with parents who have special needs children. So it was the shame, because shame, I think, stems from us worrying about what people think about us. So I had to go on a journey of healing, and I help people. And I hear it all the time. Everything that I hear from a lot of women and men is just a level of underlying shame. Because what if I'm found out? What if no, what if somebody tells my story? So I tell my story myself. So can't nobody tell my business, even though they try to come on and be talking mess. But I'm like, oh, I already done told that. Like Wendy Williams said, if you tell it, nobody else could tell it. But I think shame is, and I love Brene Brown. She is a shame researcher. Like, this is her life's work. And she says, shame cannot exist where empathy lives. So if each of us hears each other's stories and we give each other the empathy that we deserve to say no, and you are not your biggest mistake, you are your better choices. So shame was the foundation of what I heard as soon as we started talking.
I love that. I love that. Miss Andromeda.
Yes, I feel like all of the ladies definitely touched on self-doubt and shame heavily. I would say that I could resonate with all three. For me, what comes most to mind, I would say, would be both self-doubt and shame. And you know what? I'm just going to touch on all three because we didn't touch on depression. So I'm going to say self-doubt for me, because I think that all women, if we're honest with ourselves, we all have those moments, no matter how many accolades we have, no matter how many degrees we have, no matter how much we've accomplished in life, no matter how many compliments we receive, we all have moments where we are questioning, like, am I good enough? Can I do this? Do I have the ability to make this thing come true? And so I would say that self-doubt, regardless again of all of my accomplishments, I still have moments where I'm like, I don't know, like, am I good enough? But when it comes to shame, I think that the one thing that we didn't touch on for me, when it comes to shame, I think about failure and mistakes, right? Like, sometimes I know for sure that I have carried shame because there was a time when I didn't know what I know now, right? We live in a world where it's often a lot of pressure on us to be perfect. Like you're supposed to just have it all together or have all the answers right now. And there's not always enough grace for you to go through life and make mistakes, right? People are ready to cancel you. They are ready to smear your name in the streets. They are ready to tell any person that you've ever encountered or may come in contact with, don't mess with her because she does whatever. But I'm one of those people who believe that people have the ability to grow through what they go through. However, I have been one of those people who has carried shame. Like now that I know better, I have spent a lot of time thinking about like, oh, I should have done that differently or I should have done that better instead of just moving forward. So I have carried shame from that. And depression, that is something that has definitely been present in my life. I have had moments in seasons in life where depression will just creep up. And I sometimes don't even know where it comes from, but we'll get into that more, I'm sure. But I can say that all three resonate with me. I just wanted to touch on them just because we didn't touch on them.
Thank you, ladies. And before we move on, I did forget to introduce myself. I always like staying in the background, but I am Coach Tashawn, a certified relationship coach, here to bridge the communication gaps in relationships. And I'm just so, again, honored to be here. And I've resonated with all of this, especially the depression and shame and so forth. And that's how I became a coach, because through my own testimony, my own journey, I've experienced all of this, but with God, that's all I can say. Through but God, I am here and standing and with you all, ladies, today. So thank you so much. I love that. Let's go into our next question. Even the most successful people have moments when they doubt themselves and their abilities. What do you do when self-doubt shows up and threatens to interrupt your progress? What do you do, Shamar?
One of my favorite, okay, if y'all don't know, I'm a faith-based speaker, okay, Christian life coach. So it pours out of me to go to scripture. Okay. Now, one of my favorite Bible stories that I always tell, and this is what I use with myself. The thing about Moses, we like to talk about the amazing things that Moses did. My man was out here parting Red Seas. He out here, the little, the pillar of fire walking with them, feel me? He out here doing the 10 Commandments. Like, my man was out here, he is the only prophet to see God face to face and survive and live, okay? So he's doing the big things, but we forget to talk about those very human moments with Moses. I have to remind myself, Shamar, you are human. Yes, you are out here doing amazing things, but you are still human. And one of the most human things with Moses that we always forget to talk about is this. Moses did not want to go. He did not have he had all kinds of self-doubt. My man gave all kinds of excuses. Well, I killed somebody, right? Okay, but you also know I have a stuttering problem, right? So he gave all these reasons to why he could not be one of the greatest leaders that, other than Christ, that the Bible ever had. And the beautiful thing about Moses is this. Moses took his fears and went anyway. And so a lot of times with my self-doubt, I have learned that as long as I am doing what God has called me to do, and as long as I'm obeying God, I'm going to take those fears and I'm going to go anyway. Because as Moses took those fears and went, God was already writing his story, had already written it. God had already had a plan for each and every fear. So all he had to do was go. And so that's what we have to do a lot of times with our self-doubt. Understand that fear is going to show up. Self-doubt is going to show up. You are human. And if our Lord and Savior, if Christ can get in that garden and say, hey, God, look, okay, also I do Ebonics version of the Bible, so y'all can understand, so just work with me here. If Jesus can get in that garden and say, hey, God, look, I don't want to do this. Let this cup pass from me. But nevertheless, your will be done. I'm going to go anyway. So that's how, when self-doubt shows up, I literally go into prayer and I understand that my story is already written. Am I going to get it right all the time? No. Am I going to make mistakes? For sure. I make about 10 a day. But is God going to see me through all of it? And is my purpose still going to show up? Absolutely, every single time. So it really is taking that deep breath and saying, I'm scared. I don't know how this is going to work, but I am going to step forward and do this anyway.
Oh, listen, if you all don't have your notes, your pen, your notebook, I suggest right now, quickly go grab it because you do not want to miss these gems. Listen, I love Moses and his story, and you're absolutely right. Who else? Who?
I
I'll go. That was really good, Shamar. So for me, this is what I do. I get real with myself because the truth is that whenever we are doubting ourselves, that's stemming from somewhere. And I remember a time in life where I was just kind of like a little bit discouraged, and I was like feeling like I was not where I wanted to be in life or where I thought I should be. And my sister said something to me that has stuck with me forever. And she said, "What are you comparing it to? What are you comparing it to?" Because oftentimes we're doubting ourselves because we are comparing who we are to someone else, right? That person is showing up this way. That person, has it in this perfect way that they are presenting it to the world, or that person speaks better than me, or that person is prettier than me, or that person is smarter than me, or whatever it is. Self-doubt, oftentimes, if we're really honest with ourselves, is not coming from a place that we don't feel like we're confident enough. It's coming from a place of us comparing ourselves to other people and measuring ourselves up to what we see out in the world. So one of the very first things that I do is I get real with myself and ask myself, Andromeda, why are you doubting yourself? What is it that you're seeing out here in the world that's making you question your worth? That's first thing. Second thing is I get into my positive affirmations, y'all. If you do not do positive affirmations as part of your life, definitely want to encourage you to get into it, because one thing I've always said is where your mind goes, your body follows. So whenever my thoughts start to go negative, I will pull out my journal, and whatever I'm saying to myself is negative, I will write that statement out in something positive. I just did it with my 16-year-old niece the other day, and she was just like, nobody cares if I'm here, just blurting something out in her emotional state. And I was like, well, I need you to change that into positive affirmation. And she said, everybody loves my presence. And I'm like, yes, that's how you do that, right? And so we have to just train our minds to say, like, if what I'm saying to myself, if this is not moving me forward, if this is not getting me closer to my goals, if this is not helping me to show up as my best self, let me tell myself, let me play a song in my mind that's going to make me move to where I want to be, because staying stuck is not an option.
It is definitely not an option. Thank you so much. Adina?
Sis, that was it, sis. Come on. So just like Andromeda, I have a conversation. There's two things that I do with myself. One is I have a conversation with myself, right? And it's similar to like thinking about what I compare myself to, but sometimes it's like, what is the expectation that I'm having of myself? That could be just so far out there, you know what I mean? And really just kind of reflecting back, like, okay, this doubt is coming up, but how many times has doubt came up and you still moved forward and you still, was successful at the thing or met your goals or whatever the case may be. So it really is for me about like having that conversation with myself and pouring into myself as if I would pour into my best friend or if I would pour into somebody else. And then the second thing that I do is I connect with my community. I connect with my girlfriends. I connect with those people that I know that's going to help pour into my cup, especially when that story is just really going. You know what I mean? So having that safe space, like She Wins Society, and really tapping in and like, sis, I'm just going through this moment right now, and I know I'm all these things. I know I can affirm all these things, but I just need that extra help. I just need you to pour into my cup, and I just feel like that. The combination of the two, if the first one doesn't do it, I'll do that. And it usually gets me right out of that self-doubt and allows me to move forward.
I like that. The community. That's very important. Miss Stella, did you have your okay?
For me, I think the first thing is, I remember the Bible verse that says, teach us to count our days so that we might apply our hearts to wisdom. I think sometimes we are so comfortable thinking that we have so many days. We don't. We have to literally live with a sense of urgency. And after like being an immigrant in this country and understanding that the opportunities that I have, other people don't have it, while I want to tender to myself, I also understand that my days have to apply to wisdom, and I have an assignment on earth. And so that fire beneath my behind literally keeps me going, even when the doubt is so loud. Something else that I also do is also ensuring that I am not silent. And I think some of the ladies have talked about that as well. Is when self-doubt is speaking, what are you speaking right back at it? Sometimes we are so silent and the enemy wants to keep us in isolation. And so when something is speaking, are you speaking right back at it, right? Like, what are you saying? And when what we're saying back doesn't come from within us, it will look like we are lying to ourselves. So it goes back to whose are you and where you're getting those affirmations from. Because if you say what your mom has said to you, but you don't believe it, you will still have that voice of doubt so loud. And that's why I remember, I think Shamir said it about affirmations, right? I literally had to write a book for my daughters it was a book of affirmations for my daughters, but it was coming from the Bible. The Bible is the one word of truth. Everything can be a lie, but the Bible can never lie. So when I say A is for anointed, I am anointed. There's a Bible verse that backs that up. When it says C is for courageous, there's a Bible verse that backs up. Don't say I'm courageous because your mom said you're courageous. No, say you're courageous because the Bible said you're courageous, because God said that you're courageous. When He made you in the beginning, He called you courageous. So I literally had to write that book for my kids because I never had that kind of book for myself. And now, so every morning they say it. Other moms buy it for their kids. Whose words are we using to affirm ourselves? Not the words from Google or the internet, from the Bible. Go back to who made you. So by the time we begin to change and rewire our minds that way, when doubt comes up, guess what? We're not rushing to open the Bible. We already know it because it's in our mind. So to me, two things: urgency and whose words am I using to affirm myself? So those are the ways I walk through that.
Woo, Stella, you didn't have to do us like that. I just gave my offering. I'm gonna have to go on and pass the plate. Like, oh my gosh, yes. Oh my goodness, Miss Trey.
Yeah, so we know self doubt is a real thing, but a lot of times self doubt for us as sisters is that we feel like we're not prepared, right? And self doubt will kick in when you feel like you're not prepared. But God has prepared us for the seasons that we're in at all times. He would never lead us somewhere where we're not prepared to go. So when I'm going somewhere and self doubt kicks in, I have to tell myself, God has prepared you for this and you prepared for it. You studied, whether it's a speaking engagement, whether it's speaking to women, whether it's a class. I tell myself it's a test. You prepare for this. You're okay. You got this. And then I think back to when I think that I'm not good enough, I think about where was that seed planted? And so many years ago, for all of us, there were seeds that were planted from the wrong people, the wrong gardener who planted a seed that wanted to set us back. So we got to think back to where that seed was planted and ask ourselves, is it true? Because a lot of times, am I smart enough to be in this room? Am I good enough to do this? And who told you you weren't? And I'll just tell a quick brief story. There was a teacher I had in high school named Miss Bassett. I'll never forget her because I had a breakthrough a few years ago where she said to me in front of the whole class, you don't comprehend anything. And I think I was in the 11th grade or the 12th grade. And what she said to me, I was dumb. You're stupid. So through life, from leaving high school into this world up until probably 46 years old, every time I got into rooms where people had invited me, I'm talking big name people, I always think to myself, did I comprehend what they said? Did I understand what they said? Because she told me you don't comprehend anything. And that seed was planted so deep in me until I finally found out, like, why don't I think I'm smart? Because, I took a different route in college and there's other routes. But when people plant seeds in you, they'll make that seed if you don't have a degree pop up and you can't be in the room with these people. They all have degrees. They're all here. They're all doing this. They all have businesses. So once we are in those seasons or those moments of self-doubt, we have to ask ourselves, where was that seed planted and is it true? And then you have to ask yourself, am I prepared? And you're prepared. And then you got to tell yourself, I'm good enough. I'm great enough. I was created in his image and I can do this. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. So in this moment, I'm good.
Wow, planting seeds. That was powerful. Oh my gosh. Yeah. We're gonna continue because I keep having these praise breaks in between. Y'all just can't see my feet. I'm praising because it's so true. You have to stand, as I was taking a note, stand on his word. The time is not ours, so we have to act now. Wow. Studies show that women experience depression at rates twice that of men, and Black women are only half as likely to seek care as Black women, I'm sorry. Have you ever experienced depression? If so, what did that look like for you? And what steps did you take to overcome it? Shamar.
Let me just say this. There is something that I say to all Black women that I'm very serious on. I had a principal say to me one time, oh, well, as sisters, we're built for this. That is rooted in slavery. That is rooted in Black women are products. So they can do this, they can do that because they are built for it. It is an inhumane statement. So the first thing I will say is you don't ever have to say to yourself, well, I'm built for this. Yes, you are strong. Yes, you are tough, but you are human. You're not a product. You're not a thing that everyone can load their stuff on your back and you have to carry because that was passed down through the generations. Okay. So I get very serious about that. And a lot of times Black women don't seek professional help because we're not taught what depression looks like in us. Because too many times we're taught, oh, you are built for this. So we think that this is the norm, and it's not the norm. And if I get real passionate, I just feel like a lot of soft lies for other people are created on the backs of Black women because we're not taught what it looks like. So we work and we build and we take on and we continue on. And it isn't until we are on the floor like me in the fetal position crying somewhere that we realize that something is wrong. So for me, it was me being on the fetal position on the floor, crying my eyes out, ready to take more pills because something is wrong and I'm not taught what is going on. And eventually I can't kill myself, okay? Because that's not what God has for me. And B, I'm not leaving my kid like that. So at that point, I went to a therapist. I said, all right, look, sis, you got this, y'all ready? I said, you got 6 months to fix me because I got things to do. So I'm gonna sit in this couch. You got 6 months. I'm not about to cry either. Y'all, 6 months turned into like 3 or 4 years. Okay. And did I cry? Yes, I did every time. And it's okay to do that. So when you feel like, okay, if you have to say to yourself, am I depressed? That's your cue. You might be. And it's okay to say that. And it's okay to be in that moment. You don't have to be shamed. You don't have to feel ashamed about being depressed. That's okay. But now act fast and go get the help that you need. But it starts with understanding for me that Black women carry depression differently. Black women are taught to carry depression with grace. We're graced for it also. Keep your head held high as you go through it. But it's okay if you can't do that all the time. So that's how I had to realize, oh, wait, I'm depressed. And I've been depressed, but I'm showing up depressed. I'm operating depressed because I was taught that you're built for this. You have to always succeed as a Black woman. Success is mine because that's what God says. It's not determined on my mental state at the moment. So I could take the time and take care of myself and get the help that I need. And those 3 or 4 years where I was in therapy, and I still have my therapist, I use her at the top of the month, at the end of the month, because you can't do what we do and not pour out to somebody else, was the best decision I ever made in my life.
I love it. I love it. Anyone? Trey?
I have to say this, and I don't know if a lot of people know this or if they can carry this with them. If it helps anybody, depression is a stage of grief. And I believe that we all suffer from depression from a loss in our life, whatever it may be. And it's not always a death. So sometimes we're like, why am I depressed? Because you're suffering a loss right now. The loss of a child, the loss of a relationship, the loss of a job. So we go into depression based on a loss. And we have to do exactly what Charmaine said. We have to get help. Like she said, we have been programmed that you're okay, you're going to get through this. No, you're not. No, you're not. It's okay to ask for help. It's okay not to be okay. And for us as Black women, we carry a lot until our back is broke. And we got to stop doing that. We got to understand that when we lose something, whatever it is, and all through this journey, we're losing things. I had to grieve the loss of my son, who's autistic. I had to grieve the loss of the Jermaine that I thought I wanted, right? I had to, because I counted 10 toes, 10 fingers, 2 ears. I'm like, oh, he cute. You know what I'm saying? But then I got the diagnosis of autism. So I had to grieve the loss of my child so that I could celebrate the child that God gave me, because I went into a stage of depression for those moments because of the loss of what I thought I was getting when they said your son has autism. Excuse me? Because he wasn't talking. He wasn't making his milestones. So once I grieved the loss, I was not stuck in a stage of depression, because lots of us get stuck in a stage of depression, a stage of grief. And that's how we go through life. Some of us are stuck in anger. Some of us are stuck in bargaining with God. Please, God, heal my son from autism. So I didn't want to be stuck in a stage of grief, whether it was bargaining or depression. So I was able to say, why am I depressed? I'm depressed because of the loss. Now I get to move forward because I get to process through that with a coach. I get to process through that with a therapist. And I get to move forward out of that stage of grief into acceptance, accepting the fact that that stage of my life is over. And I get to move forward and live the abundant life that God promised me. So a lot of times we're just stuck in a stage of grief. And if you ask yourself when you're going through something, if you really ask yourself, what stage of grief am I stuck in from this experience? And a lot of us will be in denial or anger. And until we acknowledge that thing, we can't get to acceptance. So I don't want us to ever be stuck in any stage of grief, especially depression. And again, it is so important for us as Black women to get the help that we need.
Yes.
Without shame.
Without shame. Love that. Andromeda?
I want to respond to which I just want to say to everybody, great responses. Thank you so much for your vulnerability. I want to respond to the part of the question when you ask, what does it look like for you? Because I think that sometimes people are in a state of depression and they're not exactly sure. I know I have spoken to several high achieving, fully functioning women who are fully functioning in depression. And so I think that it's important for us to know what that looks like for different people. For me, depression has looked like a dark cloud is over my head and there's an extreme sense of hopelessness, meaning that no matter what I do, I actually even have said in my moments of depression, it doesn't matter what I do, nothing's going to change. I have had coaching clients tell me, like, we will be talking about the steps to take that they know that these are positive things for them to do to move out of that space, but they can't move their bodies to actually do it, right? You're telling yourself, I know I need to get up and drink water. I know I need to get up and work out. I know I need to get up and pray. I know I need to get up and talk to somebody, but you just can't move yourself to do the thing because you feel hopeless. You feel so weighed down, so heavy and so dark that it feels like you cannot move from where you are. And so that's what it's looked like for me. And I think that for many of us, we can relate to the fact that when grief does show up or when depression does show up, that it looks similar. Because I know for me over time, it looks similar. And so if you can identify it, then you can say, okay, I know what this is, right? I can identify what this is. Now I have to ask myself, what are the things that I need to do to move myself out of this space? Because again, sometimes it's just you having to tell yourself. I can think of a client testimonial where we were talking about her coming up with a morning routine. And so she was just, again, in this space of, I know I need to do it, but I can't. And so the accountability that I provided for her helped her to get up and move. And literally within days, she went from being in a place of darkness to the light has come out and shine again, right? And so you have to ask yourself, where am I? Right? And what do I need to do? Is this a situation where I know if I just drive myself to that gym, girl, just manage to put the clothes on and just drive yourself to that gym and get in that space, I know I'm gonna feel better? Or do I need to reach out to somebody and talk to somebody? But knowing what your coping mechanisms are gonna move you out of that space a whole lot quicker than you staying there. And it's going to require action. Depression, you don't overcome it, you don't move out of it without action. Like Shamar said, move fast, move fast. Because the longer you stay there, the harder it is for you to move out of that space.
Wow. Awesome. Anybody else? Estella? Okay.
Yeah, I want to add, and I want to speak to this from a different perspective, because honestly, depression wasn't a tool in my toolbox. I think I heard about depression when I moved here to the States. I don't know what that is, right? I don't understand what that was. But then now that I'm coming to the awareness, right, I feel like there's a certain crop of women that for them, depression is powering through. And now to me, understanding that is, I don't want to get to the end of the finish line and I'm all wounded and bruised, because I am powering through. And I remember the Bible verse that says that I wish above all things that you would prosper and be in good health, even as your soul prospered. And I feel like there are some certain women who perhaps depression wasn't a tool in their toolbox, but for them it's a different way where they are up and going. They go to the gym, they work out, they are excellent at their 9 to 5. They show up at home, but they never actually tender to the inner child in them because they've been taught to power through. And I remember a quote that I saw somewhere that says, I've seen women work, but I've not seen women rest. And I began to ask myself, am I showing my kids how to rest? They see their mom work. They see their mom go to the gym, but do they know what rest is? And again, as a mom to 3 girls, it's like, how am I ensuring that I am breaking that generational cycle where my daughters don't think it is up and going and go, go, go? How can they really tender to who they are? So now I'm very practical. I could put up a spa bath and I just let them stay there. I mean, because I'm like, I need to make sure that I'm showing my kids what holistic healing and health and soul prospering looks like. So I just wanted to speak to that because I feel like, again, there might be someone like me who they never heard about depression until maybe they moved. But again, like Adromeda said, it could show up in different ways for us. We want to get to the end of that line and be whole. That is important.
Oh, I love that. Adina.
Oh, yes. So I want to piggyback off of what Miss Stella just said because I never connected with depression. I never said those words out of my mouth. I'm depressed, right? And what I realized in 2021, I went through a separation. And from that moment, I decided to really start working on me. And more recently, I realized that I hadn't been connected to my body. I have not been connected to myself. So as I reflect back and look back, I was like, oh, there were plenty of moments that I was depressed, right? And I was just powering through. And more recently, what hit my mind was when you think about the word depressed and you break it down, it's like deep rest, right? Like it is time for you to get some rest. So when I look back over and now that I'm more connected to my body than ever before, right? I can see those moments where I was depressed and now for me it's like am I operating out of my season, right? So is this my season where I really need to be resting, but I'm out here trying to execute, I'm out here trying to plan, I'm out here trying to do all the things, right? And so I can see after I would be done, because I'm also a fashion model and all these things. So after I would be done doing all my performances and all my things, I would then pull all the way away. I will pull all the way away. You know what I mean? I'm not answering no phone calls. I'm just in my bed. I'm just getting my rest, right? So for me, when I feel that it's creeping up, it's usually a signal like, sis, are you pouring into you? Like, are you doing too much? Like, do you need to start to really take care of yourself, right? And so for me, that is where it started connecting for me, and it wasn't until more recently.
Wow, ladies, this has been phenomenal. As we wrap up, I want to ask this last question and I want you to take about 60 seconds to, if you can, to give us your answer. But to anyone, as we wrap this segment up, to anyone out there listening who may be dealing with self-doubt, depression, or shame, or all three, what would you like to say to them? Speak from the heart. Y'all been speaking from the heart. Y'all been giving. I got a whole note. Listen, but what would you say to that woman right now that's listening, that's chiming in? She's losing hope. She doesn't know what else to do. What would you like to say to her in this moment?
I'll start if you don't mind. I would say the power is yours, sis. I would say everything that you need is literally within you. If it's not within you, it's in your community. And if you're part of She Wins community, like it is there. So tap in. I also want to say that you are so uniquely made. And sometimes we are so looking outside of us. And that is what is pushing us to shame, it's pushing us to depression, it's pushing us to the self-doubt, right? So connect within yourself. You have everything that you need. God made you the way that He made you for a reason. He didn't make nobody else like you. He didn't give them all the talents the way that He orchestrated you. Like He didn't give that to anybody else, right? So if you're here, I'm hoping that you have a community to tap into, right? So if you're feeling lost, you don't have hope, tap into She Wins Society. If you feel like what you have within you is not enough, and it is going to help you overcome.
Shamar.
Let me start my timer, child. You said 60 seconds. I would say to that woman to piggyback off of Adina, first and foremost, if you are in this space of feeling hopeless and lost and saddened, it's okay because the greatest prophets have often felt that way. Elijah quite often sat on that willow tree was like, I'm no better than my fathers, take me now. And what did God say? Get some rest, here's some food. But what I want you to understand is this. First and foremost, being in that position does not make you any less of a woman. Secondly, you are fearfully and wonderfully made. The word fear biblically means with reverence. So you need to tell me God made you with high reverence and wonderful. So you still have a purpose, you still have a calling, and you get up, even if it's just one shaky step after another. It works, it matters. You are still valuable and worthy and needed in this world.
Andromeda.
I'm gonna make this very, very quick. Self-doubt, depression, shame is a lie. It is all a lie. It is not your portion. It is not what God has given to you. It is not what He has created you for. I love how Stella said that she could not even relate to or connect with depression until she moved here being the United States of America. Just good. That's a conversation for another day. Nonetheless, the fact that sis could be somewhere totally different and not know anything about that and come here, it's a lie, sis. It's not real. It's not your portion. The truth is that you are worthy. The truth is that you are valuable. The truth is that you are capable. The truth is that joy, happiness, good health, friendships, and love are your portion. And so whenever these things pop up for you, self-doubt, shame, or depression, just know it's a lie and do your part to seek the truth.
Oh, Trey.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Stella. Okay.
it's okay. So for me, I would say the first thing is doing it afraid, right? Women doing it afraid, literally, is in the action. When you feel fear, when you feel self-doubt, when you feel that anxiety, it's just an indication that you're stepping out of your comfort zone. I saw a quote again that says, don't get stuck with familiar misery because you're afraid of foreign joy. So you might feel fear, you might feel doubt. It's because you're about to step into an area that you have never stepped into before. It doesn't make you less of who you are. It just shows you that you're capable and you can expand and you can stretch yourself. The other thing I would definitely say is take time to understand whose you truly are. That foundation, that whole thing is like connect to who God has already said you are and step into that. Don't let projected fears sow seed into our mind. We're like 40s, 30s, 50s, right? And we're trying to undo the things that have come through decades of wiring and programming. So give yourself grace because it's going to take a moment, but be intentional about the reprogramming and rewiring and make sure that we're taking in the good to wash away whatever it is that has been sowed into us. But give yourself grace as you do that. And again, like everyone has said, you are absolutely capable. You're stretching, you are expanding because you got the capacity to do that. So literally go for it.
I love that. And we have Trey.
Yes. First, I want to say sorry, Shamar, for pronouncing your name wrong. I hate when people do that. I always get people names right. So I think I called you Charmaine. I'm sorry. So I would say, again, you are not your biggest mistake. You are your better choices. And these three things are so intertwined with each other based on the decisions that we made, worrying about what people think about us. We can't care about what people think about us. We are not here to please man. We are here to please God. And as long as we are being the greatest, highest version of ourselves, or we're trying every day, we are never going to be perfect, but we can strive for excellence. And I want to just say, truth plus transparency equals healing. And all of the sisters on here were so truthful and transparent. Not only does it aid to our healing, but it pours out onto other people. And I'm so glad Andromeda has the light in her to light all of our candles, because it doesn't take away from any of us to light another sister's candle. And I just want each and every woman that's listening right now to know that you are great. You are here on purpose for a purpose, and just operate in your greatness on a daily basis. And if you take one step, God will do the rest.
Wow, thank you. So this has been a powerful segment. Thank you, ladies, so much. Thank you, Andromeda, for having me as a moderator. I took my notes. I hope and pray that the other women were taking their notes. And I send my blessings to each and every one of you all and my full support. I'm praise dancing. Again, you come out of church and you go back into what this is worship. I don't know about anybody else. This is worship. So bless you all. Thank you so much. She Wins Society. And you all have an awesome afternoon.
Thank you.
Child, I'm talking. Thank you so much to our amazing panel, our How to Overcome Self-Doubt, Depression, and Shame panel. Thank you so much, you all, for all that you shared today. Again, that's Adina Kajoy, Shamar Latanya, Stella Ahinacho, moderated by Tashawn Collier Green. Thank you so much again, ladies. All right, so we are going to go into one of our sponsor spotlights. Our sponsor, Ebony Hill, is here to give away an amazing gift. So I know to the panel that's coming behind us, I know we're running just a tad bit behind schedule. Please hold with us. We are going to get back on track in just a second. But let me go ahead and change our banner down here so you know about who our sponsor is. It is Hilltastic Coaching and Consulting. Ebony Akron, or Hill here, is here. And so, Ebony, will you please tell the ladies a little bit about you and what you are giving away today?
Absolutely. Listen, it has been phenomenal so far today. I mean, kudos to everybody who's spoken so far. Life, love, life, and love. That's all I'm receiving this morning. So thank you guys. I am with Hilltastic Coaching and Consulting. I'm Coach Ebony Hill. And today I'm giving away 2 copies of my book, How I Went from 45 and Single to 45 and Married. So listen, ladies, if you are single, okay, if you're single, tune in to our panel. I already know it's going to be fire at 2:05 today. Right? 2:05. Is that the right time? 2:05. Tune in a little bit later when we're talking about making the most of your single season. That is literally what this book is about. Yes, it's about my journey. Yes, it's about becoming a wife. But listen, I'm here to say this. It's not too late for you. I don't care if you're 25, 35, 45, 55 or 65. Okay. It's not too late for you, ladies. If you truly desire to be married, secret. I was married to God before I was married to my husband. Well, we're going to talk about it later, but I'm here to give you these books. Okay. I'm giving away 2 books today to you so you can find out not just what I did, but how this applies to you. So again, I have a heart for single people. Again, I walked my walk, but when I tell you it was literally a faith walk and a God walk, it absolutely was. So ladies, if you're single and preparing, it's not too late for you.
Thank you so much, Ebony. So once again, we're going to get into our raffle.
Yes.
Our registered ticket ticket owners, registered ticket holders. Stay tuned in to see if you won a giveaway. All right. So let's see.
Yes.
Natalie Adams James, you are a winner of a copy of How I Went from 45 and Single to 45 and Married.
Excellent.
Natalie Adams James. All right. And then our second winner is going to be Sandra Harris. Sandra Harris, you are the winner of How I Went from 45 and Single to 45 and Married. So, Ebony, will you please tell the ladies how they can claim their free copy?
Absolutely. All you need to do is email me at hilltasticcoaching@gmail.com. All you have to do is email me your name, your address, and these books will be on their way to you tomorrow. All right. They'll be on the way to you tomorrow. So just go ahead and email me at hilltasticcoaching@gmail.com. Congratulations.
Yes. Congratulations, ladies. All right. Thank you so much again, Ebony, for your time today. Thank you for your sponsorship. We appreciate you, sis, and we will see you later on in the show.
All right. My pleasure. See you guys later.
All right, ladies. So let's keep this party going. We are now going to welcome our Navigating Motherhood and Entrepreneurship panel. So that is going to be Atoya Follins. Hey, Atoya. Brittany Smith, Linda A. Nwinti, Joyce Stanley, and Anisha Jones. Welcome, ladies. So I am going to go ahead and exit out of here. And the floor is yours, Brittany.
Hello, hello, everybody. I'm so excited to be here and welcome to this panel of navigating motherhood and entrepreneurship. We are going to get back on track. It's okay that we're running a little behind. I hope that you all have an open mind, open hearts, and are just ready to receive all the wisdom that these ladies are about to bring. I mean, I know for me, motherhood and owning a business are probably two of my favorite topics. So I'm excited to learn what they have to say so that I can start implementing something else to make life a little less stressful. All right. So I am Brittany Smith. I'm an expert book coach and editor, and I'm just going to introduce all the ladies and then we will jump into our questions. So we have Joyce, and if I mispronounce your name, please charge it to my head and not my heart and correct me. So we have Joyce Stanley. She is a certified life coach. Anisha Jones, an inspirational speaker, blogger, and podcaster. Kendra James, product development specialist. Atoya Follins, mindset coach, author, and speaker. And Dr. Linda Array Nawinti.
Quinty. The N is
Quinty. Okay, Quinty. Thank you for letting me know because I made the other letter silent. But she is a nonprofit business coach and the CEO of Wild Inc. WIDLE, all caps. All right, ladies, are you ready? So what I'm going to do, how I'm going to moderate is I'll ask the question and I'll call out one person to kick us off. And then you all can kind of popcorn if you feel like you have something to say. So our very first question is, when it comes to juggling parenthood and careers, oftentimes women face more difficult decisions than their male counterparts. I know that's right. As a mom and entrepreneur, what are some of the difficult choices you've had to make to ensure both the well-being of your children and your business? So I'm going to start us off, or I'm going to ask Miss Anisha to start us off.
Hey, Brittany. Good afternoon to everybody, and thank you for having me here at Human Society. So that's a really great question, and you're right. As mothers, oftentimes we have to make the decisions. It seems as though we have to make the decisions more than our male counterparts. We love them, but that's just a fact. And what I've found is that when I have to choose, the natural thing is to always choose my daughter. Like whatever is going on with her, I have to slow down whatever happening with my business. I have to put it aside. I have to schedule it differently. And I did that for a number of years until I recognized that I can actually have it all. I just can't have it all at once. So I needed to. It took a little counsel for me to realize that she is a priority, but I can actually, if I include her, if I stop seeing it like, oh my gosh, it's so frustrating. I have all this to do and I have to take care of her, and that means my dreams are being put on hold. If I stop looking at it like that and realize you can have it all, just not at once, but let's move forward. Whatever we can have, it was easier. So I found ways to include her. I found ways to ask for her opinion. I found like if I'm working with her and she's working on something else, and I just make it like a game, like oh, we're working on it together, I could actually get through a speech. I could get through a podcast. I could do an editing for a podcast while she is working on a school project. But we just, we're sitting together. We just kind of making chill instead of saying, well, I want this designated time to edit, and I can't edit it because I have to help her with this math program, and I'm no good at math. But listen, you try to have it as inclusive as possible, and understand that yes, it might take a little longer to send out the podcast, but I can get it. I can get it all. I just need to have some patience and realize that I'm still working on it, even if I'm not working on it as fast as I would like to think it is. And I'm not compromising spending time with her.
I love that. I love that. Especially the part about including her in what you do. I've gotten a lot of advice about that because they are picking up on everything. Whether we are directly teaching them or indirectly. And it's up to us to make sure that they're already going to pick up the bad stuff, but we're giving them that good stuff to pick up on.
Yeah.
All right, who's next? Who else got some gems for us?
I can chime in. I think that for me, it's understanding who you are and understanding who your children are and understanding who your partner is. We're talking about the challenges that we women face, which we often overcompensate over our male counterparts. In this case, I'll talk about relationships. So in a marriage, you have to know what your strengths and weaknesses are. So you can leverage your strengths and then also leverage the strengths of your spouse. A lot of times, and my kids are now, my daughter would be 8 next month, and my youngest is 6. But in their early days, as a mother, I used to hoard responsibilities. I just hoard everything because I believe nobody else could do it better than I can, especially with first daughter. I wanted to be the one to do the bottles, do the laundry. I just thought nobody else, like I have to do it. It had to be perfect. So I was hoarding all these responsibilities without tapping into the strengths of my husband. He really is a laundry guy. I have not done laundry. I've been married almost 10 years. I haven't done laundry in almost 10 years. But when it came to my daughter, I wanted to be the one doing for her, forgetting that he's the laundry guy of the house. I don't have to worry about that. But it took me a while. So I think that sometimes it's not really that we have it, these challenges more than our male counterparts. We're not just leveraging our male counterparts to the best capacity. So we also have to understand their strengths and tap into their strengths, because some men just want to be told what they have to do. They don't want to figure it out. So if we understand what their strengths are, we can pull them in and say, babe, I need you to do the laundry. I need you to, warm the bottles. I saw a short story and then I'll pass it on to my fellow sisters. When I had my first daughter, I would wake up every night, do diapers and breastfeed, put her back to bed, and she woke up like every 30 minutes, okay? And my mentality was, I'm already up. Why do I have to wake him up to do diapers? But that went on for 2 months, and I am not sleeping. I am not functioning well, because if you're not taking care of yourself, you're not functioning to your best capacity. So I really wasn't functioning well, to the extent where my doctor, when I showed up for my 6-month appointment, she told me, put in earplugs and take some sleep meds. I'm a new mom. I can't put in earplugs and take sleep meds, knowing my child may be crying next door. I can't do that. And my husband will wake up every morning very refreshed. I remember one day him calling my parents, talking about, and they were asking, how's Linda, how's the baby? And he's like, we're great. Or the baby slept through the night. I am like, you slept through the night, not us. But I did not wake him up. So it was around 2-3 months that I was like, I can't keep going like this. So when the baby cries, I said, babe, can you change the diaper and then pass her over to me to nurse? Just that little change in my night routine eased things away from me. So I feel we tend to hoard stuff because mentally we know we can do it better. But I believe if we can just trust our partner's ability and maximize the strength that they also have, we can leverage some of that stress, some of that burden from ourselves as women, as mothers, as wives.
Absolutely, Dr. Linda. I mean, you probably are telling all our stories with, I got this, and then we're out here stressed out. I was leaving church and my husband was carrying the baby out. And this nice lady, she said, oh, you got such a good husband. He take the responsibility of carrying the baby in the baby bag. And I almost got offended because I'm like, what? Nobody is telling me I'm such a good mom. I carried this baby in the church. But then I remember that, I'm very grateful that he does this. Like when we give over these responsibilities and just like staying in gratitude that we have somebody to help us. And I mean, we chose to have babies with these people. So we got to give them the credit that they know what to do too. All right. Anyone else got anything to add? Okay. Oh, Ms. Joyce, go right ahead.
So I can agree with Dr. Linda as far as learning to delegate those duties or tasks over to your spouse, because I know for me being a mom, I had to learn that too, because I used to hoard all the responsibilities. You know, I wanted to do everything for my child. I guess I wanted to be the shero in her life. So being a parent, you know, I've learned that you have to make those tough decisions as well as communicate with your kids, you know, on, you know, that you might be able to make it to certain events or activities and, you know, but still try to be there, but let them know that sometimes mama or dad can't be there. Um, and then also to add to that, um, just again keeping a open door or open communication with both your kids and your spouse. You know, I think that you can better work together and um I'm sorry, better work together to navigate, you know, when you may have to be called off to do something within your business or at work. So that's just my little spiel.
Brittany, I'll jump in very quickly, and I like to kind of give examples because I think it helps us all see the picture a little bit better. But one thing that I can say is last year I was invited to speak at a conference in Atlanta. I don't live in Atlanta, okay? And so I was invited to speak at a conference. I was very excited. There were some amazing women who were going to be on this panel. They were doing amazing things, and I really felt honored to be in the room, right? But there was only one small issue. This was the same weekend of my son's birthday. And so I know you're wondering, okay, or saying to yourself, it's just a birthday, you know what I'm saying? You guys can plan. But in my household, birthdays are really, really big deals. And so I make birthdays just as big as holidays, right? And so I really struggled with what I wanted to do because I didn't want my son to feel less than. I also didn't want him to feel like I was doing something opposite of what I had been teaching them all of this time, right? And so eventually we worked it out. He and I had a conversation. We were able to plan to celebrate his birthday on another weekend. But it comes up a lot where you have to make choices. Do I do this and miss a milestone in my child's life? Or do I do this for my business and continue to grow my business? And a lot of the times, what I'm finding is that it's really about the communication, like being able to, if your child, you know, can understand, but being able to communicate with them and let them know, like, hey, both of these things are important and we're not putting you on the back burner, but we're definitely going to pick up and do all of the things that we said. So I agree with Dr. Linda, to communicate with your spouse because they can help you in those areas as well. But yes, that was a huge sacrifice for me, just getting comfortable, even going out of town on the weekend of his birthday. But again, you know, I made it up in cake and ice cream.
Awesome. Thank you. And I think that brings us to what Miss Anisha said about we can do all the things. We can't just do it all at the same time. And so it's up to us to decide and to set that example for our children. What does it look like to prioritize? And not that you aren't a priority, but this is what this looks like. So I love these responses, ladies. So our second question is, and I'm going to ask you, Miss Kendra, to kick us off. It is, what daily habits or routines have you implemented to help you navigate motherhood and entrepreneurship with more ease and grace and less stress and guilt? And I know that mommy guilt is a thing.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So what I have done is normally, like, we wouldn't eat we wouldn't eat dinner together. But now we eat dinner together and we don't have any electronics. This allows us the opportunity to talk about what we did throughout our days. If there's anything that, you know, is pressing that, you know, me and their father needs to know about, it gives us that opportunity to just be one with each other and have those conversations. Another thing that I do is on Sundays, I plan my entire week on Sunday. And this, you know, allows me time to kind of see what everybody has going on because, you know, as a mom, you're everything. You're the cook, you're the the planner, you're the transportation, you're everything. So it kind of just helps me to see what everyone has going on. for the week, and then the night before or the morning of, I get up and I just make sure that all the checks and balances match, and we don't have to um, change anything around. So for me, those are two of the biggest things that I kind of implemented to kind of help everybody stay abreast and on the same track.
I love that. Who's next for me?
I'll jump in. So one of the things that helps me on a daily basis, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so one of the things that helps me on a daily basis, and if I'm honest, this wasn't anything that I intentionally did, but it was the only way that allowed everything that needed to be done in a day to get done, right? And so in the afternoons, after about 6:30 or 7 p.m., I am totally focused on helping my son with his homework, making sure that we're turning in assignments that need to be turned in. I tell everybody he's only in 5th grade, but the volume of his work is like junior college, right? Like he is totally in a junior college. So his volume of work is really, really high. And so I have to kind of, help him a little bit or stay organized and making sure that things are getting turned in. So I have a very hard time boundary throughout my day. Like I said, at 6:30, 7 o'clock, I'm totally focused on him, helping him with homework. We're doing projects. And I didn't intentionally do it this way, but I can say that having that time boundary definitely helped me stay organized. It helps me know, okay, up until this point, I can work on my business. I can do what I need to do here. And then in the afternoon, I'm totally focused on my children. Even my daughter, who's in, she's pre-K, but she's starting to bring home homework now. So even in working with her, just knowing how my time is to be allotted each day really helps me just get over the overwhelm, not feel so stressed or so overwhelmed throughout my day.
I'll share. I think, for me, I already shared I have toddlers, and moms who have toddlers, activities, pick up, drop up, all kinds of stuff, crazy schedule. So for me, it's planning, because I have to plan my schedule, plan the kids' schedule, plan my husband's schedule, because I have to calendar everything. So we have a joint family calendar and we calendar everything. But one thing that I've been practicing this for probably going on 6 years now, is understanding that we really don't manage time. The whole time management thing is a fallacy, because we've been on this now. This has been going on, Stepping N2 Sisterhood. My clock says 1 hour, 26 minutes, right? There is nothing none of us on this call can do to bring back the 1 hour, 27 minutes now that we've been on here. So how do you manage something you cannot control? So time is like kinetic energy. We cannot make time, we cannot control time, we cannot manage time. So it's a mindset shift for me that I would just, about 5 years ago, we don't manage time, we manage task. So it's task management, not time management. So how then do you manage tasks, Linda? And for me, it's planning. So there are certain things that are non-negotiable in my 24 hours. And I do that with room for flexibility, because your mom, things happen. So I tell people that I schedule my 24 hours, 10 hours of work. That's 24 hours, 10 hours of work. I'm probably not working all 24 hours, but when you have multiple businesses, have a job, and all of that stuff, you need to allocate time. What that tells me is when I start going outside of 10 hours, you're either fitting into your family time, you're either fitting right now into your personal time. So it's time to close that computer no matter what. If the building is not burning down, shut that computer and focus on family. That is what that tells me. And then 2 hours of personal care. I was picking an event and this lady said, what do you do for 2 hours? So March is heavy on events for me. Like yesterday, we had 3 events. When I got home early, computer was shut down, TV was shut down, kids were playing at the neighbors. And I sat down in quiet, turned on the fireplace. And I was in that position on my couch, in my robe, for 2 hours, just relaxing, meditating mentally. And so it's not that personal self-care means you go do massages or salon or this. It's also resting your brain and letting yourself simmer down. So my 2 hours is probably the 2 hours that are non-negotiable in my day, because I need to quiet my mind so I can come back and refocus and start my day, energetically. And then I do have 4 hours of family time, and that includes homework. For us is family time. We do homework together, we do dinner together, then we sit down the last hour or last 2 hours of our day just as a family, and we just talk with the kids. We put the kids in bed, and then my husband and I, we just spend the last hours together until we go to sleep. So those are some non-negotiable times that I do, and it equates to 24 hours. Some days things don't go as planned. I understand that, but I do understand that when they don't go as planned, when I bounce back into this plan. So we have to have that structure, but understanding that, we should be flexible in when we set the structures. One other thing is understanding when I'm most productive. It serves me no right. I am not a morning person. So I do not put difficult tasks in the beginning of my day. I start my day working out. I love to work out. It makes me feel good. That's how I start my day. I also work out when the house is quiet. So some days I wake up at 5, because between 5 and 6 could be my most productive hour of the day. The house is quiet. I can get stuff done real quick, and then between 6 and 6:30, get a quick 30-minute workout. So by the time the household is awake, I am showered and ready to go. But I know I cannot start my day at 5 trying to work on some project. I am not functional. I'm sorry. So understanding when you're most productive. Those is during the day that my creative juice starts working, and in the evenings. So also understand when you're most productive so you can put your difficult task when you're most productive.
Right. Right. I absolutely agree. Now, I want to throw this out there because you touched on it a little bit. We have these beautiful plans, we have these routines. So, how do you, any of you can answer, handle the frustration and try to prevent the stress and the guilt from when your plan doesn't go, when you can't get to that routine or it gets messed up? Because not only do we have mom guilt, but sometimes when we have responsibilities in other areas and we can't get to that, we start to feel guilty in that. So how do you address that?
I can go because I have a lot of that. I, by the way, must clarify that I'm a single mom. I have been for most of the period of my daughter's life. So when it comes to understanding when you need support, you have to get real clear and be real quick to know, okay, we need to make this thing move. I'm thankful that I have a great support system. My mom and my sisters are amazing. However, when it comes to plans not working out, I just filter down to the lean parts. Like, okay, what is the most important thing here that needs to get done? Let's get that done first, and let's move on to the next. Because then you get really flustered, and I realize in parenting, you have to role model the desired behavior. I got that quote really early, and it kept me going. Like, if I am frustrated and flustered that something is not happening, my daughter picks up on that energy and behaves in the same way. She goes to school and she's flustered and frustrated because I'm like, well, where is this? Why we didn't finish this? Why we didn't send this out? Blah, blah, blah. So I recognize I needed to be able to keep myself in a manner that is calm, that's reasonable, that can help us to get through the things that we need to get through and move on to the next step. And in terms of routines, the simpler the routine is, the better. So the priority for me is usually rest, making sure that we fed, because the coach who spoke earlier, I can't remember her name, I'm sorry, but she talked about Elijah and how God, when he was really depressed and tired, and God say, look, get some food and get some rest and you'll be fine. I found that to be true for me too. And for my daughter, when we're really tired and whatnot, just sleep for a minute, get some good food, and then also take some time for relaxing. So throughout her school career, she's always had at least one extracurricular that helps her to relax. So whether that is dancing, presently is guitar. Look, she's learning to play the guitar, but I allow her to do that so that she has something to relax. Because I mean, we're rushing through life. We have these goals, we have these targets, and I know that we are destined for success, and she will be a successful young lady. But I also wanted to enjoy her life. you know, we're in the Caribbean, so we get to go to the beach. We have those things built in, but rest, eat properly, relax, and then when something happens, the mom guilt part, face it with truth. Truth is like okay, this is happening, and I'm sorry this happened. Reach out to the person that you're gonna disappoint, and don't, you know, some people like to be wrong and strong. That used to be a thing with me, like, you know, I'm late for handing this thing in, but I'm giving you the attitude. Like, don't do that. Don't be that person. If you know that you are running late or behind on something, reach out to the person. Listen, I'm sorry. This gonna be. Can I send it in 24 hours later? Can I send it in 48 hours later? And just have the conversation. I can give one quick example for that. My daughter they have a trip coming up, and the school has this payment plan where you have to send in a lot of money monthly. By the second month, I was like, this is a lot to do all at once. I'd rather do it, like, find another way and get it done in one way, instead of these monthly payments that affect your overall monthly other monthly expenses. And I was like, oh, this is frustrating me. I wanted to go. This is frustrating me. I want to go. So I just reached out to the teacher. I said, listen, this is what I would like to do. This is how I want to approach it. I want to give you all of this at this specific date. Let me do that instead of having to do these monthly installations. And she's like, oh, I don't think that would be a problem. And that was it. And I was like, I was here suffering for like 2 whole months, and I could have just had the conversation. So the truth, as a parent, you realize really quickly, the more you deal with the truth, the easier it'll be for you and for your kids. And then keep your routine simple and deal with the thing that's most important first, and then just move forward.
I love that you brought that example up, that you asked the teacher, because a lot of times, because we want to do it all and we're super moms, like we are, we forget to ask for what we need. And all the other person can do is say no. But when we ask for what we need and we're able to get it, that cuts down on so much stress because we got exactly what we needed. All right. So our next question is, in what ways, and you can answer both of the questions or you can pick whichever one you resonate more with, but in what ways has being a mother helped you be a better entrepreneur, and or being an entrepreneur helped you be a better mother? And Miss Joyce, I'm going to ask that you kick us off with this one, if you don't mind. But you look like you're still thinking over there.
So what has helped me to be a better mom as well as an entrepreneur, and being in both roles, was time management. You know, planning ahead will always, it'll make you a better person, because I've learned that when you don't have a schedule or a plan in place, things begin to be a little chaotic. And then that's where all the stress comes into play, the anxiety. And so time management for me has been very helpful. And then also having a support group, a tribe that can come in and help you when you can't do it all, whether there's a parent to the child, the other parent, or if it's their grandparents. Just having a support group or a tribe that surrounds you can definitely help you to be a better mom as well as a better entrepreneur.
I love that. And one of the first things I learned when I became a parent, I mean, my oldest will be 3 next month, was that kids love routine. So the same way that we feel a bunch of chaos when we don't have a plan and when we don't have a routine, is the same way that they feel. And I know sometimes, like even when my daughter was just like 1.5, and we have the eat, bath, and then read the story routine, and I would say, okay, we're gonna take a bath first. No, mommy, eat. We have to eat first. Like, they remember that. And this stuff that we're doing for ourselves to be better, it is directly, they are getting it. They are getting it. All right. Who else has some gems for us on this topic?
You want to go ahead, Dr. Linda?
Okay. I think for me, motherhood definitely has helped me grow as an entrepreneur. And some of the things that becoming a mother, I tell people that motherhood is by far the most challenging thing that God has blessed me with. And it's also been the most joyful thing, and what motherhood taught me in entrepreneurship is also the spirit of discernment. So we all know that you can really not build an empire by yourself. It takes a team, it takes that community. But that spirit of discernment really helped me pick the right people to build this empire with. And and also intentionality in the things and people that I would tolerate and not tolerate. Because when I look at those two little ones and know that, my husband and I, we're solely responsible for this creation, it just makes you more intentional in how you move as a person, as an entrepreneur in all different areas. Because at the end of the day, motherhood, family, marriage, that's our most important ministry. So whatever we do to build that empire is directly related to the home that we are creating. So with being intentional in the things and people that you would tolerate, it just helped me surround myself with the right people. And trust me, sometimes I get it wrong because, sometimes, you read personalities wrong, but I believe I'm a better judgment of character. And there are certain things that I used to tolerate that I just don't tolerate anymore because, I know what's most important to me. And it's this first ministry, which is family.
I think for me, sort of kind of piggybacking on what Dr. Linda said is, as moms, we're typically very in tune with our children, right? Like my child can be sleeping. I can tell you if they're about to wake from their sleep simply by the way that they sound, by the way that their breathing sounds. And so that's a connection that you almost can't even describe. And so I carry that into entrepreneurship to trust my instinct, right? So when we're so connected to our businesses, we're connected to the vision and to the purpose that God has given us in the marketplace, we can definitely start to trust our instinct more. So motherhood has allowed me to trust my instinct more in entrepreneurship, even when it doesn't look like, everyone else's choices, or when it may not even be what you've been taught in terms of how to build and sustain your business. But because you're so in tune and you're so connected, you can definitely trust your instinct with making decisions in your business. And then one thing that entrepreneurship has helped me with in motherhood is structure. A lot of the times we have a lot of systems in place in our business to help us operate and run things at a certain level, right? Well, I can just be honest and say that I didn't apply that same mindset to mothering. And so when I started to think about that, think about the structure, I said, let me implement different life systems into my home just to help things run smooth here as well. And so when I did that, it just makes a better situation for everyone. The children, like you said, they like routine. For my husband, he knows what to expect when I'm available, when I'm not, right? And so entrepreneurship taught me structure. And then motherhood taught me or gave me the ability to trust my instinct more.
Awesome. One thing my mentor says is how we do one thing is how we do everything. And where we struggle with that is when we start separating ourselves from, oh, I'm a mother and I'm an entrepreneur, but it's two separate things. Instead of just realizing, no, I'm the same person. I just do two things. Okay, Miss Anisha, I see you took your off mute.
Thanks, Miss Brittany. So I love what Atoya and Dr. Linda said. I just wanted to add for me what I found really useful in entrepreneurship and I got from being a mom is a sense of resiliency and maturity. Because when you're just starting off the motherhood thing, it's about the kids being dressed cute and their hair being combed well and all of that. But then they hit an age where they you start seeing the personality coming out, and they start challenging what you say. They challenge what you teach. They make you actually go and think and research. I had to Google some things that I'm like, what's going on with this pre-teenager? What is happening here? And it taught me to be really, really mature, but also to be resilient. You know, there's a saying, you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Literally, that's the case with kids. And same way when it comes to your business, you have to be resilient because there are times that you try something and that was supposed to work. That's what they said. Why is it not work? Why am I not getting the kind of feedback that I expected? But you realize that with a little bit of resiliency and maturity, like you have to take your business serious if you want your business to be anything impactful. And those things I got from being a mom. You don't just give up because it didn't work the first time. You can't give up on your children. They're children who have specific needs, specific challenges. You have to dig down deep and stand up as the mother, stand on it and stand up for them. There are things that you have to advocate for. There's bullying in school. There are things that's happening that you need to understand. You can't just throw your hands up and say, well, I've given up. And likewise, when it comes to your business, when things happen, you have to reach out, you have to collaborate, you have to speak up, you have to put yourself out there, you have to show up, you have to speak when customers come and ask you about it. You have to be prepared to stand up and show up for yourself. And that's what parenting helps me with.
Awesome. This has been some really good information, especially with me being a new mom. I tend to forget having like an infant. Oh, wait, this is how I'm supposed to be doing this. So this has been an amazing reminder. So we have just a few minutes left and I have one more question and I'm going to ask Ms. Kendra to start us off with the answer. What is the most valuable lesson you've learned while navigating entrepreneurship and motherhood?
I would definitely say flexibility and patience. Um, Flexible in the sense that things happen. You may have to redirect at any moment. And then the patience to just understand, like, with your kids, you have to be patient sometimes because I have a senior in high school, two middle schoolers, and a 9-year-old, and they run me ragged. Okay. So just being able to be patient and the flexibility part of it. So that would be the big thing for me.
Thank you so much. Did somebody else take their mic off? Anyone else, ladies? We still got like 2 more minutes.
I would say just we all say, but if there's one thing you take from me today is to be practical about just replace balance with sacrifice. Because we all say, oh, work-life balance is what you sacrifice, is what you do. Do we really do that practically? So in our vocabulary, if we can replace balance with sacrifice, and the reason I say that is because the reason we as humans, as mothers, as wives, as entrepreneurs, one of the top reasons we experience stress and disappointment is because we set unrealistic expectations of people, of ourselves, and of circumstances. You already know who people are, but you expect them to perform at this level. That's unrealistic expectations. That brings about disappointment. You already know what your workload is, but you set this unrealistic calendar and agenda, which when you don't meet, it brings about stress and disappointment. So, and then we talk about the work-life balance, where when you feel like your life is going in turmoil, it brings about stress and disappointment because we're setting unrealistic expectations. So, I just always say that, I'm one of those, what exactly do you understand balance should be? Define that for yourself so you're not setting yourself unrealistic expectations. And for me, it's really just knowing what to sacrifice at any given time. Because that balance is really figuring out what to sacrifice. Like I told you, Cher negotiating with her son so she can have both the birthday and this big speaking opportunity. knowing what to sacrifice at any given time and communicating that across the board. We should not setting ourselves out for failure by setting unrealistic expectations. Understand what balance means for you. Understand the things you're willing to sacrifice. So when you step out there every day, you know that how you're stepping out is a realistic way, and you have not set. And please, I'm not saying, always set undercut yourself in your goal setting. I'm not saying that at all. But just know the woman that you are. So as you're surrounding yourself with people, experiences, and things, you know that you're setting those realistic expectations of yourself, of people, and the circumstances you're walking into.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Ladies, I really appreciate you all for coming on here and giving us, even those of us who do not have children and aspire to have children, your wisdom. I thank you, Andromeda, for creating this space for this Stepping Into Sisterhood, because it's such an important topic. And if any of you, what I want to leave you all with, just some of the main points that they talked about, was having flexibility, having patience, of course, being practical, having realistic expectations for your routines and your plans, and communication. And if you can keep those key things and implement them into motherhood, then they'll roll over into your entrepreneurship life. So enjoy the rest of this conference.
Thank you so much, ladies. We so appreciate you in this panel. Thank you, Kendra James. Thank you, Brittany Smith. Thank you, Atoya Follins. Thank you, Anisha. And I don't remember who else just popped out. Oh, Dr. Linda. Thank you so much, ladies, for joining us. And we hope to see you back in the audience. Atoya, stick with me, because Atoya Follins is our next sponsor, who is offering a giveaway. So Atoya, I'm gonna let you tell the ladies what you have for them today.
Okay. Does it matter to you which I do first? No,
it's totally up to you. I'm following your lead.
Okay. All right, ladies. Hopefully you guys just enjoyed the panel on navigating motherhood and entrepreneurship, right? So we're going to stay in that vein for this giveaway, right? So one thing that I am offering is a motherhood momentum call, right? And so I'm opening up my calendar for you guys to schedule a call with me, for a lucky winner to schedule a call with me. And we'll have an opportunity to talk through your specific challenges in trying to find the flow and find the harmony between your professional life as well as your personal life as a mom, or maybe even a wife, right? So you guys keep your fingers crossed. This is a very, very, very good call where we'll get to talk through some of your specific issues. And then one other thing that I'm going to be offering is a free copy of my book, Girl, let me see, how can I turn it? There you go. Girl, You Have Purpose. So a lot of us, we have the best of a lot of things, right? We have amazing careers. We live in nice homes. We drive nice cars, but we still feel like there is something missing. This book is your practical guide to identifying your unique gift and then figuring out exactly how you can use it, okay? So if you are looking to walk in your purpose immediately and do it boldly and do the thing that God has graced you to do, then a free copy of this book is going to help you. I cannot wait to see which one of you actually wins this, and I'll be sending it out to you.
All right. So registered ticket holders, again, this is your turn to lean in, because you have an opportunity to win a copy of this book. We're doing the book first, right?
Yeah, that's fine. Let's do the book first.
Okay. And I just want to, that's not right. That's the one.
There we
Girl,
go.
You Have Purpose. Okay. Girl, You Have Purpose. I love that title of that book too.
Thank you, sis.
All right. So let's see. Kaylin Lowry, you are the winner of Girl, You Have Purpose. So Atoya, will you tell Kaylin how to get her book?
Kaylin, I think the easiest thing for you to do, sis, if you would just look me up on Instagram at Atoya Follins, okay? Look me up on Instagram, send me a DM, and that way I can get your address and everything and get it out to you ASAP. So excited for you, okay? You have yourself a gem.
Yes. Okay, congratulations, Kaylin. And what I will be doing too, if there are any registered ticket holders who are not here at the time of the giveaway, what I will do for you sponsors is I will send an email connecting you to your winner. That way you
sounds good.
Carolyn said, congratulations, daughter / sis Kaylin. All right, I love that. Okay, so momentum call next?
Yes, momentum call.
Motherhood momentum call. Now, Atoya, if the winner is not a mom yet, or maybe she doesn't want to be a mom, if that's the case,
possible.
That's possible, right? If that's the case, what should she do?
She can gift it to a mom. She can gift it to a mom because I'm sure we all know moms, right? So just gift it to a mom and let her know, like, hey, if you would like to just discuss where you are now and talk about where you want to be in reference to balancing everything that your roles and responsibilities, gift it to someone. I'm okay with that.
Yes. And I just want to read that comment out loud. Beverly Jones said, yay, Kaylin, girl, it is a great read, honey. Yes. I love that. All right. So the winner of the Motherhood Momentum Call is Portia Edwards. Portia Edwards, you are the winner of the Motherhood Momentum Call. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So what does she need to do in order to do that? You said go to DM her on Instagram or DM you on Instagram?
Yes. What's her name? Portia?
Portia Edwards.
Was it Portia? Okay, Portia, same for you. You can just send me a message on Instagram. My name is Atoya Follins, and I will get you over the link where you can schedule your call. And if you aren't a mom, or if you have no interest in being a mom, it's okay, sis. Just gift it to someone else, okay? And have them follow the same instructions, and I'll get the link out to them as well.
Yes. Okay. So shout out to Carolyn because she said, congratulations, Portia, since all my Clubhouse sisters winning. So apparently these are both women that Carolyn has invited to step in the sisterhood, which I think is super dope. Congratulations to those winners. Thank you, Carolyn, for sharing the good news about stepping into sisterhood. And thank you, Atoya, for your time today. Thank you for your sponsorship, your generous sponsorship. I'm so excited to see what impact is made through your book and through the winners. And for those of you who are watching, you can still win, right? You can get your copy of Girl, You Have Purpose and schedule your Motherhood Momentum Call at atoyafollins.com. Thank you so much, Atoya.
Thank you for having me, Andromeda. You guys enjoy the rest of the empowerment conference.
Thank you, sis. All right, y'all. So we are going to move into our next panel. I hope y'all are ready. As Sashawn said earlier today, I hope you've been taking notes. I hope that you have been sharing this out with somebody who can benefit from this. Again, we're stepping into sisterhood today. So what you're not going to do is keep stepping into sisterhood, right? If you hear something or you know a woman who needs to be here to hear this, go ahead and share the link with them right now. Sharing is caring, okay? All right, so we are going to welcome our next panel to the stage. And this is our Making the Most of Your Single Season panel. And so we are going to welcome Antoinette Tony Thomas, Coach Ebony Hill, Natalie Lewis, Sharice Grantham, Marcia Brown, and Colette Creighton. So I am going to go ahead and bounce out of here, ladies. Enjoy your panel.
Hello. Can y'all hear me? Hello. I am Marcia Brown. I'm the moderator for this panel. making the most out of our single season. Welcome, 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 ladies. So I'm going to be introducing you fabulous ladies. Hello, hello. So we have Ebony Hill, president and founder of Hilltastic Coaching and Consulting. Next, we have Sharice Grantham, owner of Sharice Grantham and Consulting. Next, we have Natalie Lewis, author and empowerment speaker, podcast host. And then we also have Antoinette Tony Thomas, educator, autism mom, and advocate, curator of joy. And last but not least, we have Khalid. Is it Khalid? Creighton, founder of Embrace Your Singleness Ministry.
Correct.
Welcome. How are you doing this Sunday?
Great.
I'm doing good. How are you?
Great. All right. Awesome.
Glad to
Awesome.
be here.
Let's get
Glad to be
started. Glad to be here. Awesome. So this panel is making the most out of your single season. I am so excited about this panel. I cannot wait to dive into this discussion. And so I will pose the question first, and then is it okay if I can call on you and then you can also chime in? So I am a teacher, so we can kind of popcorn in and out, and I probably would be also sharing some gems. So, all right, let's get to it. You guys ready? Awesome. Okay, our first question. In a society where women are often celebrated for being engaged, married, being single, can have a negative impact on women of self-worthy. Have you ever felt unworthy in your single season? And if so, what did you do to change those feelings?
So I can
Natalie,
start.
would you like to start us off?
Okay.
Okay.
Sure. Woo, that's a loaded question. So first part, have I ever felt some type of way? Of course. Because in my mind, at this age, I'm turning 38 this year, getting closer to 40. At this age, I would think like, okay, I was gonna be married, I was gonna have my kids, have my career in my mind, right? You know how we plan things out, but it didn't work out that way. And the fact that it didn't work out that way doesn't mean that I'm a failure, doesn't mean that I did anything necessarily wrong. It just means that it's just not the time for that right now. And that's okay. The first thing I would say too is we have to stop defining our self-worth to our relationship status. You are not unworthy because you're single. You are not unloved because you're single. You are not, singleness is not a disease. There's nothing I need to be cured from. I'm single, but it's not a disease. I don't need to be cured from it. I don't need medicine. You know, there's nothing wrong. It's not a defect. So we have to stop looking at it, change our mindset on how we look at being single. So I would say, yeah, I've struggled. What has helped me is to change my mindset on being single and to know that, okay, you could be with anybody. Let's be real. We know how to do what we need to do to get somebody, you know, we could all be booed up right now, okay? But it's a matter of, is this the right person for me? Am I gonna be settling? Am I gonna be picking just anybody just to have some company? Am I gonna be a queen with a clown trying to make him a king just because I want some company? Like, we have to make it make sense. So I stop there because y'all know I could keep going on this subject. Anybody else want to chime in?
Absolutely. I love it. So you really, ladies, you have to change your mindset. You cannot settle. Okay. Who else would like to chime in?
I can chime in. Similar to what Natalie was saying, as you kind of get older, you're like, this is not what I thought it was going to be, or I thought I would, be married or something like that. So there is a lot of space to be down on yourself because you're single. But when you start kind of looking at yourself, I think that's the opportunity that we all have being single. Is to being able to look internally at ourselves and continue to work and grow as independent women, but at the same time, not downplaying men's place in our society as well. I think also, similar to what Natalie said, we all can be married. And I think for me, what helped me to kind of get out of that space is that it's not hard to get a man. That's not the complicated part here. It's really like, am I willing to settle? Am I going to get what I need? Do I have to change who I am as a woman just to be married? And understanding if I can be married and have Mrs., a part of my name, what is that really accomplishing? And it's not to downplay anyone who's married, but just because we're single doesn't mean, like Natalie said, that we have a disease, but just because someone is married doesn't mean that they have reached a huge goal as well. Because I've seen a lot of marriages out here that I may have been like, oh, they're getting married, when's my time? And then to be honest, when that divorce happened, I wasn't saying when's my time for that divorce, because there may have been more work, to be done there. And it's not a disease, or it's not a problem to be single. It's just what do you make out of that single season, to prepare for whenever that marriage does happen.
Absolutely, absolutely spot on. I love these gems that you guys are dropping. Coach Ebony.
Yes. Good afternoon. I just wanted to jump in really quick. When I read that question, did I feel unworthy? I will say the majority of my single season, I was there. I literally felt like something was wrong, or that I was doing something wrong, that so many other things we want in life, we can manufacture. If you want a new job, you want a career, you want to go to school, you want to get a house, you want to get a car, you do A, B, C, and you get those things. So for me, I thought I was doing all the stuff, I'm like, I'm the whole package. Like, what's the problem, right? And so it was really when I started to realize that I was worthy. And it wasn't something that I had to do as much as be. And when I started to become the queen that I was designed to be, my pickings got better, right? I was able to release situations that did not serve me faster. I felt myself evolve, but really it was really my time with God, my evolution in on my spiritual journey. That's when I really literally felt my value go up, right? It was the unworthiness wasn't from the outside. It was really something that was brewing down on the inside. So we said earlier about mindset, baby, I had to know that I was the one. Okay. I had to know that I was a wife. I said, I don't know where my husband's at, but I'm a wife. My husband's on the way. The outside world is so negative and so mean to us when we're single. They are just downright mean. Okay. People say ignorant things, inappropriate things. And I'm like, am I wrong because I'm waiting for the right match? I'm going to wait, because the people that I know that jumped the broom early were divorced early, to my sister's point. And you watch, if you really watch, everybody that's married wasn't happy. Oh, I've been married so many years, they're not happy. They might be cheating on each other, beating on each other. Who wants that? So the unworthiness was measuring from the outside standard. I never could measure up. But number one, I had to get a standard. And then once I did, I stood on that standard. And I said, no, ma'am, no, sir. I am not going to be one of these ones. I'm a one and done. We're going to get married one time, the right time, not just stay in it to stay in it, but I wanted to be with a man who wanted to be married too. We had to be, you talk about being equally yoked. We got to want the same thing.
Absolutely.
So for me, I was 45 when I got married. Mm-hmm. And in the world standard, that was old or seasoned, but not for me. It was right on time.
I'll say something, Colette. So, oh my God.
All right, ladies, those were gems.
I'm sorry.
Dropping. So we're going to move on to our second question. I'm sorry. We're going to move on to our second questions. Those were great gems. There is power in waiting. So, our second question, while many can list the parts of being in a healthy relationship, the benefits of being single often go overlooked. Can you name some benefits of being single? Ms. Tony, can you start us off with that? Can you name some benefits of being single?
Sure. The first thing is I call it like self-partnered in a way. So I am totally in a relationship with myself. You don't have to answer to anyone. It's not saying that when you're married that you do, but literally you living your best life, whatever that looks like for you. Um, the freeness to be able to go where you want to go and do what you want to do. By the way, I'm married, but I absolutely love my single season. It was very intentional for me. It had its uncomfortable times, but I think that when you are doing your work and working on you, um, I mean, I went to therapy. I went out to eat by myself. I took myself to the movies. I started dating because I didn't even really know what dating was. I'm like, oh, you're dating one person that you really like and seeing where that goes. And one of my mentors was like, no, ma'am, that's actually not how dating works. You need to date whomever you want. It doesn't mean that you are sleeping with them. It means that you are seeing what you like, understanding who you are, and just having fun. If you go to the movies with one and you ought to eat to dinner on Friday, just like these men do, that's okay. And I'm like, what? But I totally understand it now because you don't, if you're always eating fruit, I mean, and vegetables look nice, but you never had a vegetable, what are we doing here? So I think that freeness to be able to just learn what you like is really, really important. Also, there's like an emotional maturity that you have to have. You have to be responsible. Me as a married woman, when I am having conversations with my husband, I can't just say, well, this is how I always have been. It's very immature to do that. So there's so many things I had to learn in my single season. It was like a mirror for me. Yes, marriage is a mirror, but so is your single season. And having that emotional responsibility to unlearn some things was really important. But again, if I am owning totally my single season and saying, I made this mistake, okay, I'll fix it later. You know, I'm walking with God, I'm enjoying just being free and living my life and traveling. All of those are perks because when it was time to start dating, I understood my worth. I truly did. I knew what I didn't like. I knew what I wasn't going to settle for. And I didn't think that everything that was offered to me, I had to take. I was very clear on, okay, well, I know my worth. So just because it's offered to me, I can be selective. So being single is a very beautiful thing. Last thing, it also will like expand you when you're uncomfortable. So I started planting seeds. I did a vision board and all these things, but I was so intentional on at the right time. God knows the when, where, and why. So I'm good with that. While I'm making my mistakes, while I'm learning to unlearn things, loving on myself, all these this umbrella of things. At the end of the day, I'm telling God exactly what I want now, whether it's 5 or 10 years from now, I'm sure that it will happen. But I was very intentional on making my vision board and speaking life in advance. And as I was speaking life, I was also doing my work. So being single is beautiful, especially if you have faith and trust God in the process. Whatever you want is yours, whether that's to remain single or to be married. So I say live your best life and make sure that you're taking care of yourself.
That was good. That was good. And another thing I wanted to add.
Amazing, amazing.
Yeah.
Guys, are you writing notes? Are you look, I got a handful of notes, okay? Are you taking in all of these gems? We have to be intentional about dating. Oh my goodness, right? I call it dating with a purpose. That is certainly so true. Okay, so we're are we ready for our next question? What are some and make the most of her single season?
It's breaking up a little bit. I just wanted to I don't know if it's breaking up for anyone else, but I couldn't hear.
Yeah,
Okay.
it is.
Okay, could
'Cause
you
I
guys hear question number 3? What are some things
It's
what are
breaking
some
up.
things a woman can do to fully embrace and make the most of her single? It's breaking up. Can you guys hear me?
It's going in and out,
And
but
out, yeah.
I can jump in on number 3.
Can you
It
guys
says,
hear
what
me?
are some things a woman can do to fully embrace and make the most of her single season? So I'll just jump in on that one really quick and kind of circle back to number
Yes.
2 as well. The one thing you can do is start believing in
Okay,
yourself.
thank you.
You got to believe in yourself 100%. If you don't know how to believe in yourself, my first tip is to be honest with yourself. One of the best things I did in my single season was be honest with myself. Now, let me tell you something, ladies. You got to put your big girl pants on for this one, because I needed to look at everything in my life, every space I occupied, every relationship, friendship, family, work, church, social gatherings, social time, everything in my life. I had to be honest with myself. Is this working for me? Is this helping me grow? Is my time up in this space? Right? Those were those conversations I had. And when I asked myself, why do I want to be married? Why do you want to be married? That's the first chapter in my book. Be honest with yourself. Ask yourself, why do you want to be married? I've talked to people that have been married 20 plus years. And you know what they said to me? They said, Ebony, I never asked myself that question. And I've been married for 20 years. Clutch the pearls. Okay. Clutch the pearls. I'm like, what? We might think that we're running late, right? We might think that we should have been married by now and all these things. But this is what I found out, ladies. This single season, every tear I cried, every lesson that I learned helped me to be the wife I am today. I needed all of those lessons. I needed every disappointment. I needed every harsh reality to prepare me for the marriage that I prayed for. I can tell you that 7 years later, we've been married for 7 years. Every one of my experiences helped equip me. So, one of the best things you can do in this season is live it out. Be honest with yourself, examine it. Don't feel like it's a lack, it's a preparation. If you do your work now, it'll help you in the long run.
I love that, Ebony. Do the work now, sisters. Live with intentionality. Oh my God, be honest with yourself. Pop in with any comments for the ladies?
I would add, during your single season, dating yourself. I know that that's something that I learned from Hilltastic coaching, just going through some different things of making sure that you're intentional about dating yourself. A lot of times when you're dating, the guys, they don't know. Like, they're doing their best, they're putting in their effort, and we joke around about it with the conversation of, what do you want to have for dinner tonight? And we go back and forth, but you've got to date yourself to really know what it is that you want. Past the meal, but what are things that you enjoy getting. So I know that I love just going out and getting myself flowers, because if nobody's here to send me flowers, I'm gonna get my flowers. And just spending that time with yourself, self-reflecting, seeing what you enjoy, so that when that time comes, you don't have to put that person through loops of trying to figure it out themselves. You can just flat out tell them, like, this is what I like, and it makes it a lot more easier for them to be able to kind of engage with you and understand you better. But then also, when you're preparing yourself, grace. I think grace is overlooked a lot when it comes to dating, especially as you get older, because we have the pressure of oh, I should be married by now or anything like that, but you've got to give yourself grace. And for me, as I learn to continue to give myself grace in my dating process, it helps me to be able to give my future husband the grace that he needs when that's necessary. And that's not necessarily to go against your own boundaries, go against what you have set that you want, but grace is going to be necessary in any relationship. So it gives you that practice by giving that grace to yourself first.
I want to chime in real quick. Can y'all hear me?
Great.
What I would add to that
Go ahead.
is, so are you supposed to be dating right now? Sometimes y'all want the company so bad that you know that you're not healed. You know that you got all these issues. You know that you talking to a man who's not even you shouldn't even said hi to, but because you are lonely, you are accepting any and everybody into your space, and then you wondering why you're stressed out because you have all these different kind of things coming towards you, and you're not in a good headspace. When you're desperate, you will get desperate results. You will do desperate things. You will be with men who may not be the best for you. So ask yourself, am I supposed to be dating right now? Take that time to heal and get honest with yourself. You know, the old saying people used to say, oh, one way to get over a man is to get a new one. No, babe. No, that's not it. You got to learn how to be by yourself. And when I say single, I mean phone drive. I mean no date. I mean know what you doing. Good morning, babe. I mean by yourself. There are so many women who cannot and have not been by themselves. And you want company, you want to have company, or you want somebody to get to know you that, and TD Jake said this, and I took it and ran with it. You want somebody to get to know you that you don't know yourself. How can somebody else get to know you if you don't know you? It don't make sense. So I'm sorry if I'm stepping on toes, but I just needed to say that because we get so caught up in wanting the aesthetic of I'm in a relationship. This my man. But do you know who you are? Can you stand without one? If that man decided to leave you tomorrow and just cut all communication, are you gonna crumble? Is your happiness leaving when that person leaves? That stuff got to be an inside job. Pat Williams said it the best. It's the esteem of yourself, self-esteem. So you have to have that within yourself before you try to invite somebody else. And the one quote that I love that Eartha Kitt said was, I love me. I fall in love with myself. And then I want someone to fall in love with me. So there's levels to this. We can't be out here just crying, oh, I'm so single, I'm so lonely, I'm by myself. And you're not doing the work to become a better you. You're not doing the work to even get to know yourself. And I'm gonna be honest, in my past relationships, I realized sometimes I'm morphed into who that person was. Oh, they like this, so I like this. Oh, they want to do this, so I'm gonna do this. And getting out of it, it was like, man, who's Natalie? So I had to take a journey to figure out who I was. And a lot of us need to be on that journey, but we're getting distracted by all these outside things. So we gotta do better, ladies, and learn how to be by ourselves. It is okay to be by yourself. And as you said, date yourself. Y'all see me, I'll be gone. Concerts, restaurants, you name it. I'm gone, I'm enjoying my life, I'm by myself, I'm having the time of my life with me, myself, and I, because I know myself, right? I could do that. But if you're struggling with that, you got to ask yourself, okay, where is the root of this coming from? Why do I feel like I literally can't be by myself? So I just had to add that in there real quick.
Yeah.
I love it.
I don't know if you can hear but Colette was going to chime in.
I mean, honestly, Natalie, you stepped on my toes, definitely. I'm just being fully honest. No. I needed that because I was going to touch on healing too, because that's something that's definitely important, in our single walk. We definitely should be, healing, because I'm in a healing season myself, you and Coach Ebony both don't step on my toes. I'm just taking it in. I have been so encouraged because I'm definitely in a crazy season and everything. But yes, I always say that a lot, about encouraging, women, when we're just got out of a relationship. Because I have, like in my past, I was that girl that just got out of a relationship, and here I am looking for another man to get in a relationship with, so that way they can help fill that void. And the whole time, I'm like, God is the only person that, can heal me and fill that void that I'm looking for and everything. So healing. And another thing, sometimes in our single, while, discover our purpose in life, a lot of times, a lot of people do not know what their purpose is and everything. This is a time to, focus on that. And just other things, like you guys were saying, like I take myself on solo dates all the time, travel, get into fitness. A lot of times people, get into fitness. If you're into fitness, I tell people all the time, like, if you don't know how to cook, this is your time to start practicing those meals, with cooking. Just enjoy life, this is our time. Live our best life, whatever that looks for you, just to piggyback what everybody else was saying and everything. So, I mean, singleness, like someone has said, it's not a disease, and I like to say also, it's not a death sentence. It's a beautiful, it's a gift. It's a gift from God. If you definitely take advantage of it and understand, the beauty behind singleness.
Absolutely. Can you guys hear me? I love the gems. Oh my goodness. Taking the time to heal. So we have question number 4. Are you ready? To the married women on this panel, how did you use your single season to prepare for your spouse you were praying for?
I'm ready. I'm ready, sis. My mic is open. I'm ready to go. Now listen.
You ready? You ready, Coach Ebony? I know. Look, it's coming for you. Go ahead.
Me and my sis Tony. Listen. One of the things we hear a lot about is making the list, right? Making the list and praying for what you want. I wrote several lists before my list got right. Okay. In that season, when you talk about praying for what you want, I learned to pray for the character of the man that I was looking for. In my book, chapter 12, I talk all about, I got word for word what I prayed for. I prayed for mental health. I prayed for somebody that knew how to go to work, keep a job, pay his bills, and take care of himself, okay? I prayed for a man that didn't have a record. I prayed for a man that was not paying child support. I prayed for the things that I saw in other people's relationships that broke them up or made their lives crazy, okay? I prayed for the things, you have to know yourself, ladies. You got to know what you need. I needed peace in my home. I can't marry a man I got to go look for at night. Y'all don't want her to show up, okay? I don't want her to show up. You got to know yourself. And when you start looking for the character of the man, you can weed through him like this. You can weed through him like this. Like Natalie said, you got to be single, okay? You need to know yourself. But once you know yourself, you get this list together, okay? I didn't pray for any physical characteristic, but I did ask the Lord if it was okay that he be chocolate. I said, can it just be chocolate, Lord? That's all I'm asking. I got a chocolate man. But listen, I prayed for what I wanted. But here's the secret sauce. So y'all ready? I need y'all to lean in. You ready for the secret sauce, ladies? Y'all ready? I took the whole list and I gave it to the Lord. I said, Lord, fix it, change it, do whatever you need to do with it. This is the best I know how to do. Woo! I said, this is the best I know how to do. But I gave that list to the Lord and I gave God permission to change my list. And let me tell you something. The man I married is every single thing I asked the Lord for. But you ready for the secret on the secret sauce? He's that and more. That's when I knew it was God. I knew the list was something, but when God gave me more than what I even knew to ask for, Woo! You talk about praying a prayer. You talk about living inside of something that you prayed for. You talk about a prayer that gets confirmed over and over. And every year I know better than I did when I met him that he was the right one for me. Baby. But it takes time. We got to be honest. We got to get on our face. We got to cry. Get that sheet out. Put it over you. It got to get ugly. You got to fast. You got to pray. You need to step away, go on a trip. Ask Natalie, can you go with her? Get out of here so that you can go get clear about what it is you want. But when you want, ladies, you go for it unapologetically. I tell everybody and anybody that knew me when I was single, I was determined, but I was not desperate. I was not going to marry Buster or Lester or the Joker after doing all this. If you know me, I was abstinent for 10 and a half years. 10 and a half years. That's a decade and 6 months. 10 and a half years. I made a promise to God that I would take myself off the market. I made a promise to God that I was going to take my hot little tail and sit it on a piece of ice. I said, Lord, I'm in timeout. And when I got sad, he said, so what? Because you started having sex too early anyway. I'm talking to my sisters. It ain't just me. Your butt was fast too early. So I had to take a time out, go cool that tail off, sit on a piece of ice, get right with myself, get right with God, get myself together. Now you can be a wife. See, we got to go back and fix some stuff, ladies. We started doing stuff. We was too grown too early. Our mindset wasn't talk about me. My mindset wasn't mature enough for the things that I was doing. Get your little self together. Go get with God. Get your list, write it out, crumble that one up, throw it away, start again. Get that list together, take it to the Lord. But you can't take it to the Lord unless you take it humbly. You got to be sincere about this thing. There's other things to do. But when you talk about something I know helped me, it all helped me. But something I know helped me was getting it together. You got to get clear here. You got to get clear. See all the little smell goods and the muscles and all that. I needed more than that, right? I needed more. But again, it goes back to the root. Tony, what you got, sis? Go ahead. Talk to the people.
That was great. I put myself on.
All right.
Hi. Yes, I put myself on timeout as well. Because when I told God that I wanted to date with purpose and date for marriage, like intentionally dating, you just can't lie to God. Again, it's the mirror again. I'm asking God all these things or telling him these things, but I'm not preparing for them. And I know that God is not going to give me anything early. Now I can force it and then be miserable, but I wasn't doing that. So I put myself on ice as well. And I think Natalie was saying, or it might have been Colette that was talking about like cooking the meals and doing the things. I learned how to cook like Chinese food, which is my favorite thing to do. And on a Friday after work, teaching them kids, and I'm just like home relaxing and I had my wine. I was so at peace that I started falling in love with being by myself. But it was such a beautiful place to be. And so then when I really was doing my work and then I made my vision board, I said, I'm going to create this. But I said a prayer. I said, God, but it's going to be your will. So I had to learn what true surrendering was. This is what I want, but ultimately I want what you want for me. So in that time, God already knew that my husband was my friend of 16 years at that time, platonic friend, like my homeboy. But even when my friend at that time, which is now my husband, proposed the idea of let's be together, we're gonna be a dope couple, I was selective with him as well. I'm like, I'm not too sure, because I was just so sure of myself. And 2 years ago, I wouldn't have not done that. So I think that when you go to God and you're serious, first of all, only go to God if you're serious. Be very intentional about that. Only go to God if you're serious. Don't pray a soft prayer. You can be very bold in your prayers, but go to God when you're ready and when you're serious. And take the time to always focus on you. Because again, as a married woman, I'm doing what all these other ladies said. I still have a relationship with myself. I still date myself. My husband does buy me flowers, but instead of me getting upset if he forgot a week or two, I can buy them myself. And I'm so confident in that. So I have my husband contributes to my happiness, but I'm very happy with where I am. And it's not just because of these external things that Tony brings. It's truly because I know whose I am. And nothing can change that. Like, that thing is written. Okay. So when they say the outside world, I mean, husbands are amazing. I love my husband dearly, but there have been times where he disappointed me. Let's be honest. You have to get so grounded into who God said that you are, that your husband is just a contribution. And I think that marriage is the dopest and most beautiful thing. But I can also tell you that a dope woman makes a good man great. And that is the preparation that you're doing in your single season. And as you attract and you heal and you do these things, you will just start to attract all of that. We know you say your vibe attracts your tribe with friendships, but it's the same thing, even in a relationship, even with men. I think that I pray this for you single ladies, actually, that a man that's not for you will be like, he'll run the other way. He won't even want to talk to you because that's what you want. Even in your loneliness, may he not even come near you unless he's equipped. May he know you by your spirit. How about that? Like, we got to start really getting into understanding and owning who God has created us to be, and that no one can come in and take that. Because in your marriage, and I want to just be clear on this, you still have to do your work. You still have to have a relationship with yourself. Your relationship with God is most important, and my husband knows that. It's a package deal here, and you should never have to change who you are in your marriage. So get clear on who you are in your single season and never ever settle. Ever. Let your husband know you by your spirit. Let him know by the way that you handle yourself. Hit that block button, hold your head high, know who's and whose you are, and the right person will come at the right time. But just pray and ask God that your will be done, like not mine. This is what I want. This is my visions. I'm not settling. Like you said, Ebony, he's going to give me more than what I asked for. But in the meantime, make sure that you're serious and that you're truly doing your work. God's going to give you everything that you need, though. He's going to give you everything that you need. I promise you.
Listen, I wanted to say this, sister. Thank you for that. Because listen, ladies, I'm speaking to the heart of the single people out here. It sometimes feels like it's hopeless. You're like, I've done everything I can do. I don't know what else to do. But I'm going to tell you something. My sister said it. Ladies, we cannot play with God when it comes to this marriage thing. You got to, when I say flat out, you know what I'm talking about. When you have nothing else you can do. It's a spiritual thing. When you and your husband meet and connect and marry, it's not a physical thing. You have to be connected in the spirit or it's not going to work. So there's no need to get that dress and spend all that money and then end up with somebody who you don't even know. What sis said, spirit recognize spirit, right? So when you go to God, seriously, whatever it is you need to let go of, let go of. I'm talking to you, sisters. See, we want to be married, but we still want to be a freak. I said it. Listen, I went 10 and a half years. No diggity, no doubt. No diggity, no doubt. 10 and a half years. Okay. I started at the age of 13. I say it. I was 13 years old. Hot tail. And when every time I cried, now you know how we go to the Lord. He says, sit down, have a seat. Okay. But during that time, y'all, I was able to get right with myself. Whatever it is that you're holding on to of that past life that is not going to help you be a wife, you got to let it go. You cannot play with God. You cannot petition the Lord properly and play with him at the same time. Spirit recognize spirit. If your spirit ain't right, your husband's spirit ain't going to be right. Sis, how many times do you have to go to the Lord about your husband?
Oh, I was just about to say that if you are not big on praying, that's something that you need to do. It's not like you don't get big on praying so that you can be this great wife. You get big on praying because prayer should not be your backup plan. It needs to be your go-to on a regular. But yes, like you said, it's not physical because there are going to be times where you need to cover your husband. I cover my husband every day, even if the sun is shining, it's a great day. He's still getting covered. He getting covered when he don't even know he getting covered. He's sleeping and I'm covering him. Like, it's a real thing. And that brings a different type of level in your marriage, because if you are a praying wife, it's hitting different. What you going to do when God is the third chord? I mean, it's untouchable. Now, the enemy can seep in and try to bring doubt. But at the end of the day, if you know that your prayers are covering your husband and your marriage, and you're doing your work and being a prayerful woman, that's just what I want to share. Start praying now, because if you don't know how to pray when you go into your marriage and you're trying to learn it, it's possible, but the enemy is very sneaky. So be 10 steps ahead. Cover yourself, cover your mind, and at the right time, you'll be able to cover your husband as well. But prayer is important.
Ooh.
It's not the popular thing, but it's important. I'm
It's
telling you.
important and it's everything.
Mhm.
Because this piece of jewelry that we all covet and wait for, this ring don't mean nothing if your marriage ain't right. Okay, you can go through and have it all. Look, you can have an Instagram marriage, or you can have a real marriage, and that real marriage requires prayer. It's gonna be things y'all don't see eye to eye on. He gonna tell you to do something. You gonna be like, baby, I don't know. He gonna say something to you. He gonna look. You gonna say something to him, and he gonna be like, I don't know. But you know what I do every time? I take it to the Lord. Every single time, either he's gonna come back to me, or I'm gonna come back to him. And I'm gonna tell you something else. We have attitudes, ladies. Y'all know we do. Sometimes we get mad at him. And you know what the Lord is saying? Now go do something nice for him.
Excuse me, ladies. Excuse me, ladies. We have 2 more minutes, and so this has been great. We have 2 more minutes. I got to go on to the next discussion. The next question, what words would you like to share with anyone listening who is currently feeling discouraged in their singleness? We have 2 minutes.
I'll be super quick, I promise. Pastor Mike Ty gave this example, and the best way that I can describe it is, it was popcorn. He talked about, like, he was shaking the bag and it was all these seeds. He was just popping the popcorn for his girls, and he noticed all these seeds. And then God gave him this revelation that I want to share, which I lived this. When I was single, it was very uncomfortable, but I was like the seeds of the popcorn. I was in the microwave. It was uncomfortable, but that expansion literally helped me get to the season that I am in now as a married woman. So when you're lonely, when you're sad, when you feel discouraged, God is still even using that to unlearn things, to do so many mighty things in your life, that you can one day be on this panel talking something different. I believe the best for all of you ladies. And as long as you know who you are, whose you are, and just walk with God, I truly do believe that everything else will come into flow. An oyster was an oyster before the pearls. There are so many things that are birthed from being uncomfortable. So don't run from being uncomfortable.
I was going to say something to add to that. That was great. I am a firm believer of how you are single is how you are when you're in a relationship. So just steward yourself accordingly. Like Ebony said, she already knew. I'm a wife. I just don't know where my husband is. So steward yourself accordingly. Get your mind right. Get your body right. Get your spirit right. Get your money right. Get all these things right. Because a lot of times we say, well, I want a good man. You don't think good men want good women? God's not going to release you into a good man that's his son. So you got to be right for his son as well. So I just say, don't get discouraged. Feel how you feel. Have your moments. Cry. Eat the ice cream. Watch the sad movie. Just don't text him, though. Don't do that. But feel how you feel. But move forward and know that it's a season, and you can get through it. And you don't have to be defined by your relationship status.
I want to quickly add, I agree with the ladies and what they said. Obviously, in anything you do, make sure that you're putting God first in it. But I think sometimes as single women, we get caught up on the things that we want to do once we get married. So my advice to other single women is to live. God is giving you one life. You don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. So don't put off the things that you have on your bucket list because you're waiting to get married. If you want to take that trip, take that trip. If you want to go skydiving, go skydiving. Do what you've always wanted to do, and let your future husband see you living. But most of all, just make sure you're still living in your single season.
All right, I love it. And that is the end of our segment, making the most of your single season. What great gems were shared, living the most out of your single season. Get right. Praying on the type of man that oh my goodness, there were so many gems that was dropped. Put on your big girl panties. It is great. Thank you, ladies, for a very great discussion. I love it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies. What an awesome, awesome, awesome panel. I know y'all can't hear the sisters clapping. I know I've been backstage clapping, but you definitely can see the comments. Thank you so much, Marcia, for moderating for us today. Thank you so much, Coach Ebony, Natalie, Antoinette, Colette. Thank you so much for being here today. And also, I just want to say thank you, sisters, for moving in grace. We had a little bit of technical difficulties, but y'all were trying to help your sister out and pop it as needed be. Thank you, Marcia, for being patient through your technical difficulties and maneuvering it through grace. This is live, y'all. This is live and in color. And so technical difficulties happen, but this is the example of sisterhood. Like we just flowed through it, right? Nobody got frazzled and went crazy. So thank you again, everyone, for joining us. I so appreciate you, ladies. And we are going to go into our next panel.
Thank you.
All right. So we are bringing in our next panel, you guys, which is creating financial security with multiple streams panel. So I'm going to go ahead and start welcoming our sisters in. We have Miss Trucking in High Heels herself, Megan Cole, Dr. Ashley Little, Chelsea Speaks, Essence English, and Suzanne Peters. We are currently missing Sheena Bautista, but I saw her in the audience, so I'm trusting that she is on her way. And I am going to go ahead and exit and leave the floor to you, Essence.
Thank you, Andromeda. Hello, can everyone hear me? Audio's good? All righty, let's kick this off. Hello, ladies. How's everyone feeling today?
Great.
Good.
Great.
Good. I am so excited to hear from each and every one of you. Before we get started, I just want to give a little background of each of these phenomenal women here on the panel. So we have Suzanne Peters, founder of Woman to Woman Network in the building, okay? We have Dr. Ashley Little, award-winning serial entrepreneur, TED speaker, and Miss Global Continental 2023, okay? Put some respect on her name. We have Megan Cole, serial entrepreneur and founder of Trucking in High Heels. I wonder how you do that. So we got to chat about trucking in high heels because that's interesting. Then we also have Chelsea Speaks, founder/owner of Women Are Dope and 101 TKO Radio, which I am a fan of, love that radio station and love to tune into the She Wins Society segment. And then Sheena Bautista will be joining us. She is a published author and wealth builder. Thank you for all being here today. So before we hop into the questions and get into the nitty-gritty, the topic of creating financial security with multiple streams, I just want to give each and every one of you an opportunity to introduce yourself to the audience. So whoever wants to start first, go ahead and claim.
Okay,
I'll go first. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Hey, ladies. Hey, good afternoon. Miss Trucking in High Heels. My name is Megan Cole. I am a boy mom of two. Before I'm anything, I am God's daughter. I trust and believe that He will deliver and help me present a word for you all today. But I am a boy mom of two. I am a small business coach, advisor through Wabanzi College here in Illinois. Actually, I'm visiting you guys from the sunny state today, Arizona. So I do small business coaching there. And I know many ask, what is Trucking in High Heels? Well, I have been in logistics, for the past 20 years. So it came over me one year.
Just, hey, girl, you've been out there doing your thing. You're trucking in high heels. You're making things happen. I believe in empowering the masses, especially my women and my youth, providing empowerment and inspiration, letting people know that no matter the barrier or the obstacle, you can get through. That is where Trucking in Heels came from. I kept trucking. She kept trucking. You keep trucking, babes.
I love it. I love it. Thank you so much, Megan Cole. So Sheena Bautista has entered the. Ooh, I'm so sorry, Suzanne Peters. It's all right. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to make sure everyone knew that Sheena Bautista has joined us. Thank you, Sheena, and welcome. We are just starting off with some introductions, and Suzanne, you have the floor.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I am Suzanne Peters. I am a motivational speaker, best-selling author, and business mentor for ambitious women. But my passion is my baby, Woman to Woman Network, where we host networking opportunities for women in various cities. Right now, we are in over 15 cities across the US every month. And I am just passionate about pouring into women and teaching women how they can leverage their story, their knowledge, the things they already know to build multiple streams of income and live the life they deserve. So that is how Woman to Woman came about, and that is what I am into. I'm all about empowering women to make the money they want to. So I'm so happy to get to be a part of this platform where we get to talk about money.
Yeah. You are in the right place, Suzanne, and we're so happy to have you. Next, let's hear from Chelsea.
Hey, ladies. I'm happy to be in the space. So I am Chelsea Speaks, owner of 101 TKO Radio. I'm a radio personality. I am the founder of Women Are Dope, an event curator, an author, speaker, host. I love to stand on a speaker or two. And recently I've got into the insurance field. So I'm a licensed agent for a State Farm. So I'm really focusing more on teaching us women how to have those insurance policies that cover us as entrepreneurs, because we need to know how to have, income when the income ain't coming in. So I am specializing. So, hey, y'all.
All right. Well, good evening, ladies. My name is Dr. Ashley Little. Of course, as she stated before, I'm an award-winning serial entrepreneur, Miss Global Continental TEDx speaker. And so I'm excited to be here today to pour into you all because collaboration is the new currency and relationships are everything. So I look forward to, pouring into you about that.
Thank you, Dr. Ashley. And Sheena?
Hello, ladies. Good evening. I'm so grateful to be here with you all today. My name is Sheena Bautista. I am the author of Girl, Go and Get Your Life Back. I'm also a realtor here in Atlanta, Georgia, and just a wealth builder. All things, multiple streams of income is who I am, and I'm excited about empowering women to make more money, to not only have the time freedom, but to be able to spend with their family and to be able to live the life of their dreams.
Thank you for being here with us, Sheena. Alrighty, so I think everyone has introduced themselves. We have a lot of worthy women here in the room, and we are going to dive into it. So my first question that I have for you guys is, can you share what are your streams of income and how they work together to provide you with financial security? And whoever wants to take the lead on this can go ahead and start us off.
Okay, I'll go. My streams of income, as a coach, I coach women to leverage their story, life experiences, and their knowledge to build these different streams of income. So because of that, I teach them to implement the income streams I currently use, which includes speaking on stages. I teach them how to speak on stages for money, as in they get paid to speak, but also to speak on stages to sell their products and services. That is one stream, or you can say it's two. But I also teach these women to write their stories, whether that's writing it in an anthology or just writing their own book on a hold, or even hosting anthologies. I also do that. I also I also host in-person and virtual events. I show them how they can leverage their message, their cause, and build a mission around their events and show them how to monetize these events, from speakers to sponsors to even the goodie bags, you name it. Everything, there is a price you can put to every single thing. And that's only a part of it, because once I take them, I can show you how it all connects, right? So let's say first I would show you, bring you on to do an anthology with me. When you do an anthology, I show you how you can go ahead and speak your message and share it on stages. Then from there, I show you how you can take this and build it into a course and build an entire business around it where you have all these multiple income streams. But then you also learn that once you learn to implement and create these different things, you can then now teach people to do what you learn, as long as you learn to do them well. So the idea isn't to just learn to do things and do all these different things to make money, but you can also continue to make money on the back end on a continuous basis from also teaching other people how to do these things. And then on the lower end, I still have my digital products that are there being sold on auto. But the things that I really get to be involved with, those are the parts I'm passionate about, as you can tell.
Yes, yes. And that makes a lot of sense, Suzanne. Like, you are in the middle of everything, and everything surrounds your personal brand and your story, and you just distribute it in different ways, such as through events and speaking, or through products, as you mentioned. So thank you so much for sharing those streams of income that you personally have utilized. Who would like to go next?
I'll go ahead and go. I am in logistics, so I have been teaching women here recently how to tap into, even though it's Miss Truckin' in High Heels, I have been teaching women and men, honestly, with the name Truckin' in High Heels. You would think that it just attracts the women, but honestly, it's been an attraction for men. They're like, oh my God. And with men, they just get it, right? They're like trucking. So it clicks with them. So I teach women how to leverage income inside of the transportation industry. I teach them that it is a big market. It is not just, just for trucking. It is for different things. You can do passengers, you can do medical, you can do courier. There's so many different things that you can do inside of the transportation industry. So I teach them how to leverage. I'm also a business coach at the college in our area here. So I also advise, when I'm advising individuals who are starting their businesses, I'm like, you have to think about your business not just from one stream. So if you're starting a catering business, because we too have a food truck, if you're starting a catering business, you're not just a food truck, you're going to cater, you're going to do events, you're going to do weddings, you're going to do this. So leveraging and helping them identify other areas inside of the spearhead of what they're starting, right? So if you're starting a food truck, it's not just a food truck. There's so much that you can do inside of it to leverage multiple streams of income. So, and that's where the serial entrepreneurship comes in at, because once you learn a skill set, there are so many other skill sets inside of what you're doing that can lead you to the digital products, the ebooks, the content creation, affiliate marketing, and all of that to gain income inside of what you do. And many times when people start their business, they're like, it's just one thing. And I'm like, no, you have to open up your mind and your mindset to understand that you're not just starting that one business, that inside of that business, you can do so many other things.
Exactly. Thank you, Megan. Chelsea, did you have something you wanted to say?
Sure. So multiple streams of income, like Suzanne said. Mine come from within my personality. So obviously I do all things media. So between radio personality interviews, between owning the radio station, which is essentially advertising, because advertising is something that we all need, especially with social media being where it is now. And then we have the speaking engagements, and then we have myself as an author as well, and myself helping women to just utilize their voice in different ways, and kind of just taking different things that I like to do. Matters of the heart, like insurance, caring about people, all things that kind of interest me are facets of who I am. And it has been an interesting journey because, like the ladies before on the panel were saying, the more you know yourself, the easier it is to identify with the things that belong to you. Because I remember, y'all, I used to sell paparazzi, and no shade or nothing, but that wasn't for me. But I did learn how to talk to people better and how to be a vendor. So I took that skill and took that into radio. So now when I go to events, I know to bring my setup, I know to bring my team. So to answer the question overall, your multiple streams of income, let me just say this, it won't always be 7 at one time. Sometimes 5 will be working and 2 may be on hold. But it's all about where you are in your life right now. So when it comes to my streams, they are all facets of who I am at the current moment.
That makes a lot of sense. Dr. Little.
So my streams are all around the power of storytelling and media. So I've had interviewed some people on this panel as well, you know. And so the way I broke mine up, and of course I teach other people how to do this because everything is about your story, right? So everybody should write a book. I believe every business owner should have a book, right? Because that gives you authority and, you know, make you an expert in your industry. So the different streams that I have are book publishing, of course, and anthologies. You know, if you don't want to write your own book, you can become a co-author, right? And build from there. Ghostwriting. I'm a ghostwriter. I'm a paid speaker, right? You might have to, now for people who want to be in the speaking industry, you might have to do a couple free ones first to get yourself up there. So don't think you're going to automatically start off as a paid speaker. You have to, it's levels to it, right? And so don't be afraid to step out there and do a couple free ones, and then you start setting your price. Also, book coaching. I'm a book coach. I have a media platform called Creating Your Seat at the Table, right? I have my show and I have my magazine, right? And I highlight the people I interview and people that are doing great things throughout the world. Also, I do PR and media. Like I said, the power of media. Media, everybody needs media, right? You can be the best person in the world, but if no one knows who you are, the person that's mediocre is going to step up over you, right? Or they're going to make more money than you because people know who they are, right? So the power of storytelling and media is important. I'm also a business coach. You know, I love working with my clients, you know, and pushing them to their next level. And so those are my different strengths. And I'm also an investor. So yeah, power of media and storytelling is my platform.
I know that's right, sis. I was like, what is it that you don't do? Okay.
Okay.
And I think that's exactly. And I think that's the common theme amongst all of your answers is going back to your skills, right? What is it that you are strong at? What is it that you can teach someone else to do? What is it that you can monetize, right? So go in your toolbox of your skills, what you have mastered, what you're really good at compared to the next person, and create a stream of income there.
Amazing. And so along with all you other ladies, I absolutely love the value that you add to your communities. For myself, I would like to teach women how to sell themselves better. So I've been in sales for, I don't know, over 15 years now, from MLM to now real estate, but I'm also a published author where you have to sell yourself on that. And then I have my health and wellness business. You have to sell yourself on that, where some people think that it is hard or I'm not a saleswoman. At the end of the day, sales is a powerful industry because you're basically helping someone to make the best decision for themselves. So it's the way you look at things, right? Change the way you look at it, and the things you look at it will change. And so my goal now is to help women sell themselves better so that they can increase their income. And I also wanted to add to that, I realized, ladies, like we're having all of these different streams of income, the health and wellness business, the author, real estate investing, all of that, it all starts with a solid foundation.
And so now I'm creating a course around helping people actually set up their business correctly, you know, their LLC correctly, getting the business credit so that you're not taking away from the money that you need to be putting inside of your households and maxing out on credit cards and things of that nature to establish a solid business structure. So I'm loving that part of it because I really didn't know how many people needed that, but to be able to add that has been powerful.
Yes, amazing. Foundation. Foundation is really crucial when it comes to finances, especially as a business owner. And I just love everything that you ladies said. And it definitely is a great segue into our next question, as we have talked about multiple streams of income. What this question is about profitable passive income streams, right? We, you know, as women, there's a lot of time during the day, but who wants to, you know, work hard every single day, right? We want to work smarter with our time. So passive income streams has been really, really popular, something that you can create and not have to dedicate so much time into it, but make, you know, a great profit out of it. So the question is, what are some profitable passive income streams that most people have the ability to create?
I'll take that one. I would say, just like we've kind of started off with saying, becoming an author, everyone has a story, right? Everyone has a story deep down on the inside of them where you could share, and it helps bring transformation. I like for women to have a transformation. And when you share that story and you let people know that, hey, if you, for instance, myself, if you've, you know, been through a divorce and you came out on top and you lost everything and God was able to give you back everything that you lost, you can share that story with women. And then another passive income stream is digital course creation, which I'm working on right now. Digital course creation, putting it out there, creating it one time, hitting pretty much press and repeat and just let it go over and over and over again. While you're sleeping, someone is purchasing a course that you put together based off your experience and your wisdom and of course your knowledge, and now income is just racking in for you.
I would say curation as well. Every business always has a need to do networking mixers, whether it's attending, going. So I have found that in planning events, it does provide a stream of passive income because once you set those parameters in place, I love the sound of getting a ding saying vendor table sold or ticket bought. And there are so many different scales that you can do events on. And I think that when people think about passive income, we tend to think about, you know, the digital world for sure. But I'm telling you, don't sleep on having those events. I don't care if it's just 10 women in a room and you're talking about what you have going on and just making different facets of what you do marketable as well as merchandise. People want to see, you know, that little cute desk on your cute cup on your desk, or they want to see you in your brand shirt. So really becoming your own billboard for me has been a great way to develop passive income, whether it's through Shopify, you know, radio ads, or just people seeing me on air, which goes back to just who your streams of income show you are. So to answer that question, I would say event planning, and definitely just showing more of your personality, because when people see your Instagram and Twitter and all that, that's pretty much your resume. That's your way of locking in a deal within 3 to 5 minutes. And so for that reason, especially being in media, I would say your media can also be passive income.
For sure. Yeah. Definitely. The content that you post.
I would add to that, because monetizing my platform has really done a lot for me. And when I say monetizing my platform, I mean from social media posting for people who pay me to do that, to hosting virtual events. Like my last virtual event, well, the one before this one, I made over $4,000 just hosting that event, because people want a platform to share on and they would pay you to do that. But my most favorite way to make money consistently is through speaking, because you can speak at in-person events, virtual events. You can make so much money from so many ways in speaking, on podcasts, on YouTube, you name it. And not only that, speaking also puts you at a whole different level where you become more influential. People respect you. People trust you. They're able to buy into you. And it's not just looking at someone speaking, but over time, when they listen to you consistently, they become in sync with you. So it makes it easier for you to sell practically anything to people because you now become more influential. So even if you are speaking on your virtual platform, that is a way you can just start monetizing it, but you have to put it out there. So many people, they want to do this and they tend to hold back, but people want what you have to offer. So if at any point in time, you hear something we say here, just go do it. Just go do it because people are waiting and you wouldn't know until you put it out there.
Exactly. Whoever needed that push, that was your push, sis. Okay.
Yeah.
I'd like to add to that. Definitely hearing that ping, I can piggyback to what Shalissa said. You hear that ping at night, and it's like, oh, my money's flowing through. But I am one that loves to live on autopilot. So those ebooks, the affiliate marketing, when you're creating your content and you're extending it out 2 weeks, and really people are like, oh my gosh, she's on social media so much. But no, honey, it's been planned out and I'm getting paid for my affiliate marketing. Let's not forget about the royalties, those savings accounts, those mutual funds and things of that nature that you can silently invest in and, reap the benefits of it. But the autopilot, the ebooks, getting your royalty off of music, art, whatever God allows, your hands and your mind to do. I always say there's something that you can make money from. There's always something that someone out there does not know and they need your help in. So living a life on autopilot and getting those multiple streams of income is one that I love.
And I would say packaging your stuff up. You got a book, you might have your t-shirt or your cup, or a service that you're offering. So don't forget to package up what you have as well, right? And also, when you're thinking about the things that you're passionate about or what you want to do, think about what people are coming to you for, right? If they keep coming to you for, let's say, media or, to, probably, get them published or different things like that, they keep coming to you about that. That must be telling you, it should tell you something, right? That you're doing something that's getting their attention and that you should step forward and help someone else, right? I'm a big believer in collaboration, right? Collaboration truly is a new currency. And I know you hear me say it, but it's a true fact. Doing those collaborations with other people who are further than you or sometimes cross collaborations are great ways to continue to make multiple streams of income and just make those connections that would turn into passive income as well, right? And then your subscriptions, right? I have magazines, I have books. You get people to subscribe to it, that's going to keep going forever. Royalties are going to be forever. Subscriptions can be forever. So think about little things like that, as well as ebooks, as Suzanne said, little ebooks that can keep going forever. Being a part of anthologies, you can teach other people how to do anthologies and how to build from there and build stages from those anthologies, which can turn into speaking opportunities, right? Because once you are an author, you are a speaker, right? And so those are the different streams that I have, and you just can keep going from there. You don't have to recreate anything, right? Just step out there, do it, and multiply from there. Because you can take your chapter in the book and make that a masterclass. You can take your chapter in the book and package that up.
I want to add that real quick on the book note. Don't be afraid to delve into children's books too, because it can take all of a couple minutes. I just finished my first children's book. Didn't take me long. So when you think about longevity, you can pop a series out quick. So for those who may be thinking about authorship, bite off what you can handle. You don't have to go for the long one. It's about the journey. So whether it's anthologies, ebooks, children's books, how-to books, books are a great segue into, having those passive streams of income, period.
Yeah. Yes. And I'll add to what Suzanne said as well, as far as speaking. You may be called into speaking engagements to speak for free, but that is your exposure right there, because you are your brand. And when you go and you do those speaking engagements for free, 9 times out of 10, if you have a table or something like that, people are going to come to you. They're attracted to you. Don't forget about going out to those vendor events, setting up your booth, doing your marketing, getting your banners and all of that stuff to bring exposure as well to your business. You may spend a small seed, investing in yourself. And just remember, your biggest investment is yourself. So why not? But yeah, that free speaking, it brings a lot of light to you and your brand.
And I want to add to this really quick before we go on to the next one, Essence, because it's on me. For those of you all who may have heard all your life that you have a really cute voice, go into KDP and get you a sign up and get you an account for you to read the audiobooks. Everybody is listening to audiobooks. Your voice can actually be playing in someone's speaker in their car, in their house, because you have made that a stream of income. Read audiobooks. That's another stream of income.
Book signings and virtual book signings. Don't forget that. Book signings can be, as she stated earlier, at vendor booths. So you can make that a book signing. Okay. You can do a book signing anywhere. You can create your own stage. If somebody pay you to do it, then yes, get a vendor booth. Sign books. That's your stage. Book signings, virtual book signings. Do not forget the
Sheena, you took the words right out my mouth when you said about, a compliment. I was going to say that. Anytime anyone, a repeated compliment you get from people, that is your sign that you should create a stream of income from that you should pursue that further. Because if those 5 people had the same compliment, there's going to be another 5 and another 5 and another 5. So I love it. There have been so many streams of incomes that you guys have shared with us. I hope everyone was taking notes, because there was at least 10, okay? We got speaking, we got books, we got hosting events, we got speaking for audiobooks, right? So I love it, love it, love it. It definitely makes me want to challenge this conversation a little bit further, since we talked about streams of income within the business. I want to talk about streams of income outside of the business. I know, Chelsea, you mentioned something earlier about life insurance, and life insurance can actually be a stream of income, right? We also have investment strategies such as stocks and bonds and those such things. So if any of you ladies want to please speak on how we can create streams of income outside of our business, I think that would be really helpful to the audience as well.
I'll kick it off since you called me out. So the thing with outside the streams, it's still inside, because when I sell insurance, I'm still a personality. I'm just switching the topic of my conversation. But when we speak on things like insurance, the one common misconception is that life insurance and insurance in general is something that you benefit from in your death. No, life insurance is for life. We're still mostly in our primes, most of us. So when you think about those that may not have the house of their dreams yet, or the car, or you're looking for monies to put into your business, there are certain policies, a 10-term, 5-pay. There are different levels of taking these insurance policies and investing in those accounts and letting it accrue, and using that when you go to the table as an asset to negotiate what you need. It's not about being able to pull the money out right away, but when you list on that piece of paper, hey, I want to get this house, even when you have kids, those young moms out there, when you get your child that life insurance policy from jump, when they turn 18 or they're ready to buy a house or get married, guess what? They now have $50,000 because you decided to set it to the side. And it's only when you sign them over as a beneficiary. Other than that, you own the policy, and you can never have too many. So if you look at it in terms of $150 a month for what insurance really does, you're talking about $1 million of coverage. You don't know what you're going to use that for, whether it's professional liability. Most of us on here are influencers. We're coaches. Have we thought about how much having insurance is actually necessary, especially in an age where people love to talk about stuff on social media, slander, libel? Okay, you come for me if you want to, but it's thousands of dollars of coverage that you're going to hit before you hit me. And if I need to send a lawyer or something happens, God forbid, I have that resource. To be successful, you can't, can't leave out things like insurance because it's recession proof. We all need it, and it's a conversation that we just need to have. So that's what I would say outside.
Thank you, Chelsea. Anyone else?
I would say your real estate investing. I know as well, one, I want to say, make sure that that first business that you are inside working so hard on can actually extend and help you create the outside investments that you're looking for. So that's your real estate investing. That's your REITs, your REITs. You want to make sure that you can get into that. Your stocks and bonds. One mutual fund can lead you to, let's say you invest $5,000. Next year, you'll be looking at $15,000 just from letting that fund sit. Don't forget to go in and speak to your bankers. Get around people that have the financial knowledge that you need that can help you and extend to you the guidance on how to invest your money, because there's so many things that you can invest in outside of your actual business. But I do know that real estate is a big one. Also franchising, tapping into, some franchises and letting that money grow, through someone else. They've already done the hard work for you. So why not? Why not? What's a $10,000 investment to Steak and Shake? I mean, that's just an example of one, right? That will help you grow the money that you've already earned and that you have. And it may be over time, nothing is fast, but there's definitely ways that you can leverage inside of different franchises as well.
Yes, you hit some great points there, Megan. Franchising is great because, like you said, they already have the system set up for you. So all you have to do is just follow the system, quote unquote, Bible, and all the years that they've already put in to build this brand and this business, and just follow that and be able to create a stream of income there. And then I love that you said real estate as well, because we all need a place to live, right? So real estate is going to be a great way to also put in some money and be able to get out a great profit. Anyone else want to, before we move on to the next question?
I want to add, I definitely agree with, because I am a real estate investor and I do invest in stocks, but I'm also an angel investor too. So I invest in other companies, right? So don't forget the power of that. I wish I was an early investor of Facebook. I probably would be way so right now, right? So yeah, that's another way you can build streams, is investing in other companies, right? So don't forget the power of angel investing. If you want to invest in other companies, you never know where it's going to take you. Those are great investments.
Dr. Little, how did you get started with angel investing? Did you join a group of angel investors, or did you just start it off solely by yourself?
I actually started during the pandemic in 2020. I was in a room on Clubhouse, and it was a bunch of angel investors in it. I was like, you know what? Can I get into this, right? Because I was already investing. I was like, let me figure out whatever, what they're doing to, get to that next level. Because when you think about real estate, everybody's always thinking about single family homes or multifamily. It's so many other ways to invest when you get into real estate. And that's really how I got in there. And it's been great. So I'm telling you, it's a lot of opportunity in angel investing, because, for those people who might not want to go into multifamily or single family homes or do the wholesale investing, you can just buy other companies or invest in other companies.
Thank you.
I'd like to add to that. Always remain, and I probably say this on every Stepping Into Sisterhood that I do, remain teachable. Because you don't know it all. Even though I am a coach, there is a coach over me that's coaching me to do the next very step in my business, because I don't know. I know transportation. I know business coaching and helping you, like Sheena, get your business together and make sure your foundation is together. But when you get to talking to me about stocks and bonds, that stuff was foreign to me until the leader and the coach ahead of me said, hey, now that you got this extra, I think you need to do this. So, but if I would have cut her off, I wouldn't have known what I know today about doing it. So always remain coachable and teachable. They're there to help you if you allow them to.
That is so true. I can't comment much on the investing part of it because my husband is the investor. That's his thing, right? And I love him for it. But I have to comment on what Miss Trucking in High Heels just said. If your coach don't have a coach, get another coach. I'm sorry, I don't mean to make it sound so blunt, but there are too many people out here teaching people how to do things they've never done. They have no one leading them, yet they want to lead you to a level they've never been to. So make sure the person that is coaching you has someone that is also coaching them. Just had to say that.
No, yeah, you're totally right. And it's okay. We love truth and transparency here, and she wins. And you know that, Suzanne.
And I just wanted to add really quickly, if you are interested in investing in stocks and bonds and all of that good stuff, you can start very simply by investing on Cash App. For those who have Cash App, you can go into Cash App and start finding some little tickers, some of the places that you shop at. If you shop at Coach, if you drive a Tesla, or some of those different ones, you go right into your Cash App and you search it up, and you can buy stocks inside of that actual brand, right? And then another way to invest in stocks, you all can write down the apps. We have Coinbase, right? And then we also have Robinhood for you to start investing as well. So those are just some little small tidbits for you all to write down. Also, go check out Wall Street Trapper. He's on YouTube, and you can find him on Instagram. He is really big on helping brown people invest and become wealthy by investing in stocks. Wall Street look like us now.
Yes.
Resources. We appreciate that.
Yeah. And I think it's Clever Girl too. Is it Clever Girl? They're a Black and brown community for women as well that help us with a lot of free game.
Yes, and before we move on to the next question, I just wanted to say just one more investment strategy inside and outside the business is the 401k, right? If we work for another company, a lot of companies offer 401k, and they also offer match contribution, right? Up to 10% or 15%. Go ahead and take advantage of that. Let that pile up. And then you can also open up a 401k if you are a business owner as well. So there's so many ways to make other streams of income, especially now in this digital age. Now, the next question, since we started touching a little bit about, Black and brown community, and all of us here belong to that community, I think it's really important for us to discuss what is the most valuable financial lesson you have learned as a Black woman.
Don't put I know it.
Okay,
don't put all your eggs in one basket. Period. Years ago, when I lost my business, I literally lost everything. Ever since then, I've never had one stream of income. So that's my biggest tip. Don't put all your eggs in one basket.
You live and you learn.
I love entrepreneurship, but there's a time and a place for everything. There's a season. Do not be ashamed if you work a 9-to-5 job and you still run your business. Sometimes we try to jump out and be like, I'm gonna be an entrepreneur. Sis, hold on. I know you, but wait, like strategy is everything. So I love having my job because it gives me like a different network that I can use in my business, a different group of people. So don't be afraid to have that 9-to-5 job and also achieve your dreams. Use that money to push what you have going, but until what you love becomes the main thing. Yeah. So shout out to my ladies that got that 9-to-5 because them health benefits, it's real out here. You an entrepreneur, wait until you're and you need insurance.
That's me. I'm in that season, sis. I've been an entrepreneur for 2 years. Suzanne will tell you, I think she was in the She Wins Society session that we were having. And I recently got a 9-to-5 because the business was, it was struggling. And you can't operate like confidently coming from a place of scarcity, especially as a Black woman. But I'll give it off to someone else who's ready to share their valuable lesson.
I would say hire people to do things that you don't want to do. I think sometimes as entrepreneurs we get caught up and we want to be everything, right? But if that's not your talent, like bookkeeping, right? If that's not your talent, hire a book. We should all do that anyway. But definitely hire people that are doing things that you don't want to do. Don't be afraid to delegate, right? Because we all they're pretty much our team, right? They don't have to be on the front lines. They could be people you outsource, or you can hire them and put them on payroll. But definitely delegate and hire people to do those things, right? I have my editors, I have my designers, I have my bookkeeper. I delegate. But did I always do that? No, I did not. And so I learned from that. So I'm trying to help everybody that's on here listening that may be in that same situation. I'm giving you a gem now that will save you a whole lot of time.
Because time is money.
That's right.
She said time is money.
And not delegate. It creates burnout. Sure. I would say a valuable lesson that
you've got the floor. You've got the floor, Megan.
Okay. I would say a value of the challenges, being in, it's cutting out on me, I'm sorry. And the challenges of, being a business owner. Before COVID, funding. Funding was a big challenge because when I started my business, I was the one that took everything from my 401k. I was not taught to not put all my eggs in one basket. So I took my 401k and I threw it all into the business, later on stumbling down the line, falling in debt. So I'll say that the challenge was the funding and getting in debt from it. But I will also say, looking at other people's highlight reels, that was an issue, because what you see online, it's glamorous. It's showing that this person has made it. Stop allowing that to be your go-to to say, oh, I can do it. I can do it too. Yes, you can do it. Use it as an inspiration is what I'm saying. Use that person, that model as an inspiration, but do not rely on that as your source. That's a challenge with us when we're starting our business because we're always looking at the next and trying to figure out how are they doing it, and that's important, right? You want to know that. But back to what I said, it was definitely the funding. I poured everything out that I had, and I'm not ashamed to tell people in the first go round with the business, it was not a good go round. Also, when you put your heart into it, you're hiring people. Let me just talk about it. Family expectations, those expectations that are put on you as the head in your family, the one that knows how to create wealth. And then later on down the line, when it all crumbles and it all falls apart, you're no longer that person. So, I just want to be real and candid about that. And sometimes that can be your reason for going into said debt, So yeah, but the funding is definitely a challenge. I would say before COVID, it was not available for us the way that it is now. Everyone has taken on the model of Black and brown lenders, and I'm going to give it. And there's still challenges within the systems today, still that don't want to give us money to, make our business go, make it go to the next level. There's still people out there and banks out there that don't want to move, even though the numbers are there, they still don't want to give it to us.
Yep, Megan is talking.
So it's still a challenge, the banking systems. So yeah, but I could go on about that. I don't want to.
No, you are okay. We are coming up on time here. So I just want to just give anyone else the room, the space to share their valuable lesson. I think Sheena, I'm not sure if you got to share on that. If you just want to put in something really quickly.
Really quickly, I'll add, get you somebody. If you are interested in writing a book and becoming an authority and an author, get you somebody like Dr. Ashley Little. The most valuable thing I learned upon me writing a book, I had a ghostwriter and she ran off with my money and she ran off with my story. I'll never forget this, y'all. And my publisher at the time, she called me and she said, Sheena, look online. The girl had started talking about your story, and I wasn't even there. I hadn't heard from her or anything. And so that was a valuable lesson for me. And then it kind of put me on like guard, because when you become an author, people are coming up to you and they're saying, how did you write your book? Who do you know? What did you do? What did you? And I'm like, no, you don't want to do it. You don't want to do it. But most recently, and it was actually at She Wins Society event that we did, I had a chance to meet with other women and they wanted to know, how did I do it? And I was able to kind of like let my guard down and kind of guide them as to what to do to write their book with a ghostwriter. And so, Dr. Ashley, I am so excited that you are on this panel on today, because women all over the world need what it is that you have, someone we can trust with our story so we can get it out there.
I love it. I love the sisters in this room promoting each other, loving each other, and this is just a beautiful time. Thank you, ladies, so much for joining us. I just want to tell the audience, please take the second to go ahead and look at that banner. It's been flowing this whole time, but make sure you connect with these ladies. If you felt enlightened by something that you said, make sure you connect with them if they have a service that can help you, that can get you to that next level, because we are all here to win together. So thank you so much, ladies, and I hope everyone has a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh.
I'm just talking as usual and still muted. Thank you so much, ladies, for all that you shared with us today. Thank you, Dr. Ashley Little. Thank you so much, Chelsea Speaks. Thank you, Sheena Bautista. Thank you, Megan Cole. Thank you so much to our moderator, Essence English. Thank you, ladies, for all that you have shared with us today. So our next panel is trying to come in. Before we do that, though, I know that we flowed from one panel to the next because we were running a little bit behind schedule. So I wanted to quickly do a giveaway before we move on. Oh, I also want to say thank you to Suzanne. I'm trying to make sure I thank everybody. Like Essence said, make sure that you connect with all of these ladies. As you can see, no one has been holding back today, which is what I love to see. Everybody has been vulnerable, sharing what they know. No one has been gatekeeping. Like this is sisterhood. This is us stepping into sisterhood, and also knowing that these spaces are available to us. I know that there are some sisters out there, and I want to believe that there's no one like that today, because you did show up for Stepping into Sisterhood. But I know women who have experienced negative interactions or disappointing interactions with other women. And so what I want you to get from Stepping into Sisterhood today is for you to have a reminder that women who are truly going to support you are out there. Women who are not going to try to hoard resources are out there. Women who truly want to see you win, truly want the best for you are out there. Women who believe in collaboration over competition. Women who believe that her showing you how to win or her telling you something to elevate is not going to in some way dim her light or stop her from winning. Like, these spaces exist. These women exist. And so I'm just so grateful for this space. I'm grateful for She Wins Society, and I'm grateful that we are able to attract like minds, women who are women after our own heart, because now we have this community together where we are supporting each other, we are uplifting each other, we are empowering each other, we are putting our sisters on, we are shouting our sisters out, our sisters out in rooms that they haven't entered yet. And that is the way that it should be. And so before we go on to our next panel, I do want to quickly do a giveaway. We skipped Stanley Professional Services. So right now I want to go ahead And shout her out. Shout out Stanley Professional Services. If you have been watching today's show, then you know that Joyce was part of our Navigating Motherhood and Entrepreneurship panel. And so Joy is giving, Joyce, Joyce Stanley of Stanley Professional Services. She is giving away a 21-day self-love challenge workbook. So let me let you see what that looks like. Okay, 21-day self-love challenge workbook. One of our registered ticket holders is going to win this workbook, which, by the way, I have a copy of, and I love it. So let's see who the winner is. All right, the winner is our sister, Latricia Lowry Johnson. Shout out to Latricia. You win the 21-day self-love challenge workbook from Stanley Professional Services. Thank you so much for your sponsorship, sis. We truly appreciate you. And all right, so we're going to jump into our final panel. Can y'all believe that we have our final panel coming up? So I'm going to go ahead and let these ladies in right now. Coming to the stage is Chantel Hawley, Carolyn Hayes, Talicia Alexander, Coach Janine, and Tamika Lyons. And I feel like, okay, there she is. There is Chanel Royal hiding down there at the bottom. All right, ladies, thank you so much. And I'm going to go ahead and leave the stage to you, Carolyn.
Hey, everybody. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes.
We are the last panel. You know how it says we're saving the best for last, right? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, everyone. The panel that you are listening to now is keeping your cup full and beating burnout. That's going to be good. I'm going to go ahead and introduce our speakers. We have Tamika Lyons, who is a pastor, motivator, prayer warrior, and my good sister. We have Chanel Royal, certified life coach. Sorry. Talicia, did I say that right?
You did, yes.
Yay. Talicia Alexander, wellness and self-care educator. We have Janine Hope, mindset coach, author, and self-love expert. And Chantel Holly, certified authentic leadership coach. And I am your moderator, Carolyn Hayes, and I am a master life coach. Okay, so we're going to get started. I'm going to ask the first question, and I'm going to ask one of the beautiful ladies to kick off the question, and then after that, we're going to go popcorn style. So the first question is, with the many responsibilities that come with adulting, most women struggle to make time to refill their cups. What advice do you have for the woman who keeps putting herself last on her to-do list? Now, I'm going to ask my intentional coach, Chanel, to start this off.
I can do that, sis. Thank you so much. So one piece of advice that I would give to the woman that puts herself last is this, and I say it often: the world needs you whole. The people that you tend to burn yourself out for, sometimes they don't even realize that you are giving from a place of depletion. So you have to make sure that you're taking care of you. They expect for you to do your own work and be able to keep showing up, keep providing. So if you're not doing it for yourself, the people that you are burning yourself out for, eventually they will get the lack, they will get the exhausted you, and you really won't fulfill, you won't be of a benefit to them because
you're burnt out. So remember that you have to take care of you first, and they're expecting for you to do the work. So they're not going to really be empathetic and say, you seem like you're tired. They're expecting that you are doing the work because you show up for them all the time.
That was good. You know, she be dropping those gems all the time. Okay. Yes. Whoever wants to go next, jump right in.
I'll chime in with that. As you ladies can see, I'm actually in my bed because I'm overcoming COVID. So, what I will say is that if you don't prioritize your health and put yourself first, your body will break down. It may not be COVID, but your body will tell you when it's time for you to stop and rest and put yourself first. You don't want to get to that point. So, it's always important for you to stay ahead of the ball by prioritizing yourself, making a routine for yourself, asking for help when you need help, to prevent yourself from getting to the place where your immune system is compromised, where you're not able to perform, as Chantel said, to that top level. So definitely taking that as a key pointer to prevent illness and to stay in optimal health. That's definitely a tool to help you keep that at the forefront of your self-care.
Yeah, and I'll jump in here. Hello, everyone. And I'll say we have to stop serving ourselves into stuck. Like we serve ourselves into stuck. We always feel like we need to say yes. I am a reformed people pleaser. Okay. So I know what that looks like. So every time you say yes to something, I want you to write down, what am I saying no to for myself? Because that way you can track where your burnout came from. You can track where you're not feeling not so well or how your day is going. You gauge it every time you say yes to someone. Figure out, what am I sacrificing from myself, because we're telling ourselves no to something every time we say yes to someone else.
That was good. That was a great share. And Talisi, I just want to say, praying for you. Healing is your portion. I had COVID also. Back in 21, the enemy was trying to take me out of here, and I was in the hospital, for over 2 weeks. And along with that, I had double-sided pneumonia. So when God healed me completely, that was something that I really, honed in on, was taking care of myself, and I made that a priority. From then on now. So it is important, especially to listen to your bodies and not try to do too much, because God will sit you down if you don't sit down.
Thank you, sis. Yes, he will. I've used this time to gain my energy back, to strategize and all that good stuff. So there sometimes is a blessing for you needing to sit down. So blessing in disguise. Thank you.
Anybody else want to jump?
Hey, I was just going to say a couple of things, but really I want to tag team on a lot of what you said. And Talicia, I am recovering right now. My son had really bad case of flu that put him down for a whole week. And then I got sick. So I didn't even know if I was going to make it today. I've been in the bed all week until today. So I'm grateful to be here. So I'm actually replenishing myself so I could show up. But I really wanted to talk about having proactive self-care versus reactive self-care. A lot of times when we get into burnout, because I've hit burnout twice in my life, one that sat me all the way down for 6 months, and another one where I almost lost my life. So at the end of the day, you have to understand that having proactive self-care is very important and getting in tune to your body. Most of the time as Black women, we're very reactive of, okay, now I got to sit down, versus what am I saying no to, or what am I saying yes to? So you can already have things set in place. And delegating some of those things, because most of the time when you got to burnout, it's because you was walking around with a cape on saying I could do everything myself, instead of saying no, or having people take accountability and do some of the things that they can do. That's in motherhood too, because we had a whole motherhood panel, and I was one of those moms that felt I had to do everything instead of delegating some of those tasks, even to my children, as far as to say you can do some of these things for yourself.
That was good. That was good. And anyone else before I move on to the next question? Okay, the next question is, have you ever pushed yourself to burn out? If so, what were the signs that burnout was approaching and how did you feel once you arrived there?
Okay. Go ahead, Janine. You want to go ahead? Okay. So have I ever pushed myself to burnout? Unknowingly, like most of us have. Some of the signs is really what I kind of wanted to hone in on because every now and again it can creep back up. So some of the signs that I notice is, of course, I'll be frustrated, bitterness towards other people that were around me achieving or still moving in their momentum. I wasn't totally listening or present in most conversations when I was burnt out. I felt a lot of heaviness, like my body, it goes through this tense season when I am like pushing too far or right before it. I'm a lot more aware now, so I can tell when it's coming and I know how to delegate, but I still know exactly what my body feels like. It's a lot of tightness that goes on. Sometimes my left or my right eye would twitch. Like literally my body's like, hello, hello, I'm about to, shut down. And I think that most of the time we feel it coming on, but we just keep pushing. We just keep pushing. And a lot of the things that we don't do, like what Coach Janine said, is we don't depend on or lean on the people that are in our lives that think that we have it all, that we can do it all. Just because you think we can do it all doesn't mean that I have to. I just have the ability to. And so when we start to kind of put ourselves first, and I'm sure we'll talk about it, and be more like intentional about, okay, this is all of the things that I get to do, but I don't have to do it all, and delegate, it helps us prevent burnout. And it really does. So you need a team. You definitely need a team.
Yeah, that's a good question. And for me, burnout looked for me like barely struggling to keep that cape on, but outside it looked like I had it all together. But when Coach Janine talked about that cape, it's like I finally burned that cape. And that's what prevents burnout for me is really prioritizing, making myself the priority. And then that way I know what else leads into that. Because going through burnout, I realized that the things that I was saying yes to when I wanted to say no, and not realizing that I hadn't worked on myself first. We serve, our cup might start full, but when we start serving, we serve from this dry place because we haven't realized how to fill our own cups back up. So when you realize and know how to fill your own cup back up, it's hard to hit burnout so much because you realize the signs quicker, sooner, faster. That yellow light starts flashing. You're like, oh, I'm stepping outside of my boundaries. I'm not honoring myself. Up, limiting beliefs. Let me get back in my mirror. I need to be saying my affirmations. Where's my work? How am I starting my mornings? Or am I moving my body or am I sacrificing my health? Am I just showing up trying to appear to have it all together? Or am I really in my bag doing what it is I need to do for me? Right? Because when we lose sight of who we are and whose we are, we hit burnout real fast because we're trying to fill gaps in other spaces.
Come on, somebody. Say that again. No. That was good.
I will say, just like Coach Janine, I have burnt out twice. And I remember the very first time I burnt out, I literally slept for 2 weeks. So, one of the telltale signs that you could be leading to burnout is a lack of proper rest and a lack of sleep. I had no idea that I was sleep deprived. I literally, for 2 weeks, got up, ate, went to the bathroom, and went back to sleep. So making sure that you are consistently prioritizing your rest and that you have a routine for rest is extremely important to preventing burnout. And if you're not getting proper rest, then that's a telltale sign that you could be on the verge of burnout soon.
So yes, I want to answer. As far as have I experienced burnout? Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. And just as some of the ladies have said, some of the signs for me that I twitching, Chanel, when you said that, baby girl, hey, but I go to twitching really bad. Lack of sleep, headaches. My goodness, I get these crazy headaches, overly tired, and then it turns from I'm overly tired, but then I also can't go to sleep. Why? Because the mind is racing. The mind is racing, trying to finish and do everything that needs to be done. And what happens is most of the time, us as women, we're just natural nurturers. So we pick up so many things that we don't need to be doing. And what did it for me years ago? I just had to pick up, and I call it an anointing of no. We're sometimes, I never really was a people pleaser. I was a Tamika pleaser. So Tamika wanted to do this, and Tamika needed to do that, and to feel fulfilled, Tamika needed to do all of these things. And so Tamika would grab this, or I may be around somebody and I realize that they need help with something, and oh, okay, I know how to do that. Let me go help them. And then now, before you know it, I'm doing more for this person than I'm doing for either me or my business. So I had to get to a point, and I had to adopt an anointing of no. And the no was more so for me. It wasn't so much for people. It's Tamika, no. No, you can't do that. You can't try to do everything. You can't sit there and try to be this, and that, because why? Now you're taken away. And what has happened for me years ago and over my life, I have done that so much for others that I put Tamika on the back burner. I done helped, pushed, and provoked, and did everything else for everybody else. But then I'm so worn out, I'm burnt out, and can't focus on the stuff that Tamika needs to do. So that for me, the last time that happened, that's when I realized, okay, girl, what are you gonna do? You got to get up from here and figure it out. And then now you got to be able to tell yourself no. That, and then what is it inside of you that make you feel that you need to do all of that? They didn't even ask. Some of them didn't even ask you for that help. They didn't even ask you for it. You just saw the need. Again, that nurturer, you saw the need, and then you're like, okay, let me go try to help them. And now you're helping, and you're putting yourself in a situation where God didn't even want you in. And that's why you got burned out. That's why you're burned out, because you put yourself there, not God. Simple for me. Simple for me. Once I got it.
Okay, so let's pass the offering plate real quick, because the pastor just came out. Y'all heard it. The anointing of no. Remember that.
I just wanted to say one thing, and this is just functioning back to that first panel we had about shame and doubt. And there was, forgive me, I don't remember her name, but she talked about being an immigrant and coming over, and how she didn't know what depression looked like, but she kept moving. And see, I had high functional depression. I kept stacking it on, but I came from a mom that did everything. She got 4 9 to 5. She's doing this. She's going to school. So I came from that thing of grind, 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 grind. So that's what set me down. So sometimes it's to a point that we don't recognize that doing more is not the way to go. And so in my 9 to 5, I'm a nurse. So that nurturing thing that Pastor Tamika talked about, it was for Janine saying, oh, because I nurse at school, at work, that I'm nursing here and I'm doing that. And then it led me to burnout because I was taking on too much. So for me, it was, I almost had a stroke. To me, it was my blood pressure was high. It was, to me, my thyroid, my neck started getting big, and I started really having health problems. So sometimes you can bring stress upon yourself by just having health problems and letting it show up in other ways. So I really had to be sat down when the doctor said, hey, this is what's going on and this is why. So getting to the roots of why you're doing it and starting to unpack of why you're doing it. And so for me, I learned it came from family background of the power of the strong word. You are a strong Black woman, just keep going. So I just kept doing it. I was a wife. I was doing all the things. So sometimes you have to understand that letting go of those titles, they can become idols. So that is how it showed up for me.
Wow, that was good. Great shares, everyone. For me, when I was still working my 9 to 5, I was working the 9 to 5, getting off of work, working the business, and also being in school. I'm getting my bachelor's for business. So I was up all hours of the night doing homework, turning in assignments, staying up all hours of the morning, and then getting up early for work, and then repeating that cycle. And I was really burned out. When the weekend would come, I would sleep like the whole weekend. So it's like I didn't have any enjoyment. My children, of course, they're all grown, they're adults. and I was just sleeping like the whole weekend. And then, of course, I had family and some friends that were calling me like for prayer because I'm an intercessor. So here I am warring for everyone. But then I was burned out at the same time. There was nobody warring for me. So I had to stop. I had to go to God, and he was like, okay, you need to do this, that, and the other. You need to say no to this. This doesn't need priority, whatever. And now I'm back into, a routine. So like Pastor Tamika said, the anointing of no is very powerful, and no is a complete sentence. You don't have to explain that to anyone at all. So yeah, that's it. Anybody else on this question before we move on to the next one? Okay, so now that you know the warning signs, what do you do when you notice that burnout is imminent? Anybody?
I have wrote down a few steps that I pretty much tell my clients, and it is step one is you need to acknowledge. Step two, you need to seek help, whether that's therapy, whether that's a coach, because I had both, whether that's get you a doctor and I had to go on a fitness journey. Number three, bloom where you're planted. It's the grace period that we have. When I say bloom where you planted, sometimes we get upset with where we are in life. It's saying, I'm here now. What can we do to move forward? I tell them, number four, give the grace and know your self worth about it. And number five, take action without comparison, because I feel like we compare ourselves to everybody else's story or what our mothers would have did or what our aunts would have did. You are your own person. And so do as you need to see fit within your household and your life and just show up.
Those are really good, Coach Janine. My mindset went around the same place. It was self-reflection, really reflecting on yourself. Everything starts with self-reflection. We have to go back to how are we feeling. It has a lot to do with how we feeling, because how we feel has a lot to do with how we be, how we show up, right? So I said, have I been showing up for myself? That's the first thing to recognize in those moments. And then is, what is this season requiring of me? Because every season requires something different of us. We have different seasons and they require something different. And if we put the wrong thing in the wrong season, it could just go all bad, right? And cause that burnout, because we're trying to operate at this high level and we're scrolling social media and we're seeing all the things, and we want to be this, we want to be that, we want to be everything. But have we answered the call on our lives? Because when we answer the call on our lives, it gives us a different level of freedom and fulfillment. It's not complicated. Nothing about that is complicated. God is not the author of confusion. And then the third one is, am I acting out of love or am I acting out of fear? It's one or two ways that we can go. And that fear has a lot to do with ego. It's ego driven. So do they see me? Are they going to do this? And it leads to burnout because we're exhausted trying to be everything to everybody and nothing to ourselves. So we have to really keep that at the forefront of our mind. What is this season that I'm in? And what is it that I desire to see when this season ends? Sometimes I'm just in a chill season. It's just time to rest. It's time to rest. So when I pop out, I'm ready, right? I can't come out tired and worn out, right? I can't come out tired and worn out. So there are seasons of rest, and sometimes we miss those seasons of rest, and it adds to the burnout. So thank you.
I will say also one of the things that I had to learn through after experiencing burnout is learning how to set boundaries, learning how to set boundaries with those who were requiring a lot of me, especially my family. Just like Pastor Tamika said, that anointing of no, I had to learn that. And creating boundaries can be a struggle for someone who's used to wearing that cape all the time. But the more you exercise those boundaries and the more that you see how it will help your overall health, you will start to get more stern with, implementing those boundaries and seeing how they do protect your peace. Another thing was reprioritizing, reevaluating those relationships that were not pouring back into me. I had to cut those loose. And it's an ongoing process of assessing the relationships in your life, assessing the things that you have on your to-do list, and whether or not that's truly adding value to your life, or just taking away and pulling from you. So definitely reprioritizing and putting those boundaries into place, for sure.
So I want to add to that. One of the things that I do, or that I would say to do, now that you know that it's burnout, like when I feel it, I literally just stopped. Like a baby stops in the middle of the floor and they fall out. That's the immediate stop. I'm overwhelmed, and I speak it out loud because we suppress a lot as, high successful, high performing African American beautiful women. We suppress a lot, so I say what it is. Especially when your voice has been quieted for a while, you have to call the thing what it is. But then I do follow up, like what Andromeda shared earlier, with affirmations. There was a season in my life where I was doing a lot of affirmations without actually doing the work. And my therapist was like, so do you release the tension and the overwhelm before you fix it? No, I would just say, it's going to be okay. It's going to be all right. No, I need you to release that tension that you're feeling. I am overwhelmed. And then you begin to mend. So that's what I would say to do. Now that you know what burnout looks like, call it what it is, and then start the work that you need to repair. If it's affirming yourself, if it's making boundaries for people in your life. For me, it wasn't really the people, it was Chanel. It was just like what Tamika said, it was me. I can do it. I can do that too. I can do that. I know how to do it, so I'm gonna do it. You can know how to do a thing, but don't take it over. Create a leader. Show them how to do it and take your hands off of it. Now, this is a woman that doesn't have children. However, I think about that with the people at my job that I manage, with the clients that I have. I'm not trying to do it for my clients. Not doing it, but I can show you the way, and then you do it for yourself. And I think that's what God wants us to do. God doesn't want us to be Him. He just wants us to give the message, keep it moving. He wants us to plant the seed, keep it moving. He wants us to teach somebody else how to do it and not be a gatekeeper, and keep it moving. So once I notice, and once you notice that you are burnt out, call it what it is. Don't suppress it. That's a heavy thing to carry, because if you suppress it, when it comes back again, you're gonna suppress it again. Now you gotta unpack that suppressing that you've done. In addition to, now you gotta learn how to say no and use your no. So that's what I would do.
I just kind of want to piggyback a little bit on that, because I was going to say one of the same things. But now that we're based off of the question, now that we know the warning signs, then we have to stop it before it gets too far. So pretty much how every woman has said, we know exactly what it looked like before for burnout. So now we got to get to that point. We got to listen to our bodies. Mostly everything that's been said today, every panel, most people have talked about how, we have been trained, or we grew up being strong. That word strong has always, has resonated, has been spoken out and said over and over and over us. And for many of us, it made us grow up thinking that I gotta be strong, so it's weak if I say something. Like Chanel was saying, I need to say it out, because if not, then but our mindset growing up, most of us, it feels like we're weak if we say that, or we're weak if we do that. But you got to think about, just like we have red flags when it comes into like a relationship and all of that, we got to take these same warning signs, red flag, ding 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 ding, whatever it is that's called. Once you get, don't let it get there, and because many times we get there and then we push past it. Talisha said that earlier. She felt things was going on, but she kept pushing, and then now her body's saying, the body was telling her earlier. You know what I mean? The body was telling her earlier. When I get those headaches, my body was telling me earlier, saying, listen, you need to chill out. But no, we don't want to listen. We want to keep going, because like I say, we've been adapted to that. We've been used to that. I got to keep pushing. I can't look weak. I can't, for those of us that got kids, I can't let my child down. I got to do this. I got to do that. But what about us? And that's what this panel is about. It's talking about making sure that we are okay, because if we're not okay as a person, then even that panel we just finished with the money, it ain't even gonna happen. or you're going to only get a little bit. You ain't even going to never get the fullness of what it is because we're burnt out or we're at a place. So we got to listen to the warning signs. So right now, somebody is watching and listening, and them warning signs is going off. Ding, ding, caution, caution, caution. Sis, we need you to listen to it. Listen to it. You've been at burnout before. Know those signs. Know the signs for you. As Janine said, we got to know what triggers us. What happened? What are those things? What is it? So that way, as it get to it, we don't even let it get there. You know what I mean? We don't even allow ourselves to get there, because then now we know that it's a warning sign. Red flag. Come on. You know what I mean? Just get to that point where, nope, I'm not even going to go there. Why? Because now we're at a season and a point we want to show up as our best self. And the only way to do that, we got to take care of us. We got to take care of us. As women, especially Black women, we have to take care of us, because it ain't too many people taking care of us.
My God, yes. We definitely have to. And like the saying goes that we all know, we cannot pour from an empty cup, because all of us are coaches, speakers, and whatever. So how is it that we can pour into coach others when we're not our best selves? We have to be able to show up as our best selves, but we have to take care of ourselves also. That was good. Okay, next question. What are some things that women can do daily to avoid experiencing burnout altogether?
I would say, go ahead, Chanel.
Me? Oh, okay. So I'm gonna say, have a plan that suits you. Me personally, I don't do anything without at least knowing what my baseline blueprint is for the day. So outline what it is that you need. When we're talking about you, we're not talking about nobody else. We're not talking about the children. We're not talking about the husband. We're not talking about the house. We're talking about you. What is your baseline blueprint that you need every day so that you feel full? Your cup is full before you go out and execute. Some people say, oh, I get mine at the end of the night when you've taken care of everybody. Or I'll get mine in the middle of the day when you done dropped off the children, you done got out the house, you done got to work, gave them 4 hours, and then you say, I'm gonna give myself that hour. Maybe you're someone like me, I work from home. So I say, when I'm not mindful, my time is early in the morning. I love it. That's my sweet spot. God be talking to me. We get stuff done. But there are times when the people that are most dearest to me, they may call me in the wee hours of the morning. And guess what? My plan is off, but I have a baseline blueprint that happens every day. Even if I have to run to the hospital, someone's up at 5 a.m. and we're going to the hospital. Once I get that time, I'm getting it. I'm getting what my baseline is. So have your outline of what your go-to is that you need to fill your cup. I know what that is for me. On the normal, for me, it is me getting in my prayer closet, me getting to the gym, me getting time to just really know what the day consists of and know what's on my agenda. And then how can I implement me throughout the whole day? And does it align to my ultimate goal? If I can have that baseline, so figuring out what your baseline is for you to be filled and not to just get up and run and start, doing for everyone else. That's what I would say to do. It's really going to help. Really, really going to help. And then you can go about your day. You can give from a place of the overflow. That's a real thing. It's a real, real thing. If you all ever call me at 7 a.m., people be like, Chanel, you look like you had 5 cups of coffee. And I literally have not, but I poured so much into myself. I've taken care of me. I have set myself up for success. I've moved my body. I have taken time to go outside and be in nature. Whatever I'm needing in that moment, that's enough for me. And I'm like, everything else is an added bonus. So then now I'm giving from a place of like, I'm not feeling like you cut into my gym time, you cut into my prayer time, or maybe it's a day that I just need to lay on my couch and just lay there and catch up on podcasts or something like that. But now I'm in a better place. So just know what your baseline is. That's what I would say.
Yes, I love those, Chanel. And I would say something very similar, what I call the activating your own GPS system first, starting your morning with grace and gratitude, starting your morning with prayer, praise, and a podcast, starting your morning with a system and a strategy, really pouring into yourself so that that's how you start to serve from your overflow, not from your cup. Because like Chanel said, she's already, it's like she has had 5 cups of coffee at that moment because she's already poured into herself. And we have to be conscious of not pouring into other people before we start to pour into ourselves first. And it's okay to pause and take a break to see, how do I need to do that now? Because some of us on this call may need to pour back into ourselves first because our cup is like, we got like this much left, right? And that means we're almost at burnout. If we have this much left, we're almost at burnout and we don't want to get there. So when you think about it, what is it that you have? Because sometimes even I was at the big age of 40 and I didn't have any boundaries. There was no boundaries with me. It was like, yeah, sign me up. You need that? Okay, I'm that friend. I'm that strong friend. I'm that go-to person. So I never said no. And that's what took me to burnout. But really having clearly defined boundaries, really having a morning routine, and get inside of a community. Stop hiding, stop living in isolation, stop feeling like I got it, I got it, I got it. Because sometimes our ego won't allow us to join community with other women because we're always in constant competition and comparing ourselves to those other women, or feeling like, oh, they can do it that way. I'm not there yet. Those are the rooms you want to be in. When you feel like I'm not quite there, that's the room you want to be in, right? Let that light overshine over, like just lean over into you and just pour more onto you because you come in with light also. So everybody has light, but we dim that light when we go into isolation and seclusion, and that's where we burn out because nobody's there to hold us accountable. Nobody's there to say I see you. Nobody's there to give you that reaffirming word, because when you're not saying your affirmations, you definitely need somebody to reaffirm you.
That's so good. I will say Chanel and Chantel both talked about those routines. For me, I had to develop a nightly routine. So I had to learn how to silence my phone, put the do not disturb on at a certain time so those notifications weren't coming in and distracting me from preparing myself for rest. I had to start dimming the lights. My husband always makes fun of me. I take my shower by candlelight at night because I'm preparing my body to get the proper rest that I need to set me up for success the next day. So developing that, both that morning routine and that nightly routine, is extremely important. And then another thing that I teach other women through self-care practices is learning how to stop and breathe. Take deep breaths. When we're on the verge of burnout and when we're going, we're breathing so shallow. And, you know, when I do breathing exercises with women, they struggle through it because they're not realizing how shallow they're breathing. So taking time throughout your day, especially when you start to feel those moments of intensity or feeling like you're getting overwhelmed, stop to take some deep breaths. And just getting that proper oxygen in your body helps to relax your nervous system and put you in a place where you can refocus and get back on track. So those routines and that breathing is definitely key.
What I was going to say is choosing yourself more. That was a lesson I had to learn. And that goes back to what everybody's touched on. You have to pour into yourself before you can pour into others. And I believe in prayer. So like I'm big on schedules, but I also have something called the Legend Planner. So it has a habit tracker in there. So those are where I put my non-negotiables. So you need to have your non-negotiables. But the nice thing about the habit tracker is it lets you figure it out over the week. So I plan in the things that are important to me: prayer with God, journaling, working out. I block in time. And as a single mom and having a 9 to 5 and being an entrepreneur, I learned I have to schedule in me time. So learning what your self-love language is. And so with Gary Chapman, he talks about the 5 love languages, but one of mine is affirmations. And so there's other ways, and receiving gifts is one of the other things. So making sure that you're scheduling in those things for you without any problem. So I coach on that as well. And knowing the wheel of life is 8 pillars to our life, and we want to be a whole, complete person. So there's multiple parts of us that we have to nourish to make sure. The romantic relationship is one, personal development is another. So figure out within that. Scale yourself 0 to 10, 10 being I'm not doing, a 10 being I'm doing really good, but 0 I'm not. Figure out where you are and the ebbs and flows and figure out where you can insert better things to give you a self-care practice that looks unique to you and make your schedule fluid. That's one thing I say too. I was very hard on myself as a perfectionist and wanted everything to be perfect and the times got to be exact. And one thing you can do is when you give yourself grace and you make it fluid, meaning like if I didn't get to it today, I could deal with it tomorrow or schedule another time. So just make your schedule fluid. So those were the things I would suggest.
That was good, everybody. Great shares. And that's my thing, especially in the morning. I go to the throne before I get on the phone. I have to start my day with God because that sets your tone for the entire day. But I love that, Talicia, with taking winding down in the shower with candlelight. That sounds so relaxing. So I'm gonna have to try that for sure. Anyone else before we move on? Okay, next question is, how has your life been positively impacted by choosing to intentionally refill your cup on a regular basis?
Well, for me, one of the key words in that question is intentional. So if we're going to be intentional about it, then of course all of our lives will be impacted in a great manner. But to answer it personally, for me, it has impacted me greatly because again, now I can walk into knowing what I am and am not going to do, and just around what everyone has said, just adding in all of those different things. Whether I'm prioritizing, I'm setting boundaries, making sure that I'm not being as hard on myself, even as Janine just said, because that is something that is, that I've been for years, and even having the spirit of trying to be a perfectionist calls me and others to not even pursue after stuff because you're trying to make it perfect. So it calls you to even want self-sabotage things in your life because you're trying to do that, and then ultimately that can lead to burnout because now you're feeling like you're not getting where you should be. You're watching others progress and grow, and you're not, and you're trying to figure out what's going on, but you're stopping yourself, you're sabotaging yourself, and that leads to the burnout. So for me, just receiving it and watching it, it has gained great knowledge and great, just great. And now I look at it, I'm like, I'm graced for what I need to do. And that's how I'm at a point where I don't have to grab her thing. I don't have to grab her thing and try to grab this and that and add all this onto me to make, to get to a point of burnout. I just walk and flow. And then I just kind of on the last question, but with this one, I piggyback on a bit. In February, I did this thing and it blew me away. And now I have incorporated it daily. But I did a challenge on social media, which I don't like to do. So that pushed me. That was something big. But it was a 29-day self-care challenge. And as I was doing the research and doing the things, what God began to show me was taking time every single day. Most of the time, we say self-care Saturday or self-care Sunday, we take a day, but God began to show me if we take time daily, and it could be 1 minute, 5 minutes, it doesn't have to be nothing big, grand all the time. You can't go get a 30-minute massage every day. Maybe some of us can, but you can't go get a 30-minute massage or something like that every single day, but you can do these different things. And so it was just simple little things, even the breathing that Talicia talked about. One of the days was just sitting there taking for a few seconds some deep breaths in, and what it began to do for me, and then the ones that joined in on the challenge, it made us think. And then you got to a point like, wow, this is something I can do. I can do these smaller things every single day, but it's me taking time for me. Just like we schedule everything else, we schedule all these appointments, we schedule our clients, we schedule our hair appointments, nail appointments, we schedule all the stuff for the kids. My calendar right now, my daughter is graduated in May. My calendar right now is crazy because it's all of her stuff: prom, hair appointment, nail appointment, makeup, all of these things. She keep texting me, and every time she texts me, I got to add it to my calendar. But guess what? Now Tamika adds on her calendar every single day a time, a window for self-care. Again, whether that's just taking 5 minutes, which I pray, I don't consider prayer self-care because that's every day. for me. But for some people, they had to put that in. They had to make that a part of their ritual or their morning practice and routine, so that way they're mindful that they're going to do it. But so something that you already do every day, that's not necessarily self-care, but this needs to be something that you may didn't do before, or or you may only did it, like I say, on self-care Saturday. Talisha say she take a shower. I don't know, she do that every night now. If she take a shower by candlelight every night, girl. Every night. Well, see, that's what I'm talking about. See, that's one of her self-care things. But I'm just saying, so some of us, again, how Carolyn say she gonna adopt that, maybe that be something that Carolyn takes in, and it's part of her self-care. Now, okay, every night I'm gonna make sure that I take this time, I get it quiet in this house. I'm gonna put the dog in his cage, wherever you put your baby, Carolyn, and I'm gonna take this time, these whatever, and I'm gonna set these candles, and I'm gonna take my shower by this to get my light in, to get my mind, and then to get my eyes, all of those things relax. So that is something for me that made a huge impact. And I was already impacted before that, but February just blew my mind. And now I'm at a place where every single day I make sure that I am intentional. That's why I say I love that word on there. I am intentional about making sure that I do that for me, because if we don't do it for us, nobody else gonna take care of us like that. So
I love that. I love that, Tamika. And the word that stood out for me too was intentional. Really taking time for myself to become the woman that I have been dreaming about, doing that work, right? We can see other women and we can love little pieces here and there. When you see these women and you say, I would love to read more, pick up a book and like read 5 pages a day. Just start small. With small little changes, create big impact, right? And as a result of me being intentional, I was able to step into the call on my life. Because when God called me, I was like, bro, you must be talking about her back there. You cannot be calling me to this, right? Like, you have to be like really clear to hear that. So then you start to make impact, and then you don't have to scrape and scrounge and try to figure out, what am I going to post about today? How am I going to show up in my business? Because God has already given you the blueprint. You are the blueprint. So therefore, you don't have to look, you don't have to scroll, you don't have to compare, and you don't have to compete. You just have to show up and create that impact in your own voice, in your own tone, the way that you speak, right? Feeling like so often we can feel like we're not enough in so many areas. What do you have enough for? What is your capacity? What's in your hands, right? Did you use what you had, is what he's going to ask, right? And I just want to hear, well done, good and faithful servant. Yeah, I tried to sing you to the lady back there, but I know you called me, so I had to step into that in a bold and authentic way to only be who I am. So when you're not doing that, when you don't feel like you're creating impactful and intentional time for yourself, it is time to really sit down and think, what is it that I want for myself? One of the hardest questions for my clients to answer is, what do you want? What do you want? We know what everybody else wants, but we cannot figure out how to satisfy ourselves, how to find freedom for ourselves, how to create ease in our own lives, how to create fulfillment for ourselves. But we know for other people because we're invested in them. And it's time to invest in ourselves.
Wow, that was good. That was so good, everyone. Our time is up. I must say that this was an amazing, amazing panel. All of them were. But I would like to thank all my sisters. Y'all answers were amazing, and I definitely have to go back and watch this so I can take my notes. But Andromeda, it's all yours, sis.
Thank you so much, sisters. Oh my goodness. This was a great way to end off this amazing event, amazing panel. Thank you so much again, Carolyn Hayes, Tamika Lyon, Chanel Royal, Talicia Alexander, Coach Janine, Chantel Holly. Thank you so much, ladies. As Caitlin said, enjoy you ladies. Thank you for the outpouring. This has been great. Really, 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 really great. So totally appreciate everybody who has come on here so far. We have a few more things to do before we end this event in its totality. We have some more giveaways, which is always fun, right? And so we have Coach Janine here with us. She is one of our sponsors, Intentional Queen Journey. And she is going to be talking to you about what she is going to be giving away.
Thank you so much, Andromeda, for having me. So I thought it was very fitting that our panel was talking about refilling your cup. And the last question was talking about how did it shape my life. It actually called me into my purpose. First, it started off with my podcast, but then it's turned into my book of me talking about my story, which is called I Choose Me, The Intentional Guide to Never Losing Yourself Again. I put this book together when I was in burnout. I was out of work for 6 months from an injury, and God sat me right on down and said, hey, boo, you need to write it. And so here it is. It is birthed. It has been out since February. February is the Seeds of Greatness month. So therefore, I used it as planting seeds. Now we're in March, right? Feel where I'm going with this. We are in Women's History Month. And guess what? Spring is coming. And so what happens is spring is April showers bring May flowers. So at the end of the day, I'm all about blooming into your season and helping people come through. So I do want to give away my book. It has blessed men that are now doing self-care. I got to hear the testimonials. It also is for the 20, the 30, the 40 and above. And so to me, that's a grateful thing when a school calls you and says, I would like you to bring your book to our school and speak about your life. So I want to give this away and seed this into another woman's life and help you to choose yourself more so you never lose yourself again or suffer in silence.
Yes, I agree. It definitely is fitting coming right off of the panel that we just had. So we are going to see who wins. All right. Sheena said, I choose me every time. Yes. Chanel said, Janine, you are special. I agree. All right. So let's see. The winner is, the winner is Crystal Adams. Crystal Adams, you are the winner of the I Choose Me book by Janine Huff. Okay, Janine, let the people know, or let the winner know how she can claim her gift.
Perfect. For the winner, congratulations. I think you're going to be blessed by this book. You can email me at intentionalqueenjourney@gmail.com. Just send me your address and your name, and I will send it off. It comes as the collector's edition, so it'll be signed, sealed, delivered in a pretty package just for you. And I just pray that all the women learn how to choose themselves more.
Yes. And I have my copy of I Choose Me. I have not popped it open yet. I'm waiting for that self-care day so I can really delve in, but I look forward to sharing my review of this book once I get it. And I know it's going to be amazing. Congratulations to Crystal for winning. Make sure that you reach out to Janine. Also, as I've shared with all the sponsors, I will connect you with the winners just in case they are not on here. Also, for those of you who listen, like I said, we're all winners here. So if you didn't get a copy, if you didn't win a copy, a free copy, definitely go support Coach Janine, as well as support yourself by reading this book. And so you can get your copy of I Choose Me, The Intentional Guide to Never Losing Yourself at buyichoosemebook.com. Thank you so much again, Janine, for your time today. And I forgot I muted you because we had a little bit of a echo. But thank you so much for your time today. We really appreciate you, sis.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it. And congratulations, Crystal.
All right. So, ladies, we are going to go into our next giveaway. We're just going to keep this thing going. Our next giveaway is going to come from Dr. Linda, and she is coming to the stage. So, hey, Dr. Linda.
Hey, sis. What a phenomenal afternoon.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you for being a part of it.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Beautiful.
Thank you, sis. All right. So I know that we are giving away a copy of your book today and a Zenmo candle. So I'll leave it to you. You let us know what we're doing.
So it could, as I said, it's your call. It could be one sister. It could be multiple. But, I know you have time constraint, but I will start with the book. So this is my book, Memoirs of a Working Mother, Fighting for Balance, Managing Expectations, and Channeling Love. For those who listen to my panel and I talk about, no such thing as work-life balance, because I think it's a constant journey. So for me, it's like, it's a constant fight, for that journey. And how are we managing expectations? And the most of all is love. So as a mother. So in this book, I share a lot is my story, dealing with fibroids, navigating that, and then opening multiple streams of income through multiple businesses, and also self-care strategies. So my goal for this book, when anybody picks it up, is really just to connect, to know that you're not the only one going through your journey. It also has tips on entrepreneurship and business, and also has a lot of tips about self-care. It has, my 24-hour strategy, self-care, and just some little things. I heard the sister sharing about showers. I am a queen of taking long baths. Just little things that you can do, because when people think about self-care, we think you have to do something crazy. Just little things you can do to take care of yourself. So that is the first giveaway. And the second one, part of that self-care, I am such a firm believer of candles. So this is our candle line that we started about 2 years ago, my husband and I. I burn a lot of candles, and I really was looking for a safe candle that I can burn, because I was scared I'm going to die of candles. I just burned too much. I started researching candles and joined the Candle Association of America as a vendor, and just work with vendors to create a candle that is beautiful to burn, smells well, and just safe to burn. Our candles have soy base. They're paraben free and have, no all natural oils and smells. So it's a safe candle to burn. And I tell people it's a candle that doesn't smell like candles. It's just a beautiful smell, fragrance for your home. So we're giving our bestseller is our date night candles. It's a cashmere mist candle. That's one of our bestsellers. So we're giving that out. And then for the people in the DMV area, you can fly in, I would like to offer a free pass to one of our monthly giveaways. Whoever wins this, you would have up to December to utilize it. So we do our monthly meetups in the city. It could be we meet up for brunch, we meet up for wine and sip, we meet up for wine and paint, we meet up in the city just to, shop. And we can have classy events like let's go to the Waldorf Astoria, or to just meet up and try the new sushi joint. The one thing about this event is the connections that come from it. We truly believe in feeding and pouring into each other during these meetings. So it's up to you, sis, if you want to make this a whole package, or just, give it to multiple people.
So, I like to spread the wealth. I love to do giveaways, and for as many people as possible to be impacted by what we have to offer. So I'm definitely going to make this a three giveaway experience, because we have plenty more sisters in this cup. All right, so let's start with Memoirs of a Working Mother, you guys. So I'm going to pick and choose. Let's see who's in here. Let's see. Melanie Mondesir. I hope I'm saying that right. Melanie Mondesir, you are the winner of Memoirs of a Working Mother. How should she claim her book, sis?
Everybody just DM me on Instagram, and that's it right there at linda_array.com. Just send me a DM, and just send me a DM on Instagram.
All right. Let's go. I see Carolyn said I burn candles all day and night also. So let's see who else. Oh, I love candles. I burn candles all day and night. All right. Candle people. If you are a registered ticket holder, you have a chance to win one of these luxury candles from my Zimo, which, by the way, I have to say, so Dr. Linda is giving away the date night candle. But when I was on the website earlier this week, I was like, oh, my health is wealth. That was just so in line with all that we've been talking about today, right? As well as good vibes only, and my steps are ordered. I feel like your candle, the title of your candles match this whole event. Okay. So good. So alignment. That's the word. Alignment. We love alignment. All right. So let's see. All right, the winner of the My Date Night luxury candle from My Zen Mode is Floretta Barnes, Floretta Barnes, you win. Uh-oh. Drop you back in the cup, Floretta. Okay, y'all just remember it was Floretta. Because I didn't drop her back in the cup. Okay, so Floretta Barnes, you are the winner of the My Zen Mode candle. All right. And the DMV meetup. The DMV meetup. So, Linda, does this apply to like what I think Atoya said? If the person who wins, if they're not in the DMV area, don't ever plan on coming to the DMV area, are they able to transfer this gift to somebody else who might?
My feelings are hurt if you don't feel like coming to DMV. No, I'm just joking. Yes, please. I really believe in the power of connection. You know, people call me a global connector of people and places because my nickname is the People's GPS. So by all means, if you cannot come, please share it with somebody else. We meet the third Saturday of every month. So you can just DM me a Saturday you'll be in the area or send it to a sister in the area. We meet mostly in the DC side, so we're centered between Virginia and Maryland, but just spread the word and you can give it to somebody else. That's totally fine.
Yes. Okay. And I will say too, the DMV is beautiful. I had an amazing time this past weekend. What was it, last weekend, right? I think the days are
back.
Yes, it's starting to blend. The days are blending. Nonetheless, very recently, I was there to attend the Ignite Her Women's Wellness Luncheon hosted by Wild Inc. and Dr. Linda, which is where I got my Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award. Okay. However, I would say that for my first time ever, like visiting that area, I stayed in the National Harbor and I just saw so many beautiful Black families and just like, it was like a level of respect and way people communicated with you. And I was like, I could totally live here. I came home and told my husband, like, I think I want to move to like DC area because it just was giving me all the vibes. Okay. So
I was forced to move here. I didn't want to. The Department of Defense moved me here and I came kicking and streaming and now I don't want to leave.
Right? Oh my gosh. I might be your neighbor soon, sis. I thought Atlanta was the move. But now I'm asking God, okay, was it DC? Did I hear you wrong? I could go a little bit further up. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay. So I see Chanel said, pull my name Andromeda. I love to travel. Jasmine asked what website are the candles on. It's myzenmode.com, right, sis?
Yes, myzenmode.com.
Okay. And all right, so the winner is Natisha Washington, which is actually a member of She Wins Society. Woo-hoo. So Natisha, you are the winner of the DMV meetup for Wild Inc. So you can DM Linda, as she said, and I will also connect you all by I'm reading Letterly's. Nelly, the DMV is nice, but y'all drive insane. Do you agree, Linda?
No comments.
No comments,
Natalie. No comments.
She will not comment on her people.
Okay? I do not want to lie. So no comments.
Oh my goodness. Anita said, always love visiting DMV. I wrote down that National Harbor will be where I'll retire at once my kids are grown. Awesome. All right, y'all. So that is what we have for those giveaways. We have more to come. So stay here. Thank you so much, Dr. Linda, for everything. Thank you for your time today. Thank you for all of your generous giveaways.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right, ladies. So stay right here. And we are going to do some more giveaways. We have, let's see what we have left over. We have 3 more giveaways. All right, so the next giveaway is going to be a ticket to the Women Are Dope experience. You all have probably saw Chelsea on the multiple streams of income, creating financial security with multiple streams of income panel. She is hosting an event, the Women Are Dope Experience, The Vision Won't Wait, on April 20th, 2024 in Stonecrest, Georgia. And I am proud to say that I am the keynote speaker for that event. And so I would love to see you here, right? We are virtually right now, but next month we can be live and in person together. I can give you an in-person hug and we can connect that way. So, let's see who's the winner. Now, again, if you win this ticket and you are not available to come, please do share it with somebody who is available to come, who lives in the Atlanta area, because sharing is caring, right? Sharing is caring. Okay, so the next winner is going to be, let's see, Tanya Green. Tanya Green. You are the winner of a Women Are Dope experience ticket. And I have one more of those tickets to give away. All right, so Tanya Green, Women Are Dope experience. Let's see who else. Vanisha Hughes, you are also a winner of a Women Are Dope experience ticket. I see you, Marcia. Marcia said that's her birthday weekend. Well, sis, come on down. Come on down to the ATL and join us at the Women Are Dope experience. I look forward to seeing you there. You can find more information about this event at the website that is scrolling below. So I'm going to let it go by again so that you can screenshot it for yourself in case you want to be live and in person for that event. And the website is vipsocio.com/event/Women Are Dope 2024. So I do hope that the winners, I hope that I see you there. If you are going to come, please do walk up to me, say hello so that I know that it's you. And if you can't be there, please do share the ticket with somebody in the area who would like to attend. Again, this event is happening on April 20th, 2024 in Stonecrest, Georgia. All right. And so our final two, we have two more giveaways. Our final two giveaways are going to be sponsored by none other than She Wins Society. The reason that we are all here today, we have gathered in this space, is She Wins Society. If you just want to know a little bit more about She Wins Society, maybe you're just popping in. She Wins Society is a social wellness center organization that was created to provide space for women to come together, specifically Black women, to come together and receive education, empowerment opportunities to develop personally and professionally, to cultivate meaningful relationships, to learn how to practice and prioritize self-care. And all of this is for the purpose of these women, of our members, of our community, having the capacity and confidence and connections to win in life and business and to make the impact and fulfill the purpose that they were created to fulfill. So that's why we're here. Community, connections, self-care, winning mindset, personal development, business development. We are here to serve our sisters and help you to win in life and in business. And Chanel said, love SWS. She has a OG members, and I'm gonna call on my sisters right now in the comments. If you are a member of She Wins Society, I need you to bombard the comments right now. Tell us why you love SWS. Tell us how this community has been of value to you. And I want to say this too while we're on here. I need my sisters to show some support for our Facebook page, because recently we had like some bots or some trolls or something get into our reviews. And they got us at a 3.3, and we know we ain't no 3.3, okay? So when you do leave this event, or if you are on Facebook right now, can you please take a moment and drop a review for She Wins Society on Facebook? Because they matter. Reviews do matter, right? So Marcia said, or Janelle said, yes, this is in the community. All of this, SWS. Come on, sisters. I see y'all. Sheena said, I would love your ticket if you can't make it. If you can't make it to Women Are Dope, give your ticket to Sheena, okay? Give your ticket to Sheena. And matter of fact, when I send out an email, I'll definitely offer that for them, Sheena, okay? So I'll let you know if somebody can't use their ticket. Carolyn said, I'm rocking with SWS till the wheels fall off. Come on, y'all. Come on, Sharice. Excuse me, not 3.3 with 10 out of 5. Okay, sis. Let them know because Facebook was playing with us. I saw that earlier this week. Like, I think not. Jasmine said, what we are 10 in SWS is all about connection, collaboration, love, and winning. Come on, sis. Okay, now. Oh, y'all bringing out the other Nat. She said, oh, hell no. Okay, sis. Okay. Y'all are hilarious. I love it. I love. And I'm posting all of these comments because this is going to be watched later. Love you too, sis. Love you too, Natisha. I love it here, sister community that's helping uplifting every day. All day, SWS are the real gotta say that right. And the reason why I also wanted them to share is because the next giveaways have everything to do with She Wins Society. So you need to understand the value of what it is that you are about to potentially win, okay? Carolyn said, been a member since 2018, and this is what real sisterhood is all about. Come on, sisters. Come on, sisters. Come on, sisters. I love watching them grow with my sisters. I met some of my closest and dopest sisters at SWS. Come on, Jasmine. And let me just say this because we're here, okay? A lot of the women, and I love this for us, for real. A lot of the women that you've seen on the panels today, several of them, actually in their comments right now, Joyce, Chanel, Ebony, several of these ladies have been earned their life coaching certifications through the Greater Me Consulting, which is owned by our sister Jasmine Stokes. And so I just want to say again, like, I love to see it. It always makes me excited to see how the connections within She Wins Society have not just created these relationships, these friendships, but also helped our sisters to find their purpose, to walk in their purpose, to elevate, to grow, to do things that they didn't even know that they would do. Some of the sisters on this panel never even thought about speaking, didn't want to speak about the topics that we chose, even though they didn't, maybe mostly because they didn't realize that they had something to say on those topics. But She Wins Society will pull out the best in you. So even when you think you don't need to speak, even when you think you don't have enough knowledge on that subject, we're going to tell you, sis, get on that stage and talk your stuff. And so as you can see, everybody here came and showed up and showed out, even when they were questioning if they had enough to say. So that's what She Wins Society is all about. Like Kendra, I have to mention Coach Kendra too. She got her life coaching certification through Greater Me Consulting as well. And she said, SWS is proud to safe space being vulnerable about life. SWS is definitely a great sisterhood. I love all my SWS sisters. We love you too, sis. We love you too. We love you too. We love you too. All right. So with all that, look, Jasmine said, small plug. If you want to get certified, holla at me. Ain't no shame. Ain't no shame. I was talking about you, Sharice. You ain't want to speak, sis, but you came and dropped them gems, baby. And we appreciate you for it. Chanel said the society pulled me out of followership. Ooh, that's powerful. Good Lord. Okay, I wasn't ready for all these comments, y'all. I was not ready. All right. Get in the room and let it hydrate you. Come on. All right. So let's get into this winner. So the thing that we are giving away now is that, oh shoot, let me mention, because Sharice said, shout out Coach Jazz. Sharice also got her life coaching certification, the Greater Me Consulting. I don't want to leave out nobody. Anita said, I'm brand new here. I came to support my sisters, Tamika Lyons and Carolyn Hayes, but very glad to be here. Awesome. So beautiful. Okay, so we are going to give away next a She Wins 1 year membership subscription to the She Wins Society community. So our community membership is our first level of membership. It allows you to get into the community. It allows you to experience all of our personal and professional development classes. So we have classes on self-care. We have classes on elevating in your career. We have classes on goal setting. We have monthly sisters check-ins where we just get together and have conversation like this, real, relatable, honest, vulnerable conversation. Just an array of things. Remember, Stepping Into Sisterhood Virtual is included in your membership, so that'd be something you can take part of every single year. And so I have one person who is going to win a free membership, 1-year membership to She Wins Society. Let's see who it's going to be. Anita Jones. Anita Jones. Actually, I think I saw Anita. And I think Anita just said something too. Anita, this is you. Anita said, I love that. I seen that comment. Let me go back and see what Anita just said, because I think Anita just manifested herself right up in here. Okay, that's what she said. I am brand new here, but I came to support my sisters, Tamika and Carolyn, but very glad to be here. How about that? You fit right in, sis. You came to support your sisters, and now you have a free 1-year membership to the She Wins Society community. Welcome, sis. So you can look forward to receiving your welcome email shortly. Anita said, wow, this is favor. Thank you, Lord. That's what happens when you show up for your sisters and yourself, okay? All right, and I love all the welcomes in the comments. All right, so we have one more giveaway. And our final giveaway is going to be a community and brand boost membership, 1-year community and brand boost membership. So, oh, I love it. Carolyn said, oh my God. Congratulations. Welcome to the family. We are a family, aren't we, Carolyn? We really, really are. And I have to say this while I'm choosing, though, too, because one thing about She Wins Society is that it works when you show up, right? When you show up to the meetings. One of our sisters said earlier, sometimes you don't show up. You're afraid of community. You're afraid of being in space with other women because you're comparing yourself, or because you're saying, oh, I don't have anything to say right now. But there are sisters who show up even when they don't have anything to say. Shamar, who was on here earlier, she's one of our earliest members. And at the time, Shamar was working as an educator. She had zero desire to be an entrepreneur, zero desire to be a speaker, any of those things. And as you can see over the years, just from her being in spaces with people who are entrepreneurs, business owners, speakers, she found herself in a season where she discovered, like, wait a minute, actually, this is where I want to be. This is a lane that I want to be in. And so now you all can see her speaking, you know, on this platform, seeing her advocating for people, just being the powerful being that she is. And so sometimes, even when you think you don't want to be something, or you think that you don't have anything to say, sometimes it's just being in the room and soaking up the knowledge and being inspired by others that will help you to realize, like, okay, I got that. I'm inspired by that, or that's something that I want to do too. Or it's just preparing you for the season when God is going to thrust you into fulfilling your purpose. So sometimes you just got to just show up, right? And so when it comes to She Wins Society, as a member, you got to show up, though. Still, you can't just sit in the space and we don't ever see you. You got to come to the meetings. You got to come to the classes. You have to fellowship with the women, because that is what sisterhood is. So one thing I always say is, when the relationships are authentic, the support comes naturally, right? When you build the relationships, you don't have to beg people for support. They naturally want to support you because you're their sis, right? So I just have to say that. And Kendra said, I love this, Kendra. Thank you for the testimony. Kendra said, I showed up scared in 2019, and today I was one of the panelists. That's powerful, sis. That's powerful, sis. So with this Brand Boost membership, this membership offers you the opportunity to be a part of things like Stepping Into Sisterhood. Our Brand Boost members get VIP opportunities when it comes to speaking engagements, when it comes to vendor opportunities, when it comes to speaking, again, whether it's a virtual event, in-person event, or a retreat. We also have collaboration meetings within this part of the membership where we get together with other creatives, influencers, entrepreneurs, business owners, women who are moving and shaking, and we have conversations. Actually, it was our brand building collaboration meeting that helped to bring out the vision for Stepping Into Sisterhood this year. So collectively, we chose the topics. Collectively, we chose the speakers. And so this is what we did. And again, it goes back to what we've been saying. When women support women, we all win. So to be a part of something bigger than yourself, I want to shout out those sisters who were on that meeting that night and helped to come up with the topics for today, because collectively, look at what we created together. And so, you know, one woman can definitely achieve a lot, but many women can achieve greater. We can make greater impact together. And so I just definitely, again, want to shout out my sisters who are part of the Brand Boost membership and were part of that brand building and collaboration meeting that evening, because together we created this. And I alone probably would not have come up with those panels, simply because I'm not a single woman and I'm not a mother. So because I had my sisters to provide input, they helped me to know what it is that women, all of us, need to have conversations about. So I just wanted to share that. Natalie says, sure did, came on a cruise solo, and I've been cruising and hanging with my sisters ever since. Come on, sis. Come on, sis. That's the truth. And I'm just catching up on comments because Natalie said, love, love, love. This is the growth for me. Yes, yes, yes. What did Tamika say? Jasmine said, Tamika, oh, you going to call us out, huh? Okay. Now, let me say, Tamika is our new community administrator. We've never had one of those before. This year, I expanded our team. I brought in some new women to our team and some fresh energy. And so, but our community administrator is getting us together. She Win Society members, this is you. She said, ladies, I want to see the same energy and comments in our community almighty. Love your community administrator. That's right, sis. Let them know. I'm going to let you say the things that I haven't said, but I definitely feel the same, sisters. We got to show up better, okay? And I want to go back to Anita. She said, thank you all. I did just say to myself, I would love to be a part of this. Sis, there is life and death in the power of the tongue. She said that thing. All right. So whip us into shape, baby. I love that. I love that. I love that. I love that. Natalie said, I'm going to get it together. I promise. All right. Gonna hold you to that, sis. Oh, Megan said, yes, I was a cruiser as well. I haven't left since. Love the community over competition. Gems dropped today. Yes, yes, yes. I'm a single and mother of 3. I'm excited for this and can tell Tamika can be on my head. All right. And we all need accountability. Desmond said, we ain't scared of y'all. Listen, you ain't got to be scared, sis, but you better show up tomorrow. Okay. All right. So the last Jasmine, I'm gonna kick you out the chat. You're not doing right. Intentional Queen Journey says the introvert S2S has pulled me into speaking. Yes, Janine! I love that. Come on. We ain't scared. The SMS is the whole vibe. Yes, yes, yes. Carolyn said, I met so many beautiful sisters in this community who has turned into family. Beautiful sisters. Okay, come on, Jasmine. Stop cutting up, sis. You an OG member at this point. You done been to retreats and everything. You know what mighty is. All right, so let's see. The winner of the Brand Boost membership. Again, this is the opportunity to boost your brand through collaboration opportunities, speaking engagements, collaborating with other influencers, creatives, entrepreneurs within the community. So many opportunities, VIP opportunities, okay? And so the winner of the Brand Boost membership, 1 year Brand Boost membership, is Justina Emmanuel. Justina Emmanuel, you are the winner of the She Wins Society Brand Boost membership. So I need you to, if you won, you can do one of two things. I'm gonna email you anyway. If you won, then you can send an email to hi@shewinnsociety.com to let me know, hey, I'm here, I won, or I will email you as well. And actually, third thing, send a DM to She Wins Society just so we can connect with you online in the social media space as well. So as Carolyn said, yay, welcome to the Brand Boost community, sis. Carolyn is also a member of our Brand Boost community. I'm trying to think about who else was here. Janine is a member of our Brand Boost community. Kendra is a member of our Brand Boost community. Joyce is a member of our Brand Boost community. So there's several sisters here. Tamika, several sisters here who are part of the Brand Boost community, and we are ready to welcome you, sis, to She Wins Society. Now, if you did not win a free membership, like I said, we're all winners here today. So if you did not win a free membership, you still have an opportunity to become a member today and take 50% off your first month's membership using code SN2S24. It's right down here scrolling at the bottom. So if you missed it or missed me saying it, just go ahead and write it down right now. Visit SheWinsSociety.com, select your membership, and this applies to all memberships, okay? Take 50% off your first month's membership using code SN2S24, okay? Carolyn said, y'all come on up in here with us. This is just, Stepping Into Sisterhood is just a glimpse into our sisterhood. And I hope that it has been a wonderful experience for all who have enjoyed. I mean, who have showed up. I hope it's been a wonderful experience for all who have shown up today. If you're watching the replay, I hope that you have enjoyed what you have seen. I definitely want to encourage you, if you heard something today that you feel like is valuable and for someone else to hear, definitely take a moment. And I'm actually going to challenge us all. Share this link out to 5 women. 5 women, at least 5 women, okay? 5 women who need to hear what was shared today, okay? That's challenge number 1. Challenge number 2 is to connect with 5 women that you have either seen in the chat or that you have seen on the panel, okay? So you have everybody's Instagram names based off of what was scrolling at the bottom. You can always go back in the replay and watch that. You also, I don't think you see the chat after the fact. But nonetheless, I want you to make sure to screenshot the chat. If there was somebody in the chat who you feel like had great energy, go ahead and screenshot their name, find them on social media, and connect with them, okay? Ladies, I also want to go ahead and challenge you right now in the chat. Go ahead and drop your Instagram handles in the chat right now. And if you're on your phone, you can go ahead and screenshot the names that you see, and let's be intentional about creating these new connections, okay? Because this is not the season for no new friends, especially in the world that we're living in today. I do believe that God is pushing us more than ever for us to work together. We're just simply not going to get it on our own. So we have to make sure that we're building connections with other people, specifically people who are going to pour into us, who are going to encourage us, who are going to uplift us, and who are going to empower us. As we say here at She Wins Society, when women support women, we all win, okay? So I'm going to give y'all some time to put your Instagram handles in the feed while I prepare our finale before we head out. Okay? So I see Trucking in High Heels said, already connected. I'm too happy to connect. Grateful woman and my sister family that supported me. I love y'all and I see y'all as we were speaking. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, y'all. I see y'all dropping them. I'm going to give y'all like 60 more seconds to drop your Instagram handles in the comments. That way you can be intentional about connecting with the ladies who showed up today. And all the ladies in the comments, I would say that it's obvious that they are all about supporting other women because they made the point to be here up in these comments, celebrating one another, supporting one another, doing all the things, okay? You are so welcome, Anisha. Thank you for being here, sis. Thank you for speaking on the panel. So good, so good, so good. And I want to again remind you all, whether you are a She Wins Society member or not, if you enjoyed this event today, please, please, please do 2 things for us today. That is to share 3 things for us today. Share this event with at least 5 other women. Go to our Facebook page and leave a review. And also post on social media using the hashtag SN2S24 and share what your favorite takeaways were. Share what your experience was, because, you know, as somebody said earlier, if people don't know who you are and what you do, that makes it difficult, right? And they won't always believe me or any messages from the She Wins Society team that we're amazing. So sometimes they have to hear it directly from somebody they already know, like, and trust. And so we're building this community, and we need your help. We need your help to continue to build this community and to continue to create these spaces and opportunities for women. And as I said before, the pandemic slowed us down. So we're trying to rebuild, getting Stepping Into Sisterhood back up to being an event that we're touring around the country. And that can only be beneficial for women, right? Those who are speaking and those who are receiving what is being taught and what is being shared. So we want to build Stepping Into Sisterhood back up to where we are traveling around the country and meeting women where they are. And so we need your help with getting the word out. We need your help with growing this community. So we need you to show up, sisters, this year. That is the request that I have for you. Show up for your community, for your sisterhood. And so the hashtag is SN2S24. If you receive the email with the itinerary, it's actually right there at the top of the itinerary. It says SN2S24 itinerary. That is the hashtag SN2S24. Tamika said, ladies, our call to action is head over to Mighty and comment on the post I just put up. Okay, well, if you're a member, Tamika has a 4th call to action, and I'm here for it. All right, ladies, so I hope you've got your screenshots. I hope that you are ready to connect. I hope that you're going to accept our challenge. I'm going to say it one more time. Connect with 5 women, at least 5 women who were here today, whether they were in the comments or whether they were on the screen in the panel. Also, go to Facebook, leave a review for She Wins Society on Facebook. Also, share this link, this YouTube link, with 5 women who need to hear what was shared today. Okay, and post on social media at least one time what one of your takeaways were from this event using the hashtag SN2S24. And if you are a She Wins Society member, go comment on whatever Tamika just posted in the community. All right. And if you're not a She Wins Society member, get up in here, as Carolyn said, and join us at SheWinsSociety.com. You can receive 50% off your first month's membership using that same hashtag, just without the hashtag SN2S24. Okay. And y'all can feel free to share that as well with anybody. Come yourself and then bring a friend. All right. That code will expire. It will expire. It will expire. Justina's here. Justina said, I heard my name is a winner. Yes, sis, you won a Brand Boost membership, and we cannot wait to welcome you to the community, a 1-year Brand Boost membership. So we will be in touch soon with you, sis. And all right, so sisters, this was great. Don't leave just yet. We have one more finale video just to leave you in the good old spirit of sisterhood. I appreciate you all again for joining us today. I am Coach Andromeda Rahim, the founder of She Wins Society. And if this is our first time connecting, I hope that it will be our last. And to my sisters, again, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for showing up, for showing out. Thank you to all of our panelists who showed up today. And I am just humbly grateful for your presence today. And like I said, it might be the first time, but it definitely will not be the last. I love you all. Have a great rest of your Sunday, and catch this video before you head out.
You're like a circle that floats around me, keeping me safe and sound. And when I fall, you tied a rope to me. You're blessing me every day. I was down with an illusion, like a sparrow with broken wings. But now I shine with your reflection on me. I'm getting back up on my feet.